Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. For those of you who are going to start to join us eventually, this is Mental Health Live, hashtag MH Live, a Bell Let's Talk Day special. Today is the day that I started my podcast a year ago called Normal, in which I've been privileged to have conversations with more than 60 people so far. I'd only set out to do 50. So we're wrapping it up today, a year later. So it'll end up being 65 episodes later, wrapping it up and instead doing something a bit different, doing a live cast. So I have a producer over on the West Coast, the incredible Rudy Caceres. I like to say his name with a little bit of spice. And I know he likes that too. I'm going to bring Rudy in a few minutes to introduce himself. But first, I want to jump right into our first guest because it's very early on the West Coast as well. So give Rudy a few more minutes to sleep. I'm going to bring in Jeremy Saunders over here, and we're doing this live, so it's going to look live. If we mix up the lower thirds down here every now and then, just don't worry about it. We'll get it right eventually. So Jeremy Saunders is the host of a bunch of podcasts. I'm going to get him to tell us more about himself. But Sick Boy especially and Turn Me On have been massively successful, and I think there's one other over there too somewhere. Let's bring Jeremy in. Jer, how are you?
Hello, I'm great, man. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for joining me. You're in Halifax right now?
Yes, yeah, beautiful Halifax, Nova Scotia. It's been really great over here. We've had a pretty decent winter. Somehow I managed to sneak down to LA for our only major snowstorm. So nice. I feel pretty fortunate these days living here. Yeah.
So for those who don't know who you are, which I can't imagine why they wouldn't, you have probably one of the most successful podcasts in Canada, at least I think so, Sick Boy, you and your buddy. So can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so about 4 or 5 years ago, me and my two best friends decided to sit down and just have a chat on mics and record conversation between the three of us where we talked at length about what my experience was like living with cystic fibrosis, which is a genetic lung disease. And we kind of did this just as an experiment, kind of for a laugh. The idea was to have this conversation, find some humor, some levity, share some stories within my experience of living with CF, but really to find the humor that existed within that experience.
Yeah, and it's a really funny show. You wouldn't think that show about disease and death.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't take us long. We were talking about death and we were talking about scariest moments of our lives, but we always somehow managed to find the light and the levity within those situations. And that led to us deciding to want to try it again. And so we reached out to our close friend, Matthew, who had brain cancer, and he came in and chatted with us. And then the next thing we knew, someone that we didn't know but was friends of ours wanted to come on and talk to us about her experience with bipolar. And then somebody else asked if they could come on and do the same thing with their disease or their illness that they were dealing with. And the ball just kind of kept rolling from there. And the next thing we knew, we were producing a weekly podcast where this was the theme. We sit down with people living with chronic or terminal disease or struggling with mental health, and we talk to them about their experience. But we always try to find that humor that exists within that common human experience.
Now, did you already have kind of a gallows humor about your own diagnosis at that point?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean that's honestly been something that I've kind of attributed to my well-being for my entire life. I've always found laughter to be one of the greatest forms of alternative therapy for myself. Yeah. In two parts for that, because number one is that laughing is actually really great for a set of lungs with cystic fibrosis. Right. What's happening with our lungs is unlike asthma where the airways are kind of restricted or closing off, my airways are filled with mucus. And so to get that mucus out, a lot of times we'll cough or, there's breathing exercises we can do. It's basically forcing air out to kind of push that mucus out of the way. Yeah. Laughing does that. Just the mechanics of laughing, you are, especially a really good hearty laugh, you are just forcing air up constantly.
So it's literally very therapeutic for you.
Yeah, exactly. But then on top of that, it just, it made me see the world through a lens of mockery, and in turn, I could look at the hardships that I've been going through, or that I am going through, and it made things a little bit easier, I guess. Yeah.
Right. Well, and this is still very current for you as well, isn't it? I mean, you were just in hospital not that long ago.
Yeah, in October, I was actually in Boston, and I got really sick, and basically had two options: either try to navigate the medical system in the U.S., which I'm not too familiar with, and it was a little scary. So instead, I just bought a ticket that day, flew home, went straight to the hospital, and was admitted for a few weeks for pneumonia.
Pneumonia. Yeah, no, I mean, I imagine if you have CF, I don't know a lot about the disease. Actually, everything that I do know, I probably have learned from you talking about it. But I would imagine that's a pretty high risk situation when somebody with CF gets pneumonia. Yeah,
it's pneumonia. Pneumonia is definitely one of those illnesses that can really knock you down. It's the worry is always it's a progressive disease, so over time the lung function starts to decline, and eventually you'll get to a point where the lungs really have no other option to continue on, and the next step would be a double lung transplant. So every time I come down with an illness like pneumonia, or I get a really bad bout of any sort of respiratory illness, it just kind of knocks me down another peg. And the hope is over time to lengthen the gaps between those moments, so that we don't have to worry about what comes next in the end stage of CF.
So, I mean, you've talked very eloquently and humorously, of course. Your TEDx Toronto talk, I was privileged to be live in the audience when you were doing it. Still one of my favorite TEDx talks. Just from a technical perspective too, the way that you owned that audience, it was just you were really good at it. Yeah, and we're going to share it through here later too, because I think everybody should see it. But you talk a lot in that about the decline, almost the expected decline, because it is a degenerative disease. But you've already outlived expectations that were set when you were first diagnosed. What's that like for you, knowing that you're going to die probably early?
Yeah, that's been a huge driving force in my life. In that talk, I explain how I believe it was in that talk, but I have talked at length about how early days when I first realized that CF was a life-threatening, life-shortening illness, it had a pretty negative effect on my mental health, on my overall like well-being as I moved through the world.
Yeah.
But somewhere along the line, there was kind of a click, and I started to realize what a gift that was. I started to really take the fact that, okay, if I'm sitting here and I have this number looming over my head, and at my early days, that number was 30. So I'd always thought, like, maybe I'll make it to 30.
Right.
That notion of knowing that I only have 15 years left, really kind of like lit a fire under my ass to do anything and everything that I possibly could to squeeze out every last minute of life, right?
Yeah. And you did something in that talk, I think that's an important reminder for that, to get people to set the alarm in their phone. I've thought about stealing that ever since, but I was like, no, thing, I can't do that. Can you talk a little bit about what the point of that exercise is?
Yeah, so the whole exercise, I basically told everyone to consider what they think they would feel. First, I asked everyone, how long do you think truly that you have left? Like, is it 30 years? Is it 10 years? Is it 5 years? What if it was 5 days? And then I think I used like 8 hours or 6 hours. I used a number that was within the span of most people's evening through the entire event, so that everyone would still likely be together. And I said, why don't you whip out your phone right now and set an alarm on the phone to go off 6 hours from this minute right here, and live your life as though once that 6 hours is up, that's it. There's no coming back.
Mm-hmm.
How would you live your life differently?
Yeah.
What would be the small things that you do? Obviously, we're here at this event, TEDx Toronto. You're not going to like run off and try to find a plane to go skydiving in just in time to check that off your bucket list. But you're here. You're in the confines of this building, hanging out with these people. Maybe you'll walk up to someone and strike up a conversation that you might not have thought you had the courage to do if you knew you only had 6 hours left. So the idea was just to encourage people to kind of get out of their comfort zone a little bit and live just a little more critically.
Yeah.
Because again, the idea of living to, I can sit here and say, well, I think with cystic fibrosis, I might now make it to 35.
Right.
Yeah, maybe. I also might make it to 80. I mean, who knows? That sounds awful, but who knows? Let's say I could make it to 80. I could also walk out today after our conversation and get in the car, and that could be the end of me after getting struck by a bus or something. So we really truly never know.
So how do you and I don't want to take up too much of your time. I could probably talk to you forever. But how do you not, I mean, of course there's the biological piece of depression and of getting beaten down that way. But there's also a huge environmental and life circumstance piece. How do you not fall into depression, or how do you get out of it if you do?
I've always really, personally, I've always really relied on having like a really key network of people that I value in my life around me at all times for that kind of support. The diagnosis of depression is not uncommon. It's almost comorbid with cystic fibrosis. We have whenever I go to the CF clinic, it's mandatory that I sit down with a psychologist and we talk about how I'm doing. Wow. Because it's not uncommon for people with cystic fibrosis to struggle with their mental health. Yeah. And I've always found that in those moments, and there have been a few, where I start to slip down into a bit of a darker period. The two things that really, really help bring me out of that is ensuring that I'm doing the thing that I like absolutely feel like I need to do, like what I've been put on this earth to do, which is to be creative and help tell and share stories.
Yeah.
But the second, and I think most important thing, is to surround myself with that key network of people that I really trust and value and love.
Yeah.
My wife plays a huge role in that. She gives me the space to navigate those times when things are low, but also is aware of who I am enough to kind of pull me back if I get too close to the deep end.
When you fall into it, you often don't know that you're in the cave because it's so dark.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Taylor and Brian, my co-hosts of Sick Boy, like they too are just a really important, vital part of my social surrounding. And the thing that I value the most in those people is knowing that if times get tough, I'm not going to be a burden on them.
Right.
To rely on what they have to offer, to rely on their support. And that was something that I think I struggled with a lot when I was younger, especially dealing with CF. Is like I would never get caught taking my medication in front of people. I would never, if I was out and if I missed 2 weeks of school because I had pneumonia and I was in the hospital and I came back, I would do everything I could to find a lie to express that I was actually on vacation or something.
Right.
Because I just never wanted to. I never wanted to feel like woe is me. I never wanted to feel like I was pouring all of my bullshit onto somebody else.
Mm.
But that's no way to live. Like that's no way to get by.
I feel like that's a very Canadian thing too. It's like we want to
Oh,
be
yeah,
polite and not inconvenience people, right? Have you
absolutely.
noticed this in a theme in the, well, how many episodes of Sick Boy have you done? How many people have you talked to?
We've done I believe it's like 226 episodes,
Wow,
something like that.
that's incredible. So have you noticed a theme among those 200 plus guests? Does everybody experience that kind of, whether it's shame or not wanting to be a burden or whatever it is? Do a lot of people grapple with that across conditions?
That's one thing that's really stuck out to Brian Taylor and myself. We were actually talking about this the other day about how when we first started the show, one of the big key points that we wanted to ensure we were sticking to when releasing episodes. So we do 4 episodes a month, right? Every Monday, give or take 4 episodes a month, depending on how many Mondays are in the month. We don't really have a strategy in terms of what illness we want to cover within that month. Really, it's just whatever's kind of sticking out to us and interests us for that week. But
Right.
one thing that we did want to ensure that we did was to release at least one episode a month that touched on mental health issue.
Okay.
Whether that's depression or bipolar or anything within the mental health spectrum. Like we were like, let's ensure that we do it at least once a month.
Right.
And then oddly enough, we started to realize that every person we're having in, whether they're coming in with Crohn's, whether they're coming in with endometriosis, they're coming in to talk about infertility, they're coming in to talk about cystic fibrosis, they're coming in to talk about, X-linked Y, like something that I've never heard of in my entire life. The one key thread between all of it is we'd always end up in this conversation about like, how's your mental health?
Yeah.
Because everyone would kind of navigate into that space of like, and because of the scenario I'm in, it affects me socially. Like I've developed social anxiety, or it, I have a really hard time getting out of bed sometimes when it's really bad, and then I get caught up in that, and it has an effect on the rest of my month. Or so like that, we would always kind of come back to the themes that we would know we were going to touch in these episodes where we knew we were specifically talking about mental health. And that was like a big wake up call for me also to realize that like, whoa, yeah, that's living with a chronic illness very often also means trying to navigate and trying to also juggle and take care of your own mental health, because they're so linked.
Yeah.
That was one thing that really struck me.
Yeah.
The other thing that kind of ties almost every single episode together is the fact that we ask this 2-part question almost at the end of every episode, which is, what's the biggest thing that your illness has taken away from you? And what's the biggest thing that your illness has given you? And the answer almost every single time when it comes to what has it given you is something along the lines of like, it's given me a deeper appreciation for the time that I have left.
Yeah.
Or it's given me
would that be your answer as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's given me, and and every time someone says it, they go, I know it's going to sound corny, but it doesn't sound corny. Like it makes so much sense to me. And I feel the same way. It's like, it's given me a perspective on how to really appreciate living.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, because in my case, I've spent so much time thinking about dying.
Yeah.
That it has forced me to really bathe in the experience of living.
Yeah.
And
I think you're helping
for that.
I think you're helping so many other people to do that too, because sometimes I think we all want to feel that way, and we all need the encouragement to do that, but we need somebody to open the door. That it's hard to take that first step yourself. So
it's like one of those things that we know, but we kind of forget we know it until somebody tells us or puts it into a certain perspective, and you go, oh yeah,
right.
I'm alive.
It's good to have reminders that we're alive, and I think your Sick Boy podcast does that. Where else can people find it? I mentioned Turn Me On as well.
Yeah, Turn Me On podcast. It's another podcast that I host with my wife. We had a lot of fun with that one. You can find us basically Turn Me On podcast and Sick Boy podcast anywhere that you find find podcasts on the web, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, what have you. And then personally, if you're ever looking to reach out, at Jeremy Saunders on Twitter and at Jeremy Saunders on Instagram, and I'm always down to chat. So you can add me there and I'm always down to chat with you, Mark. I mean, also, can I just say congratulations on a really, really wonderful year. Like, so the podcast is coming to a close, but you're going to continue things with these live streams?
Yeah, that's what we're hoping to do. I mean, I had only set out to do, I shouldn't say only because it's still a lot, but I had set out to do 50 episodes of the podcast. And we did 60, or I guess technically 65, because the finale, I'm ending it with my own story. And I was emphatic when we started the podcast, I'm sick of talking about myself.
Right.
So that's why we talked to so many other really great people, including yourself. Sick Boy. So we're going to wrap it up with my story and then do some more live streams. And I've got a few other things as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, it was an honor to be a part of it, and you should be proud.
Thank you so much. And thank you for coming on today.
Thank you. Yeah.
Take care. All right, Jeremy Saunders. So you can get his Sick Boy podcast, Turn Me On. Follow him on social media. He's really a great guy, and your life will be better if you follow some of the work that he and his friends do. I want to bring in, I want to thank Jeremy again, but I also want to bring in Rudy. Rudy, are you ready to come in here? All right, there you are. Oh, Jeremy's still here.
Hi, Jeremy.
There, we took Jeremy down.
It was funny because Jeremy, like, the first person that Jeremy saw when he came on was me, so he was probably like really confused, like, who the hell is this guy?
Had a makeover. Rudy, why don't you introduce yourself? I've mentioned you a few times here now. You're doing some stick handling. That's a Canadian term, by the way. In the background
Mark.
here, but I'm hoping that we can pull you into the conversation every now and then, and we'll have some time a little bit later this afternoon to chat. But why don't we start off with you talking about yourself?
Hey everyone, my name is Rudy Caceres. It is currently 7:26 a.m. over here, but I'm all game. Mark Henick is my guy, so if he wants me to do something, then I'm probably going to do it if the money is right. So I have my own show called SPSM Chat, Suicide Prevention Social Media, every Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And I actually had Mark on back in August, early September. We talked about the right to suicide. Can you hear me okay? I'm really bad with getting close to my mic because I tend to have a loud, booming voice. So, I've also interviewed Mark 2 times before that. He's been nothing but a sport. I've been on Mark's podcast as well. We've always had a good time. We got to meet finally last April in where was that? Austin? Sure. You are muted, so unmute yourself.
Thank you. See?
There live. We go.
We're also on the wrong side here, so now I'm you and you're me.
Oh shit. Okay. So
I don't know how to fix that. You're the producer, not me.
Hold on. Let's fix that. I'll take both of us off screen for 1 second.
Okay.
We'll be back.
I think you got.
Oh shit! I still. Okay, there we are.
We got it.
Awesome. Hopefully that didn't kill the live stream. People stopped watching
it looks like everyone's still running. So thank you for talking a bit more about yourself. We've had some really interesting, I think, cool conversations about important issues in the mental health space. I mean, one of my frustrations, although I acknowledge and accept that it's necessary, but one of my frustrations in kind of popular pop mental health advocacy and conversation is that the conversations are usually very surface level. It's usually about signs and symptoms of depression and how you can get access to medication and get better. That's important. But I think what that also does is that when people go and talk to their doctor, they're often, or if they have a doctor, that's the first struggle. There's often access issues. So if we're telling people to reach out, a lot of people are finding out that there's nobody there to reach back. Then they go to the doctor sometimes, or the helping professional, and they're met with somebody who is not always so helpful. Or they end up getting sent to hospital, or getting picked up by the police, or a number of other things. Why I'm raising this is because there's actually a lot more complexity in the mental health space than a lot of people realize. It's not just as simple as my brain is sick, I have to take some medicine and get better. And that's the type of thing that you and I talk a lot about, I think, unflinchingly. Would you agree?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing up those things. A lot of the big time mental health advocates, they tend to play it safe because they want to make sure they don't offend too many people, especially people who bring in the big bucks to pay you to speak at conferences and stuff like that. Usually healthcare conferences, so they want you to tell your uplifting, inspirational story of hope about how the mental health care system saved your life and so on and so forth. I'm probably one of the few people to say don't reach out to help. Um,
Well, maybe
don't
you should
talk.
give that. Maybe you should give that a little more context, though. But
Yeah,
explain why.
Bell, let's not talk.
Bell, let's not talk. Oh,
Get
there's
that hashtag running.
So we're going to talk about the criticisms around Bell Let's Talk. I think they are legitimate and they are fair. I think you have 365 other days a year for people to do that. But anyway, we'll get back to that in a minute.
Yeah, we are selling out.
Yeah, I want to hear more about your views on the dangers of asking for help, of reaching out. What informs that for you?
Well, like you mentioned, you can get the cops called on you, and that can be very dangerous for marginalized groups. I mean, I could probably pass off as white and I'm hetero and I'm a man, so it may not be as scary for me, and I take that for granted sometimes. But the thing is that the police are not the people that you want helping you out when you're in a crisis, when you're really, really distressed and you're probably screaming or maybe even talking to yourself, hearing voices that others don't hear, or having a different reality from
Sure.
others.
Well, and cops are getting more and more training on how to deal with these issues, but they're not mental health professionals.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They're trained to recognize diagnoses. And so if someone has a diagnosis of schizophrenia, even with the training, mental health first aid, what have you, they still see schizophrenia as this scary thing that needs to be controlled. If someone is outwardly presenting, then you got to call the police. They're a danger to themselves, they're a danger to others. And it's not necessarily the truth most of the time. And so I feel like these diagnoses do more harm than good. Even for me, who's outwardly bipolar, I have no problem saying that.
Right.
But I also have these privileges, like I mentioned. So there's others, they get diagnosed bipolar and then they get put in this box and they just have no rights. I feel like people labeled mentally ill like have the least amount of rights. Like I feel like 4-year-olds have more rights than us. So.
And those rights are routinely violated. People don't actually really get this. That seclusion and restraint, the World Health Organization has called it a violation of somebody's human rights. But these are widely used practices across Canada and the United States. You would not be able to walk into a psychiatric ward without seeing seclusion and restraint being used.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely overused. I mean, to be clear, it's not as bad as it used to be. I mean,
Sure.
At least not as far as like that's the go-to thing. If these trainings have done anything, it's that should be a last resort. I still disagree with it in total. There are services. I mean, there are trainings that are more humane, that are more trying to de-escalate the situation than just taking someone out, just tackling them, or using chemical restraints, forcing medication into them. And not a lot of people want to accept that if someone is quote unquote mentally ill, that they can't be reasoned with because they don't have insight into their illness. And so absolutely they can.
I'm just going to, as a quick tangent, can you hear me typing? Because I have a really clicky, old-fashioned keyboard, which I love, but is it loud?
No, it's fine. I hear it, but it's not distracting.
Okay,
If anyone is distracted by that, I want to make sure we get to some of these comments because
that's exactly what I was just going to say. Yeah.
it's starting to pile up, and I want to make sure people feel like this is an interactive thing. So, thank you, Allison, for the comments. Great idea to have you lead a conversation with other mental health advocates. No, it's an awesome thing. And if you have any comments or questions for Mark, we will get to those. Depending on like the time we have in between interviews, we don't want to um like I guess like this not distract ourselves, but like get derailed because some of these people they only have a short amount of time to talk. So I
But
hope you understand that out there in social media
yeah,
land.
I think people
Um,
get that. There is some time built in for people to participate, and actually, I'd like to build in some time if anybody actually wants to join the feed. If we have any brave souls out there who want to come in, Allison, I saw your comment earlier. I've followed your work. I've seen some of the things you posted, and you're doing wonderful work. So if you want to join this feed, you'd be welcome to send me a DM on. I think we're connected on Facebook or Twitter or somewhere. Send me a DM. I'd happy to be able to bring you in as
Great
soon as
comment, Joel.
there's your wonderful partner.
Hey, Joel, if you have the ovaries, then come on this live stream and challenge Mark yourself.
Is she in the other room right now?
Yeah, she's with
Yeah,
her puppy.
yeah, and I'm not that offensive.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I hope you're okay with posting links to stuff that is being
Great.
discussed. So
Well, and I
definitely
hope
go,
that people do check out Sick Boy. It's a really great show.
yeah, sickboypodcast.com. Super easy. It's also on iTunes and all the other things. Um, And so we are multi-streaming on Facebook, both Mark Henick's personal page and business page. Go check out the business page. Mark does not accept friend requests. He does not like people.
Oh,
And so we're also on your YouTube page where it'll be that's probably the easiest place to access it later on. So you can search for it and go to Mark Henick's YouTube page. You can also check out all of his other podcasts and all the other good stuff. And we're also on Periscope, which you should be able to see on Twitter at Mark Henick. Is that correct?
yeah, I tweeted and retweeted the link, so it should be there. Now that
Yeah.
said, you'll notice that there's a lot of traffic coming from my Twitter account right now. I schedule a lot of interesting facts and figures and quotes and things like that for Bell Let's Talk. And actually, I wasn't going to do it this year. I was just going to do this live stream and the finale for my podcast, which I didn't even talk about yet. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. But then it turned out I had actually already scheduled a bunch, and I forgot because I have a mush brain. Sometimes I
Oh no,
blame it
that's
on
totally fine.
my various conditions. I don't know. So that's why there's
No,
so much
like
crap.
you're allowed to do that. Like I feel like oftentimes we feel like people like we can't like quote unquote blame our health conditions on us not being optimal, I guess, in our productivity or social skills. And I feel like that's too far in the other direction. Like, obviously, you don't want to blame everything on it because that can be a crutch, and learn
No, but some
helplessness
things
is a
really
thing.
do. My primary things, my primary faculties that are affected by my depression in particular, but also my anxiety. I still live with these things, even though I identify as in recovery, and more so now than ever. But my concentration is definitely affected. My ability to focus. Some of the episodes of the podcast you don't hear it because I had a wonderful editor at Mark's nice offensive. Thank you, Joel. You don't really hear it because I had wonderful editors, Dave Trafford and the team at Entertainment One on the podcast. But there were a couple of interviews where I lost my train of thinking halfway through a sentence, either because I was so damn tired because I wasn't sleeping, or just because I couldn't focus.
You know, it's funny. I have a bone to pick with your editor because there, in my interview, you asked me if I love myself, and I was like, didn't say anything for probably a minute. But if you listen to the podcast, it sounds like it's only a few seconds. And that to
One
me
piece
was like
you
very
noticed.
dramatic because like it was like I get like as an editor for the most part you want to cut as much dead air,
Sure.
but you also want to recognize that there's silence can be very powerful at times.
Sure, the
So
pregnant pause. I use it all the time on stage. It can be very powerful. I'm not sure if it translates quite as well only in your ear when you're on the subway or whatever you're doing.
I would disagree. I mean,
Yeah.
very very sparingly. Like for the most part, yes, you're right. We're not going to get into that. That's so totally inside baseball. So let's get back on track.
All right. Well, so then people need to know that Rudy does love himself, but he does so theatrically with long pauses. So next up, we're waiting. We're supposed to have another guest in right now, but it looks like he's tied up. So I think maybe what we should do is check out the chat. You and I can keep talking some more, and I can try to
Yeah,
get
definitely.
our
And
next person.
Mark, I guess we can talk about Bell Let's Talk later, but like I know very little. I'm in Los Angeles, so we don't really celebrate Bell Let's Talk Day, but like I
Right.
know several Canadian mental health advocates who it's a big deal in Canada, whether you love it or hate it. It's
Right.
unavoidable, which in a way in and of itself is good because in America, like there's no like really national conversation about mental health, and when it is, it's when like there's a mass murderer or something like that. So
Right.
I wish we had something like that, or I don't wish we had it. Obviously, I don't wish we just had one day. I wish it was just like we just talk about it all the time.
Sure.
But if
You know,
anything, I guess
I think that the so it's the 10th anniversary of Bell Let's Talk Day, and I think I've participated every year so far, especially the last 7 years, really intensely. And I can tell just from having been there, and I think anybody else who's been along for the whole journey so far, and certainly the people who've been involved on Bell, Mary Deacon, heads it up, and others, that the types of criticisms you hear of this campaign have been around since the very beginning, and they're not illegitimate. They're not all illegitimate concerns. You know, Bell as a company, they're a massive company. They're one of the biggest companies in Canada, so of course they're going to be held to a different standard, a higher standard, rightfully so, if they're doing campaigns about mental health and wellness, and there are issues within their business itself. Now that said, I can also say just because I've paid attention to the research and the insider knowledge that they are doing. They're making efforts to improve their workplace, to do trainings, to offer resources, all kinds of things. And in fact, I would argue that they're doing a lot more than many other companies are. That said, there's a long way to go. There are other issues. I tweeted about this yesterday, and there's an issue that I wasn't previously aware of, but I'm grateful that I'm aware of it now. Around phone calls from prisons. As you know, Rudy, half the prison population or more are people with mental illnesses, who either get a mental illness because of the prison environment itself, or get put in prison because there's nowhere else to put them. Prisons have become the de facto asylums that we used to have, and that's no way to treat people. So that was an issue apparently around phone calls in prisons, and they are a telecom company that they could do more that might be negatively impacting people with mental illnesses because they can't call their family.
yeah. I mean, a criticism that I heard, and again, I'm American, so I don't know everything. Was that they weren't the best as far as granting mental health days? Has that gotten better?
That I don't know because I don't work for the company, but I think that we've seen a trend over the last 10 years, and I think it is largely because of Bell Let's Talk in many ways, of most companies increasing their benefits, or at least the most progressive, most successful companies increasing their benefits. I don't know if they did this in the States as well, but in Canada at least, Starbucks gave all of their full time and part time employees, I think it's a $5,000 benefit for psychotherapy. Another
Oh,
insurance
good.
company, Manulife, or was it Green Shield? I think it was Manulife. Please, somebody correct me if that's incorrect. Gave all their employees and their families a $10,000 mental health benefit. I guarantee you, if somebody I can almost guarantee you anyway, if somebody got diagnosed early on enough with a relatively garden variety depression, which depression, as you know, is known as kind of the common cold of mental illnesses. A lot of people get depression. If they had a $10,000 benefit, they could afford to go to psychotherapy with a really good psychotherapist every single week for an entire year and afford medication. I am pretty confident that if they went through that intensive kind of a treatment, that they have a very high probability of recovering. But most people don't get that kind of benefit.
Yeah, and actually, I'm interested in your view. Like you said, you're in recovery, but what does that mean? Do you still struggle?
Sure. Yeah, I think my definition of recovery has evolved over the years. I used to see recovery as making it through the day or getting out of bed in the morning when I really felt like I couldn't. or getting through a week or a month. What I've noticed I was first hospitalized when I was 12 for a suicide attempt. So I've been struggling with depression, or I should say living with depression now, that's how I would say it, since at least 9 or 10 years old. So more longer than I haven't. But what I noticed after my last suicide attempt, which is featured in in the podcast finale episode where Mike Ritchie was a complete stranger who saved my life. Ever since then, the relapses used to be fairly close together. It was almost always a struggle with little glimmers of light here and there. And then it started to balance out a little more. Eventually it got to a point where it was kind of half and half, where there was some good things and I recognized them, but then there's still a lot of shitty stuff too that I really, was hard for me to deal with. And then over the course of many years, the relapses would come usually once a year in the spring, because that's when a lot of my trauma, my early childhood trauma happened, I think. And now I can honestly say I haven't relapsed, and this is the longest period that I've ever had. I still have hard days and difficult times, and still experience symptoms that I'm fairly confident are symptoms sometimes. But I would say that I'm far beyond remission now, and I functionally think that I don't really experience the darkness in the way that I used to really at all. So that's what I define recovery as now, as essentially, for me, cured.
When you're doing your speaking, like, do you ever feel detached from your darkest times, I guess? Do you ever just feel like you can't personally relate to what was going on in your head at that time? Does it feel harder to like tap into those raw emotions when you're speaking?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I love the art of speaking just as a self-expressive way. Our next guest is on deck here now, so
Yeah,
I'm in a second, but I'm going to finish this thought, and maybe we can follow this up later too. But
sure.
the way that I've likened telling my stories is that I very intentionally, when I get on a stage, I go deep into the story. I do that intentionally. I don't do it in an unprocessed way, though, and I think that's really important, because what research has shown is that people telling their stories is the best way to break down stigma. But there's a helpful and not so helpful way of doing that. If somebody gets on stage and dumps all their trauma on the audience and then doesn't do anything with that material, that could actually potentially result in more stigma. It could have the opposite effect. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't have to be a big inspirational, story, but you have to do something with it. So the way that I've likened it since then, since I've kind of learned that skill, is that I'm able to dip back into the water of the struggle to really live the emotional truth of it again. But just through practice, I'm able to pull myself back out again and then just tuck it away and compartmentalize it. Not repress it, so I don't know it's there or try to ignore that it's there. I know that it's there, and I've actually learned how to use it as a skill, rather than something that I either try to run from or that I can't escape from. Now I use it, and it's been pretty successful actually. It's Depression is pretty much my only transferable skill, so I might as well try to commercialize it.
Yes, nothing can stop you.
Nothing can stop me. Anyway, our next guest is on deck here. This is Paul Nadeau. I first experienced Paul. Thank you, Rudy, for
I'll be back in between interviews. So see you soon, everyone.
Yes. So Paul, I first experienced when I was, and Rudy, if you can figure out those lower thirds, I'm not going to be. Oh, wait, I can do this. Oh, hold on. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one either. I'm doing what I told you not to. Anyway, Rudy, I'm going to leave that up to you. So, Paul, I first experienced Paul when he was on the stage of TEDx Toronto a few years ago. I was blown away by his story. I thought it was just incredible. And I'm going to let him tell you some of that. But he has a background in policing, in hostage negotiation. I had him on my podcast as well, where we really talked about the skills that he learned and used in those jobs to apply it to mental health related context. So that's why I wanted to have him back on the live cast today. He's a great storyteller. So Paul, let's see if I can get you. There you are.
Here we are. How you doing?
Good, Paul. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Looks like my video. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, I missed that. We
said-
just got a little bit of a lag here, so I apologize if I cut you off or anything like that. I don't intend to.
Okay. No, I was just going to say that your video quality. That's not working, eh?
It's a little choppy. Rudy, why don't you monitor it? We'll continue on, I think, for a few minutes here. If it becomes too distracting, then we'll try to figure out another way to bring you in.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, Paul, it's probably better to hear from you than from me about who you are. So, why don't you give us a little bit of background about yourself?
I came from an abusive background, which had a very violent father who, used to beat my father. Sorry, used to beat my brother, my mother, and myself, and used to lock me in a trunk. I got through childhood fearing, living in under the radar, so to speak, trying not to make any noise and trying not to upset, the monster in the house.
Mhm.
I also felt I was conditioned to believe that I wouldn't amount to anything and that I shouldn't even try because I wasn't succeeding in school. I was fearful at home and I became very depressed at a young age. But something happened to me in grade 7 that changed my entire outlook on things because when I felt like a failure, I acted like a failure. And in grade 7, I was starting to like girls. I was starting to, to pay attention to them. And this one teacher actually embarrassed me so significantly in class one day. I want and I expect everybody to pass the next test, and everybody will, except for you, Nadeau. I know that you're already going to fail. And that was the moment that really hurt in me. And I went back home and I did something that I had not been accustomed to. I started studying as much as I could for that test. And I went in and I wrote it. And as was customary in the teacher's class, he would call the person with the lowest grade to pick up their paper first. And I was conditioned to be that person. When you start believing you're a failure, you behave like a failure. And so I waited, for my name to be called, and it wasn't that day. And it wasn't for, halfway through the class. And my classmates were wondering, what the heck? And then finally, there were 3 people left in the classroom to be called up to pick up their paper. I was the one to receive the second highest grade. That was a defining moment for me, Mark, because it was then that I realized that I didn't have to listen to those voices in my head that conditioned and programmed me to believe that I was a failure. And the feeling of that walk, it was not a walk of shame that I took to take my paper. It was a walk of pride. And the look in my classmates' eyes and the feeling I had in my heart really evolved into believing in myself to the point where I eventually became a police officer, something that I had promised myself to do. And
I think you had mentioned that. Was it your dad that was a police officer, or there's policing in your family?
no, there was never any policing in my family.
Okay.
No, in fact, my father was a factory worker.
Okay.
And he killed Santa Claus. I think I told you that during our talk when I was 7
Yeah.
years.
So this is what I'm remembering. I think there was some sort of connection here between why you became a police officer and this desire for maybe law and order. I can't
Yeah.
quite remember what it was.
Yeah, no, what it was, Mark, is that because of the abuse that I suffered at home and, his killing Santa Claus. When I say he killed Santa Claus, some of the listeners are probably wondering, what? It was 2 weeks before Christmas, and my brother and I were standing inside the home, just by the front door. And we were both excited that Christmas was coming and that Santa Claus was coming. And my father walked in from outside carrying a .22 rifle in his hands. And he looked at both of us dead in the eye and as serious as could be said, I just killed Santa Claus. There won't be a Christmas this year. And then he walked downstairs and put his rifle away.
How old were you guys at this point?
I was 7 and my younger brother was about 5. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I have a 6-year-old right now, and I can't possibly imagine. What kind of impact that would have on you guys?
I just remember both of us breaking down and crying, uncontrollably. and it was we believed him.
Sure.
There was no reason not to believe this violent man that was
Right.
capable of hurting. There
Well,
was
and
no.
that's something else too that I think that people they don't realize that when somebody attacks the thing that is really important to you, it doesn't matter if it's important to anybody else. If you're a 6-year-old kid and you really believe in Santa Claus and that's the center of that time of year in your whole world, when somebody kills that person and you really believe it, that's traumatic. It when somebody kills the things that are important to us, that's what trauma is, I think.
I agree with you, and you internalize that trauma, and it affects you in many ways. Simply, after experiencing that trauma, I think my father realized he had gone a little bit too far. So he had asked a friend of his about a week later to come to the house wearing a Santa outfit with a stupid mask on. And I just looked at the guy, looked behind his mask, and walked away. Like I knew that he was a fake, and everything else was going to be fake, concerning, Santa Claus and Christmas.
Mm.
But it was things like that that made me so determined that when I grew up, I wanted to become a police officer so I could arrest my father and people like him. And that's what motivated me to become a cop. Now, at the age of 17, my father killed himself with the same rifle that he killed Santa Claus with. So I wasn't able to arrest him or seek, some kind of justice on him. But I became that cop, and having that newfound belief in myself, I knew that I wanted to help others, and I really applied myself to my work as a police officer. I
Can I
became a
ask you, if it's not too personal? I've got kind of a thing for asking personal questions, though.
yeah, that's
Um,
okay.
you know, when people die, I think that there's a complicated relationship when it's somebody who has been when we've had a trauma history with them, when we've had a difficult upbringing with them, and I think people think that you're supposed to love and honor your parents and all this biblical stuff, but when it's been such a traumatic part of your life. So, what was your reaction like when your father killed himself? What were you thinking and feeling when you found that out?
Well, I was 17, and my mother and my younger brother and sister were living alone. And I remember visiting with them, hearing the news uh, from the detectives, and not feeling too much sadness at the moment. It wasn't until I went to the visiting, his casket. It was a closed casket. It wasn't until I went there with my brothers and sisters that I put my hands on the closed casket, and it hit me, and I began to cry. So as much as he may have been abusive, I did love the man. He was my dad, and he wasn't always a monster. There was a Jekyll and Hyde in him. It just came out at certain times, but most of the times it would come out with us, and very, very often.
Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of people who have found themselves in traumatic relationships, either with a significant other or with a parent of some kind, can relate to exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. You tend, as a boy, I was his favorite, like my older brother definitely was not his favorite, but I was my father's favorite. So when you're abused, you tend to cling to the one who abuses you the most because you are afraid that if you don't show that kind of affection or whatever, that more is going to come down the road.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, can you? I think there might be a little bit of a bridge here to the work that you did much later throughout your policing career, and then getting into terrorist negotiating as well overseas. So, can you talk a bit more about how you took these skills that you learned and these experiences that you had and brought them into your policing, and then later into the relationship building with in really dangerous circumstances, like you talked about at TED?
Well, I certainly can. Sometimes we look at things that happen to us that have hurt us, and we kind of internalize that, and we feel blocked from moving forward with it. We feel shame and guilt and regret or whatever. I choose to look at some of the things that happened to me, not so much as things that happened to me, but things that happened for me. What did I learn from this experience? What good things came out of this? As terrible as being physically and emotionally abused as a child was, the good thing that came out of that is that I learned how to communicate better with people. I learned, I devoted myself to a career of helping others. And I realized very early on in my career that when I was vulnerable, when I shared my story, that people tended to open up a lot easier to me. And this translated into more confessions from criminals. This translated into more disclosures from victims who had been, assaulted or sexually assaulted.
And how commonly, just to go touch on the criminal piece, did you come across any evidence or disclosures that they too had been traumatized? That they had the dad who threatened to kill.
Yes, that happened quite often. The moment I'd walk in, say, to talk to a murderer and or to talk to a rapist or a child molester or a gang member, whatever, I tell people this: you're not going in to talk to a rapist or a murderer. You're going in to talk to a human being, who may or may not have been accused of the crime. So what we need to do is separate the crime from the individual. And sometimes in conflict, we need to do the same. If somebody has hurt us, we need to separate what they've done from the person they are, because everybody's got a story and there's good in everybody. So when I would walk in, the first thing I would say is that I'm not here to judge you and I'm not here to find you guilty of anything. I just want to find out what happened. And they'd, of course, immediately say, hey, my lawyer told me not to say anything. I'm not talking to you, copper, or they'd use other choice words. And I'd say, that's fine. Listen, let me just sit here and talk to you because I really want to get to know the person you are, because you've been accused of something and I have no idea who you are or what happened or why. And I would really like to find out. And then I would start trying to establish a rapport and, get them talking. And it could be about anything, could be about the weather, could be about, where they grew up, could be about, and then the vulnerability, my vulnerability. I'd start to talk about things that had happened, to me. And it's amazing when you treat people with dignity and respect, when you treat them the way that you want to be treated. And we've all heard that before, but boy, does it ever work. Yeah. When you do that, their body language shifts, they open up. And when you touch on the fact that, hey, I can understand what you might be going through, but I'd like to hear from you. I remember one guy, and I'm shifting into one particular example, a biker. Picture this 250, 300-pound biker sitting in a small chair, waiting to be interrogated. I walk in and I begin to deliver, like this: I'm not here to treat to find you guilty of anything. I'm here to treat you with dignity and respect. I'd really like to get to. Within 2 or 3 minutes, this biker starts crying, and he looks up at me and he says, "You were the first one to tell me that you were going to treat me with dignity and respect. I've never heard that before." He cried and he opened up and he told me everything. Yeah. It works when you connect with another human being.
Did you ever find in the course of these conversations, or maybe you had done a lot of the processing of your own stuff through training, or maybe not, I don't know. I mean, you see examples where police officers clearly haven't done enough work on themselves before they get into the field. But did you ever find yourself triggered by any of the stuff that you were hearing, or stuff that other people were going to, really difficult for you to hold emotionally?
No, not triggered. I wouldn't be triggered by what other people said. I had come,
or even then, just the weight of carrying, because you see some pretty rough stuff, right?
Oh yeah, and that's an excellent question, Mark, because the weight of it would take its toll. Hearing stories of people who've been physically and sexually abused, hearing stories, just horrific stories. I remember working in the sexual assault unit, and dealing with abused children. And I had 2 young daughters, very young daughters, and, hearing the stories of young girls who had been sexually molested and going back home and looking at my girls and just giving them a great big hug and thinking, God, this world is just so horrific and so many people have to go through so much. And yeah, it was tough sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
I remember the murder scene of a young girl by the name of Christine Jessup. It happened in Ontario back in the 90s, and seeing, you know, her body that was discovered in a field, and how she was dressed, and knowing exactly what happened to this 9-year-old precious child, and going back home. You know, this was New Year's Eve, and going back home, and you know, just kind of crying, you know, like it's like, my God, how do you handle this, you know?
Yeah. Well, so how do you handle it? I mean, we know that first responders of all kinds, whether or not they're police, fire, paramedic, or the many, many other kinds of first responder, we know that they have very high rates of depression, of anxiety, of suicide. So what kind of supports did you get from your employer, and how did you manage these emotions? How did it not overcome you?
Well, back, you know, for many, many years when I first started out, we didn't have a support system in place. You know, my support was probably a bottle of tequila, a couple of beers, you know, like, you know, going out and doing something, just trying to get my mind off it, you know, partying too much, doing whatever, you know, to take the focus off, you know, what's really going on, and just refocus on the fact of what job you have.
Right.
But over the years, you know, police departments and paramedics and everyone else realize that once a critical incident happens, there is a responsibility to send in a peer group of supporters to bring everybody who's been involved in that particular traumatic experience together, so that they can share their feelings, and also to give them information about what they might expect. So, for example, anybody involved in a you know, in a vehicle collision that ended up in death, or a murder, you know, going to a murder scene. Afterwards, everybody, it was mandatory, and it is today, to get together, sit there, have counselors come in, explain to you, okay, in the next 24 hours, you might experience no sleep, you this, and anxiety, depression, or whatever. And, you know, these are steps to, you know, to take, or whatever. There is help that's available to you. And also to get everybody to open up about their experience. This is
Yeah.
what we're talking about. My God, the power of having people open up and saying, how are you feeling? You know, tell me how you're feeling, because everybody in the room is feeling the same thing. But so many people are afraid of opening up and saying, you know, I feel, I don't know, I feel uncertain. I feel scared. I feel broken. I feel terrified. You know, I'm feeling sick. You know, and you know, 2 or 3 people in that room might say, I'm feeling the same way. But we have to encourage people to do that, right?
We do, and I think, you know, that's why days like Bell Let's Talk are so helpful and so useful. That, you know, nothing is perfect. Right before you came on, Rudy and I were talking a little bit about some of the criticism about things like this, and how you know, you can't do everything perfectly all the time. But I think having the ability to have a day-long platform, sure, it should be every day, but an intense day like this, to really tell people that not only is it acceptable to open up, that it's actually a good thing, that it can be your strength, that you become then part of that community of peers, by realizing that actually maybe people aren't as judgmental as they are in my head about my experience. There's always some judgmental trolls and out there, but the vast majority of people, in my experience, have been supportive because they've been there too.
You know, yeah, I don't think anybody has gone through life not being, you know, not having faced adversity, you know, despair, depression, anxiety. Um, I mentioned earlier that vulnerability, you know, people, you know, think that vulnerability, they attach a dark emotion to it. They attach regret, shame, guilt, all this stuff, you know, all this has happened to me. Yet it's by being vulnerable that we connect the best to human beings, because we are more similar than we are different. When we share our experiences, share what we've been through, or share what we're going through, it opens the pathway to emotions such as acceptance, love, understanding. It is the gateway to connection. And we have to, as you said, we have to encourage people to be more open about what they're going through, what they've experienced. Once that release happens and you tell a number of people, one person, 2 people, a crowd of people, hey, you know, this is how I'm feeling, you'll get applauded for it. you'll get applauded. I was at an event last night, and this is exactly what was happening. People were getting up and telling their stories, and it was just overwhelming, the support from the audience that applauded them, and you could see on their faces just how affected in a beautiful way they were, to know that they weren't alone and that people had their backs, because we are more similar than we are different.
We absolutely are. Well, Paul, I don't think we're going to have to get time. We're not going to have time to get into the other major chunk of your career and everything that you've been doing since. But I hope that if people get an opportunity to see you speak live, because you're such a great storyteller, pick up your book. I see a copy of it over your shoulder there. I've got a copy on my shoulder.
Yeah.
So take control of your life. Where else can people find you?
Just by Googling me, Paul Nadeau, or J. Paul Nadeau. They can find me on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and on the internet. Reach out to me, and I'm making a difference in the world, and I want to continue doing that, and I want to continue supporting people and encouraging people to be more vulnerable, to open up, and to make this world a happier place.
Thanks so much for joining me today, Paul.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, that's J. Paul Nadeau, if you're looking for the name on his book. And he's just such a really interesting person, like I say, to talk to. His story that we didn't really get a chance to get into here, you can go check it out on his TED Talk, My Life Was Saved by a Terrorist. The title is as captivating as the talk itself is, and I really recommend going to see that, because it pulls on the same themes that he was already talking about finding humanity in anybody, and really, isn't that the project of all of mental health advocacy in many ways? I've gotten myself some trolling online. I'm going to bring Rudy back in to talk with me about this part, about things like not criminally responsible legislation, NCR, where somebody commits a crime and then is found not legally responsible or criminally responsible for that crime because of their mental state at the time. So, Rudy, welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch your name.
There.
I'm going to keep doing this. There we go. So, Rudy, what's your opinion on NCR? Because this does happen. We know that violence and mental illness has been researched in more than, I think, 50 peer-reviewed studies, probably a lot more than that by now around the world, that the connection is tenuous at best, that people are far more likely with mental illnesses to be victims of violence themselves than to ever be perpetrators, and that scientifically speaking, mental illness is not a predictor of violence. Yet, sometimes, very rarely, people who are severely ill, often with psychosis in particular because of the way it distorts reality, they do commit crimes. And then are sometimes found not criminally responsible for those crimes. Do you have any thought on this bundle of issues?
Yeah, I think we have to look beyond the illness and really understand, like, because obviously people commit crimes whether they're labeled mentally ill or not. What is causing them to go over the top? So whether it be, say, white supremacy, sexism, all these different things, all these discriminatory views, how does one develop that mindset? I mean, I guess you can make the claim that people with psychosis or what have you are more susceptible to being manipulated or being more religiously zealous, which I guess, but there is so much more than that.
Yeah.
And I feel like when we just say, like, oh, it's the mental illness, then
Right.
you can be case closed. That's what's it. We need more asylums. We need to medicate more people.
That's a good
And
I think there's
that's,
two parts of this. So the one that I mentioned introing this part of the conversation that I got trolled pretty heavily for, actually trolling is kind of a soft word for it, because I got death threats for it, where there's a case in Canada where a man beheaded a completely innocent person on a Greyhound bus. He did so while he was very profoundly experiencing psychosis. It was later reported that he believed he was being attacked by an alien or the devil, or I can't remember the exact details, and that's why he beheaded and partially cannibalized this innocent victim on a bus. He was found not criminally responsible because he was experiencing such profound psychosis at the time, and he did express remorse for that, and he has to live with that for the rest of his life. understandably, because the case was so graphic, I had nightmares myself just from the news coverage about that for at least 3 nights afterward. Uh, I think understandably, people were outraged that he was found not criminally responsible because they thought that it was a get out of jail free card, that he was just being written off. Um, when, of course, that's not the case. He was actually sent to an asylum, functionally speaking, which is more restrictive than many prisons. So I guess where does it psychologically? It's understandable that people would get so upset because it's so emotional. Crime is such an emotional thing, especially when it involves murders and rapes and things of that nature. And I think that's where our stigma reduction and awareness raising about no, he really did believe he was being attacked by the devil. And what would you do if you thought you were being attacked by the devil? I still don't think people really understand that yet.
Yeah, and I'm glad you had Paul on because it's great to emphasize that these are still people. They were not born evil. They were not born criminals or crazy or what have you. And so I feel like in our society, we don't believe in redemption
Mm,
anymore. We don't believe in rehabilitation anymore. And so when that happens, if someone commits a heinous, awful act that should never happen for any reason, we tend to just put them in this box of they should just be tortured and all this stuff and be in prison and
punished.
all this stuff. And that just leads to this prison industrial complex, this belief that all the crazy people should be locked up in asylums. So that can be harmful in itself. I
Yeah,
get the reaction, especially if I was that person's family member, loved one. I'd be
yeah,
like, no, this I will kill this person,
yeah.
honestly.
Oh, of course.
But
Yeah, and I think that's the reaction that many people had. That you know, put yourself in the place of the poor victim's family, and yeah, look, I get that. I can't possibly imagine what that was like for them. But does that then mean that we um, violate the human rights of somebody else too out of punishment? That's not the type of society that we live in. Because if we continue down that road, then you're right. We build the asylums again. We take all the people who exhibit any kind of symptom as a potential risk when the risk is actually very, very small. And then we overcompensate. We overreact. Look at the war on terrorism and the war on drugs and everything else that happens in America. And that approach typically doesn't even work.
no, absolutely not. And so it just casts too wide a net. Let's say that. So we have these mass killers, these shooters, much more so in America, as you probably know. And so every time that happens, there becomes this talk that we need to lock up all the crazies. Whatever that means. Does that mean someone who's diagnosed with depression, but that has it on their medical record that they have a mental illness? Where do you draw the line?
Well, this was
And
controversy on between Canada and the U.S. too. That I think I'm not sure if it was just in Ontario or if it was Canada wide. Um, Police databases, which are shared across the border, were sharing data about people's mental health calls. Now, if you're suicidal and somebody calls 911, which is still very, very common, I mean, that's all. I tell people sometimes that they should do that, and I know we disagree on that point, but then that piece of information was being shared with border security, and then they were denying entry to people because they had a mental health history because they dared to call for help.
yeah, it's funny. Like I live in Los Angeles, so you're like if you have brown skin, you're more likely to get deported. so,
Right, right.
so
Yeah,
to Mexico or something, or even more south. So it's interesting how the differences and the similarities between the United States and Canada in both ways. They are screwed up.
yeah. Well,
Um,
no, I think the other side of this mental illness and violence piece too is that we have, there's the issue around people who actually do have mental illnesses who, even though rare, commit a crime of some kind. There's, I've noticed the other direction of attacking this question too is the assumption that if you're violent, therefore you are mentally ill or have a mental illness. Or you hear this all the time about Donald Trump too, that because he's such an asshole, he must be mentally ill. Well, hold on, pump the brakes there. Why are those two things connected? maybe he's just an asshole. Maybe I should have put up an explicit. I don't know if asshole is a swear or not. Anyway, welcome to live casting. But,
Yeah, in case you're wondering if we're live or not.
yeah, but this is the I think this is where you see that stigma still exists and why we still need to keep doing things like Bell Let's Talk and awareness raising, because everybody's woke and progressive and accepting when they're prepared to be so. But when the situations are challenging, when it's NCR, or when you're talking about Donald Trump's erratic and strange behavior, or when you're talking about things that are really uncomfortable, standing up for people that you don't agree with and who in fact are contrary to your entire way of being, that's when I think the rubber hits the road and when we see that stigma is still alive and well.
Yeah, people labeled mentally ill as like one of the few groups that both progressives and conservatives equally discriminate against, just in different ways. So
yeah, no,
that's
I think that's true.
Before we continue, and I know we're going to get to our next guest or next video, so I just want to make sure we give some shout outs. So Glenn Hennick says, "Great work, Marco."
Thanks, Uncle Glenn.
So, and I posted the link to Paul's book across the various platforms we're streaming on, so go check that out. Thank you, Karen. Karen is probably in the running for MVP, so she also says, as a psychiatric nurse, I have cared for many forensic cases in the hospital. I have always maintained my professionally treating them with respect. It is not always easy knowing some of the terrible crimes these people have done, non-judgmental
I think that's what Karen just said there. I think it relates back to the conversation that I just had with Paul as well, that there's a weight to carrying other people's stuff. And this is where we need to do more work in the mental health profession, both to avoid stigma from taking root, but also just to help people to unburden themselves and to take care of themselves. Mental health workers shouldn't be expected to go in for an 8 or 12-hour shift, absorb all this emotional energy from so many people, and then just forget it magically when they walk out the door and do it again the next day. I don't think that's fair to anybody, and that's why we see such high rates of compassion fatigue and burnout and mental illnesses among frontline mental health care professionals.
Yeah, and let me be clear, is that when I said, like, don't reach out for help, like, obviously you can't just bottle everything in. You have to find people in your inner circle or peer support. But like you said, like, the mental health care system in many ways, in Canada, United States, pretty much everywhere, except for, I guess, Sweden or some shit. But it's very hard to get the help that you need. Oftentimes, you're just have a label on you, you're treated as such, and it's hard to find a therapist that you actually click with that your insurance will pay for, even in Canada. Like,
well, and actually,
again,
that's not even the front line. I think it's a very if you're in Los Angeles or New York, everybody has a therapist. You can't swing a cat without hitting a therapist, let alone people who have therapists. But elsewhere, the rest of the real world, I think that's much less common. First of all, psychotherapy is expensive. In Canada, like in the United States, well, I mean, a lot of things aren't covered by public funding in the United States, but in Canada, where we do theoretically have a public health care system, we actually have a public medical care system, and psychotherapy isn't covered, despite the fact that there's decades of science to show that it works just as well, sometimes even better, than medication does. But the frontline approach still right now is hire more psychiatrists, get more hospital beds, and that's going to fix mental illness. I don't think that's the case at all.
Yeah, and let's be clear, Marco, is that just because therapy is made available, even through insurance, like I have VA insurance, and the only type of therapy is CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. I have never liked CBT. I don't like doing homework. I don't like filling things out in a sheet.
In order to benefit from it, to be fair.
Yeah, so
therapy's hard.
Yeah, and so it's just very hard. Even if you have therapy covered, it may not be what works best for you, and you don't have any other option. Or I don't like group therapy either. So I have to go to like a community college to talk to a PsyD intern who is like 10 times better than any CBT therapist I ever had. No knock on CBT. If it works for you, totally fine.
Totally fine. And I'm totally the same approach too. There's lots of different ways to wellness. And I don't at all actually to If somebody benefits from natural treatments, and if they actually really do benefit, and it's not one of those cases where their life is still spinning out of control, they're just trying to convince themselves that they're doing a lot better, because that happens sometimes too, because they're taking CBD or whatever. But if it actually does really work for them, I'm happy for them. I think that's wonderful. You do you. There's lots of different routes to recovery.
Yeah, and like also, even if you like CBT, usually, at least in the United States, again, I can only speak from an American, is that you might only have your insurance be able to cover 6 to 8 sessions, and then after that, it's
Yeah.
just, you're on your own.
You're on
Like
your
you
own, and
better have.
there's also a quality control issue in psychotherapy, and this is, I think, the next phase of mental health awareness. We're beyond scratching. We need to be beyond scratching the surface of these are just the signs and symptoms of depression, and these are the basic antidepressants you should go on. That's 10 years ago kind of thought. We need greater sophistication in how we talk about mental health care. First of all, mental illness is not a singular thing. There are hundreds of, depending on the reference manual you use, different types of diagnoses and then variations of severity and types of treatment. Likewise, in psychotherapy is not a singular thing. There are many, many different types. And then there's many, many different types of people who practice it. And not all of them are very good. You got to shop around. I've heard so many people who said, I tried psychotherapy and it's not for me. Well, maybe you just had a really shitty psychotherapist, or maybe it wasn't that type of psychotherapy wasn't right for you. So I think you got to
Yeah, and
shop.
it just goes back to it's not just about access to care. It's the right care for the right person. And
Yeah,
yes, that is very expensive, and that's why it doesn't exist, and that's why it may never exist. Is just because
right.
like there's just so many different ways that people respond to help, and it's just impossible. I mean, that's why, like I always stress that you have to find your inner circle of friends and peers and
Yeah,
family that you can reach out to, who have your back, who will answer that phone call, who will sit with you for days if you're feeling suicidal. That's not easy, especially if you live in an ultra rural area. But I feel like that's the best shot for many people, more so than going to a doctor, going to a therapist. And I mean,
yeah,
even online, if you have like friends on Facebook or Twitter, that can still be much more beneficial than going to see a quote unquote mental health professional who might just treat you as a label. And I see your
so
comment,
maybe.
Joelle. I just want to say your comment gets cut off on our end. It probably shows up in total. So if you can break that up, we can probably address them. And thank you, Tina and Spades Sapphires, for joining us as well. Sorry to cut you off, Mark.
No, not at all. I cut you off all the time.
I noticed.
I don't mean to. It's just sometimes you gotta be assertive.
Yes, yeah. Now it's probably for the better because like I tend to trail off anyway. So I just want to make sure that people feel like this is an interactive experience because that's
Absolutely.
the great thing about live streaming is that we can have that real time conversation.
Yeah. So I want to though come back to what we were just saying because it's come up a few times. Um, that I do want to push back a little bit on your position. I'm not quite as far to that end where
Oh,
you're.
please don't because I probably can't defend myself. Like if I was hoping
Oh,
there'd be
you
no
can
follow
take it.
up.
You can take it. It's all well. First of all, the audience might not know this, but I hope that you know this. How much I respect you, your advocacy work, your and sometimes I come into these things assuming that people know how much I respect them and then forget to say it and then challenge them and they think I'm a dick because they think I don't respect them. But no, our baseline is that I have very high respect for you and that's why I feel comfortable adding
You're
color and dimension to your comments.
you're one of the few people I can call a bitch and don't have to worry about them punching me in the face.
I'm a lover, not a fighter, Rudy. I've lost way too many fights in my life to be a fighter. Anyway, so back to my gentle pushback here. Um, I actually don't always think it's helpful to lean on friends as your primary source of help. I think that you need to have that network, absolutely. Part of this might be, and I want to qualify my own views, I'm also an introvert. Even though I go in front of cameras and on stages and stuff, I recharge when I'm alone. That's when where I'm most comfortable. I have lived alone in a cell at a monastery for weeks, months on end, and be perfectly happy with that.
That's so
So
fucking white boy of you.
how's that white boy? Is monasticism a white boy thing?
Yeah, that's borderline like cultural appropriation.
Anyway, I think that while yes, we need strong social supports, there's no question on my behalf there that we cannot feel isolated. I think sometimes we can though surround ourselves with an echo chamber that isn't necessarily helpful. That recovery, while we need the Rogerian unconditional positive regard, we need to know that we're not being judged. We also need to be uncomfortable too. And I think that we do need to try things that we don't like because there's a reason why we don't like it. If we did everything that our depression or everything that we were doing that got us into our depression in the first place, whether that's neurologically, that's a separate thing, of course. We might be neurologically predisposed. But if we maintain the exact same life that we had when we got depressed, well, maybe there's some correlations there. Maybe we need to change some things to get uncomfortable because we only learn when we're uncomfortable. So that's why I think it actually is important to step outside of that comfort zone, around a step outside that safe space necessarily, and take risks. That's where we grow the most.
Yeah, no, I'm all about uncomfortable, and yeah, safe
Well,
spaces
you
are
make me
very important.
uncomfortable all the time, so I can see that.
Yeah, no, safe spaces are very, very important, but you can't just stay in that safe space. People like poo-poo the idea of a safe space, but if you can't find your group of people, whether it be online or in person, to talk about the things that are you're most passionate about or your innermost vulnerabilities without worrying about someone coming into that space and like trolling or saying hurtful things, it's not good. Everyone needs a safe space to
Yeah.
be completely themselves. It's just more about coming out of that space and taking what you learned and the views that you have and not being afraid, like you said, to get uncomfortable. How much more time do we have before your next
Well,
guest or
so we were
video?
gonna run a video with a pre-recorded interview that I did last night. Next person is supposed to come on in 1 minute. I suspect it might take a few minutes longer than that. So we don't have time to run the pre-recorded interview right now. Um,
Let me get to Joelle's comment because she
okay.
has quite. So this is kind of a two-parter. So I feel like in general, not just in legal situations, there are times when people aren't taking responsibility before they're unable to. That's where I have a problem. There are points when people aren't sure what is happening. Most people are not totally unaware that they are experiencing these things at some point, that they have these periods. So if you have awareness that something is going on that is affecting your behavior and causing you to act in ways that negatively affect other, I'm assuming, people, you have a responsibility to do something about that, whatever that means. If you don't, that's a problem. Not every situation is that situation, but a lot of them are. People do know that things are going on. They are having episodes or symptoms or experiences affecting their experience of reality and not doing anything to prevent their participation in harm. That's refusing to take responsibility. Try saying that 5 times fast.
Well, there's our co-host Joelle there. She should have just
Yeah.
came on video and said all that. Anyway,
She might come on, so don't like.
maybe. So I think there's a lot of valid points packed into that. The piece that I would, I don't know, encourage people to think a little bit more broadly about is that I'm not sure actually everybody really does have that much insight, or at least not at all times in their life. I think we all have insight, you know, from time to time when we're feeling insightful. But I think most of the stuff we do that negatively impacts other people, we do it kind of unconsciously. We do it and we don't realize we're being careless sometimes. I don't know. That's my view of it. I don't think people are as insightful as we like to think they are, I guess.
No, I mean that's me a lot of the time. Like I don't go out of my way to hurt people or say things that are purposely going to be upsetting. It just happens sometimes, and yeah, I'm not always aware until after the fact, until someone tells me, "Hey, that was kind of shitty of you to say," or like you're being an asshole. And that's, I mean, and part of being a good human being is that you just have to take that in. If someone says like, "Hey, that upset me," or "That hurt me," rather than arguing and fighting and butting heads, you just have to accept it. That's not always fun to do.
It's
That's not
not, but
always,
actually, I think
yeah.
it's incredibly rare too that people argue with me all the time, but very rarely, and it's almost always only with people that I trust, that I have a good relationship with it. or with whom I have a good relationship, rather, that they'll say something like, "Hey, that was a really shitty thing that you just said," or "Why are you being such a dick?" Not many people actually, I think, have the comfort of saying that, of standing up for themselves and saying, "You just really hurt me, and maybe you didn't intend to. I don't know, but that was really hurtful." I find it fairly rare that people say that.
Yeah, and Joel made another good point is that when we're talking lacking insight, we're not necessarily meaning lacking insight into your illness. We just mean lacking insight of being a shitty person. And that could be
Well, that is
blamed
an
on the
important thing.
illness.
Yeah.
Like
Well, that said, though, I think even insight into your illness, especially severe and persistent illnesses on the first go around at it, not every severe illness starts out severe. You very rarely, unless it's certain types of conditions, go from 0 to 60 all at once. There's often a long ramp up period. Not
yeah,
always, but
I
often.
believe we have Chalet. Is that correct?
Oh, Sheila. Oh, Sheila's on here.
Sheila?
Okay, so
Okay.
Sheila Rogers is going to be. She's a famous radio host, of course, across Canada. I don't know if you listen to her work down in Los Angeles, Rudy, but she's going to be joining us by audio only rather than video, because she's a radio person. So let's get our. We have
She needs
our.
to get one of those border blaster stations so I could pick it up in LA. See you all
So,
soon.
So let's bring Sheila in here, and I hope this works because this is the first one that we're going to be doing with the audio only. So thank you, Rudy. I'm going to talk to you again in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Hi,
Great.
Sheila.
Mark, it's so great to talk to you. This is our first chat.
It is. I feel like I know you because I followed your work on social media for so long. You've always been very active, especially on mental health related topics. But why don't you tell our audience a bit more about yourself, especially for our U.S. listeners who might not be familiar with your work?
Well, first of all, it's a real honor for me to be with you, and I want to thank you for your great work as well. I mean, it was like you caught fire and you've never stopped. And
I constantly find ways to reinvent myself, which is something that you know a bit about too.
I do, and I think maybe, having a mental illness requires that you reinvent yourself, or at least, maybe reinvent the way you have viewed your life for a long time. I know you have talked about reframing, and it was cognitive behavioral therapy that helped me to get a handle on my life, and, talk therapy also. Here's my morning routine. I have an egg, I brush my teeth, I take a pill. And that's just the way it is. I mean, it's as normal as brushing your teeth. I don't know how far you want me to go back, but I guess it was as a teenager, I noticed I couldn't talk for weeks on end, which is, as you're listening to me today, wonder, how is that possible?
Well, you talk for a living now. You've talked for most of your life.
Yeah, it's true. Luckily, I've been on the asking questions side of it, but I knew something was wrong, and it was exacerbated by a couple of things: my parents' divorce and leaving home for the first time, going to university, and not really knowing anybody. And I had a complete misdiagnosis at the university health clinic. I don't think people were really talking about depression. This would have been in 1974, 75. And I mean, openly. And the doctor gave me something else because he thought it was something else. And it really wasn't. It wasn't until 2003 that I was diagnosed. And I was 47 years old. So I'd gone a long
30
time.
years to get a
Yeah.
diagnosis. Wow.
Yes. Yeah. But part of that, I think, is it's that perfectionist thing and that work ethic thing where you think you just better keep on going and not be indulgent. And when I did have a breakdown, I was able to divide people in my life into two columns: those that got it, those that didn't.
Mm.
And the people who said, you are being indulgent, you're just looking for an excuse to take time off, and really that was just ludicrous. Um, and the people who said, you got to buck up and get over it. And then the other people who understood, or at least tried to understand,
Mm.
and tried to listen, even though I didn't have a lot of myself there at that point. I didn't have a lot to offer in terms of conversation.
How did
And
your symptoms? So was that the primary manifestation of your symptoms? Was a
mm,
withdrawal into yourself?
yeah, it was. It coincided with a very big spike in blood pressure, which I think may have been brought about by some anxiety at work. But after a couple of weeks, I was again, I was in this sort of nonverbal state, and spending a lot of time, quite honestly, curled up on the bathroom floor. I just couldn't seem to get off it, and I remember looking in the mirror and seeing these little hexagonal squares that were the pattern of the tile on the bathroom floor. And I was really, really fortunate, Mark, that I had a doctor who had done a lot of psychological training, and she got me to see a psychiatrist 3 weeks later. And a 3-week wait time, I know it's like I just didn't know what I was gonna do over those 3 weeks, but, I had some great family support. But 3 weeks is, for some people, a dream. I really understand that in some places in our country, indeed our continent, hello to our American listeners, the wait is so much longer than that.
Yeah,
So
often. And actually, in
yeah.
fact, in downtown Toronto, the most populous, or Toronto being the most populous area in Canada, of course, even in downtown Toronto, where we have so many hospitals, including one of the largest psychiatric hospitals or mental health centers in the world, wait times for psychiatry are still 12 to 18 months.
Wow.
That it still takes that long to get access to psychiatry. So, that you were able to get access, I think itself is maybe in some ways lucky, in some ways a testament to your persistence, but also I think is a commentary on how we need more access points to the system. That it shouldn't just be that one.
You're absolutely right, and yeah, I know yesterday on Twitter, we were looking at, the, Canadian Hospital for Children in Eastern Ontario, and they were talking about the wait times for youth, and it's just this is such a crisis in our country. I don't believe that youth suicide surfaced at all during our recent election, and it is one of the most critical issues
Mhm.
in Canada right now, and, we've gotta fix this. I've gotta say I had really high hopes, and I don't want to abandon them, but our prime minister is the son of Margaret Trudeau, who has been so open
Yeah.
about her bipolar disorder, and I thought, "Wow, we're really going to have someone who's going to get behind mental health initiatives in a big way," and I think we're still waiting for that promise.
I think that's generally true, and one of the um, criticisms that always comes up, or one of the qualifiers that always comes up, is that, oh, healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction and there's nothing the federal government can do. I actually really strongly disagree with that. There's lots the federal government can do, namely in terms of, as they did several years ago, attaching strings to
Yes.
special funding, because mental health in Canada is a crisis in every province.
Yeah,
So why
absolutely.
not attach strings to special funding that can only be spent on mental health care, not on trucks and bricks?
I completely agree, and yeah, attaching those strings was a good thing. There are places like isolated Indigenous communities, the North. I mean, it's really it's beyond critical. It's an emergency. It's a state of emergency, and you're absolutely right. There are ways that this could be done if it were a priority, and I still don't understand how it can't be.
Well, especially 10 years in, we're 10 years into Bell Let's Talk right now.
Yeah, yeah,
And I think it's great, and we need to keep talking, because action without awareness could potentially be dangerous. So I think we do need to keep talking. But at some point, we also have to get a bit deeper. And, this has been the project of my podcast over the last year, and I'm heartened in some ways to see the conversation is getting a bit more sophisticated, that it's less about basic signs and symptoms of depression and taking antidepressants, but really talking about the complexity and the social determinants of health, and the biopsychosocial factors that relate to mental health. Not just your brain is broken, go to a doctor. It's actually a lot more complicated than that.
you're right, and, the term social determinants of health is a really interesting umbrella. I've spent some time in Nain, in Labrador, and this is a place where our amazing Clara Hughes has spent a great deal of time as well, and, it's in Nunatsiavut, which is the Inuit territory of Labrador, And I remember being there a few years ago, and it was just after a young friend of ours had taken her life, and a house had burned down. And the house had burned down because the family there had no money for heat. So they were burning their furniture. And what caused the fire was they were burning rubber boots to keep the fire going.
Mm.
And that set off such trauma in the community. But I think addressing poverty would go a long way to
Mm.
creating great conditions for mental health.
And
Um,
likewise,
you're
especially
absolutely
in
right.
indigenous communities, the
Yeah,
problem of intergenerational trauma being
absolutely.
passed down from grandparents to parents to kids can't be ignored. We have to recognize the trauma that's been inflicted on people and how that plays a part of their mental health.
You're so right there. I've spoken with a lot of daughters and sons and grandsons and granddaughters of survivors of residential school, and they feel that they carry trauma in their DNA. And so Murray Sinclair, who was the chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, said that it took 7 generations to get to this point, and it will take 7 generations to get out of it.
Mm.
And I feel you can broaden that to the mental health debate. We really have only started talking about it in the last 2 decades. Bell has been an enormous help, and I think that that's, $100 million going to mental health projects is nothing to sneeze at when they
Sure.
could have made other choices. But you're right. The talking is started. The talking is happening. What's next? It's got to be
Yeah.
about action. And I also think people have really got to learn to listen. And not it's great. It can't just be one day. And this is no affront to Bell whatsoever. But we've got to keep the ball in the air all the time.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have no disagreement from me on that, and I don't work for Bell, but I have been, involved with and participating in the campaign for all 10 years so far. But I think that it is a small part of it. I think it's a needed part of it. I also think we need to realize because of this uh, generational evolution, I guess, of mental health awareness, that there are people born today who are participating in campaigns like this that they've only really known mental health to be fairly openly talked about. And we've seen this in the research that millennials and younger are far more likely to actually reach out for help, to admit that they have a problem or struggle of some kind, and to get help or to ask for help for it. Whereas prior generations, that was unheard of. You would never admit it. So I think we see this really interesting generational divide between millennials and younger and millennials and older in terms of how they deal with their mental health.
I see that. I have the great fortune of having a lovely position at the University of Victoria,
Yeah.
and every year we have a student mental health week, actually, and there's a great student mental health program going on that is also a program that is available to faculty and staff because everybody's got to be involved. But I've seen something that to me was just miraculous, and that was students stepping up in a sort of chorus talking about their experiences. And I thought that would never ever have happened 40 years ago, when or 50. What was it? It was a long time ago anyway.
Yeah.
45 when I was going to university. And they have the literacy, they have the courage, but I think the courage comes from the dialogue is accepted, and among their peers, they aren't shunned, and people have an understanding, and it is about creating that understanding, I think,
Yeah.
that will allow you to speak freely about it, and just like, you know, F the stigma, a word I can't say on the CBC, and I don't wanna say it
Can't
on
say that on the
your
CBC.
podcast either, but I think it's just it's important, and the stigma, of course, the stigma still exists,
Yeah.
but I think so much great work has been done. The Mental Health Commission of Canada is really looking at the impact of mental illness on post-secondary students, education students, and I think that's really, really important. And I guess, like 45 years ago, I could never have imagined first of all, having a conversation like this with you through a computer.
You're
But,
right.
but
Well, Facebook didn't exist until not that long ago. Even I remember that.
exactly, exactly. But it's just there has been an evolution, and I think it is important to acknowledge that, but really build on that strength.
And that's the key. We stand on the shoulders of giants. And I think it was when I was in college, I remember getting into psychology and studying mental health more formally from a research perspective. I really was uncomfortable with the idea of the anti-psychiatry movement and the critical psychiatry movement because that I was so detached from that. While yes, I had very negative experiences while an inpatient, I wasn't chained to the floor, with hay on the floor in case I wet myself. That wasn't my experience. But as I got further along in the field and appreciated some of the history of how we used to treat mental health patients, it really helped to give me a better understanding of how far we've really come, even just in the last 50 years. That no, we're not treating everybody as prisoners anymore just because they have a medical condition.
This is a very good thing. There's still a lot more work to be done, and of course, and I haven't had the experience of being hospitalized or institutionalized close, but no, I was able to go through a recovery, the recovery I spoke of 2003, at home. But I think,
That's actually, sorry if
yeah,
I can just interject
yeah,
for a quick second.
please do.
So we've released the finale episode of my podcast today, and I just made the connection completely arbitrarily that 2003 was the last time I tried to kill myself, and that's what the episodes are about.
Wow.
So we have something in common. We were both having a shift in our recovery, I think, around the same time.
That's incredible. And your story, I can't emphasize this enough. I know how your story has touched people. It's really touched mine. And when you think, I don't think it's easy. I still don't think it's easy to go out and share the story. It's still hard for me. I always feel as though I've left a piece of excuse me, Mark, a piece of myself on the floor.
Mhm.
But then I hear a story like yours, and honestly, it's like an injection of high test um, Red Bull. And you want to go back and get out there again and to support what you're doing. I think that the stories really build on each other, and just getting out of a sort of an institutional or political sort of framework. I think hearing people's stories and seeing where they intersect, we have that in common. We overlap. I don't mean you and me, but anyone who is in going through a mental illness, we all have something in common there. And I think just that knowledge that you're not alone and that you can share stories and that you can be heard is really critical.
Absolutely. Sheila, I have to, I told you I wouldn't keep you too long, so I'm going to let you go. But it's been such an honor for me to speak with you, to get your insights. You have such a depth, not only of knowledge in this field, but of empathy and of real firsthand experience. So I'm so grateful that you joined me today. Thank you so much.
It's a great honor, and congratulations on all your great work, Mark, and just on who you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Sheila Rogers is the host and producer of CBC Radio 1's The Next Chapter and chancellor, that little position she holds at the University of Victoria. Thanks, Sheila.
Thank you.
There's my conversation with the fantastic Sheila Rogers, and I see that we've got our next guest on deck already. So, oh, did we lose her? Oh, no, there she is. Okay. So, Rudy, I'm going to ask you to hang out in the background for a few minutes, and I am going to pull in Dr. Sue Verma.
Hi, Mark. How are you?
Hi, I'm very well. It's so nice to meet you in person right now for the very first time.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. What a great cause. I'm so excited to be joining you.
Thank you. So I wanted to bring in because our producer Rudy, who's off screen right now, is based in Los Angeles. I wanted to have a bit of a cross-border flavor to what we're doing here because although Bell Let's Talk has been into its 10th year now, it's it is, I think, the largest awareness and fundraising campaign specifically dedicated to mental health in the world. They've raised over $100 million so far for mental health initiatives across Canada. It has been picked up in many other countries around the world. It's often a global trending topic, with the idea being that we need to talk, and this year in particular, we need to act as well. So for American listeners who know you but don't know about this, I wanted to give that bit of context. For our Canadian listeners who may or may not know the work that you do, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, what you're passionate about, and some of the things you've done?
Sure. Yeah, so I'm a private practice psychiatrist, board certified in adult psychiatry, and I work with people across the life cycle. So I have people coming to me in their early teens and 20s, dealing with first jobs, relationships, navigating job promotions, starting a family, to people well in their 50s, 60s, 70s. I happen to be a cognitive behavioral therapist, and it is one of the most well evidence-based studied types of therapy. What I love working with people so much, and why I became a doctor and why I became a psychiatrist, is I think our first role fundamentally is education. And to me, this type of therapy is very empowering. It allows a person to feel like a client, not necessarily a patient at the mercy of this omniscient doctor, which, by the way, we're totally not. As much as we know there's so much more for us to learn. I also work with couples and couples therapy and medication management when I think it's necessary. But my whole aim is having to get a holistic picture on somebody. And I do believe in the role of diet, nutrition, exercise, yoga, and mindfulness. I think that there's so many things that people can do on their own. Connection. One of the things we're talking about now is the loneliness epidemic, and breaking stigma barriers. Before I got into private practice, I was working with victims of 9/11. I was the first medical director of the 9/11 mental health program in New York City, which was a center of excellence, one of the three. So I wear many hats. I also teach at the medical school about how to interview medical psychiatric patients, and I do a lot of work with the media. We had a huge Stop the Stigma campaign with CBS. So I'm really excited to be talking to you guys about this. And I think it's so amazing, even just the little, breakdown on social media that you had about what is stigma and the pieces of it in terms of education, really, I think is very inspiring, and it gives somebody something very concrete and tangible to work with.
Yeah, so I want to touch on a number of things you just said, because I think there's a lot packed in there. But I want to start with the media piece, because I think that's so relevant to Bell Let's Talk as a public awareness raising initiative. I think I've seen that you've been everywhere. I mean, you've done the Today Show and I think GMA, and you mentioned this campaign for CBS. Can you talk to me more about some of that work and maybe how it's evolved since you first started doing it?
Sure, yeah. So when I first started in medical school and even before, I've always been interested, as I said, in terms of education component of it. And I wanted to be able to reach mainstream audiences. So, even though I was involved in a lot of academic papers and presentations, we have to get the word out on the street. And what's very interesting to me is that psychiatry was actually not one of the chosen professions if you were a medical student, right? I think in my class of maybe 180 graduating, maybe 4 to 6 people have gone into psychiatry. And I think things have changed. I think that we were always considered, the stepchild. If you look at any psychiatric any sort of medical facility, the psychiatric wards are always in the back on the top floors. So in general, it was a profession that, people were scared of. And even when I would tell people at parties, I want to say 15 years ago or 20 years ago when I was getting my education and I wanted to go into psychiatry, people would be very scared if you met them socially to be like, what does that mean? Are you analyzing me? Right. So I think that there was a lot of myths and misconceptions. So my interest in the media began with the idea of educating. And through my work with the 9/11 mental health program, I was also very involved with the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a distinguished fellow and have done a lot of service with them over the years. Through that work, the media would start to call and say, can you talk about a variety of topics? And I've probably done 500 to 600 television interviews in the last 12 years and numerous other, for print and editorial. But I think it really is an honor to be seen as somebody who can be able to talk to both, the peers, and then also to be able to relay that information. And I think more and more doctors are doing this. A lot of doctors are on social media nowadays. And so I think it's evolving into, and we have to develop a language to be able to break it down, to make it simple. We have to practice it in our own lives. Patients can very, clearly call you on your stuff. Like, doctor, when's the last time you took a vacation? So I try to incorporate some of that work-life balance and some of the advice that I give to my patients.
Yeah, I think there's so many key issues here, and especially around, the how you talk about and raising awareness of mental health in the media, it seems like maybe this is more common in the U.S. than in Canada, though it's still very common in Canada too. The vast majority of times that media reports on mental illness and mental health problems is in relation to violence, and
Yeah.
in the United States, particularly gun violence and mass shootings.
Mhm.
Is that what you would be called on early on, and is that still what you get called on?
That's so interesting because yes, and to your point, like the reality is that people who live with mental illness are probably 10 times more likely to be a victim of a violent crime than the perpetrator. And typically I would say school shootings and suicides are kind of the thing that come to people's mind of like, when would we invite a psychiatrist as a guest on our show. And but I definitely see that over the years it's evolved, and I talk about a lot of things in terms of social media use and in its effect on our brain. I had talked about depression, anxiety, postpartum. I think is a big area. I'm very interested in prevention, and I think it's so wonderful what you guys are doing in terms of raising money and going, sort of contributing to different aspects. When you look at the life cycle, I feel like if you want to change, a new study came out about the single biggest predictor of psychiatric illness is childhood adversity.
I just saw that myself. Yeah.
Yeah. So putting money early on. And so I talk about such a wide range of things: pop psychology, travel trends, wellness, people taking vacation. So it could be the darker side of what we're dealing with, but also the sort of lighter mainstream side: relationships, toxicity, everyday stuff.
Yeah. No, several years ago, I think it was after Sandy Hook, and I don't want to dwell too much on this piece, but I am interested in hearing your thoughts as an American in the field on this. The Obama administration, I think it was them, had created or announced a large mental health first aid training and funding opportunity. I remember reading that and feeling very conflicted. That it's great that people are getting more mental health education, but why is it happening in the wake of a terrible tragedy like a school shooting? Because it's reinforcing that false narrative that there's a connection between, or that mental illness is a predictor of violence, which is not.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, you're getting something very good out of it, mental health training, but it's for the wrong reason, kind of.
Right.
So
or that the timing is very interesting. But we kind of see that across the board with so many things, right? Like things don't get fixed until they're broken, and until they're really, really, really broken. When I was in my training, one of the places that we worked in was a prison facility, and you had patients who had sort of committed crimes, but also had psychiatric illness. And there were some programs that I thought could have been very helpful, but they weren't offered to people unless they had been hospitalized 8 or 10 times. And so the question is, why do we have funding and education that comes, or if you think about it, when we think about healthcare dollars in the United States that are spent, they're spent 7-to-1 in terms of the population, sort of 60s and 70s versus a younger population. So a lot of our money and attention and focus is going on fixing problems way after they've already happened. And I think that's starting very early on. And I think there's more attention. I think as the evidence is mounting that childhood adversity and what we called, these childhood adverse events can cause everything: increased risk of obesity, of stroke, of hypertension, of diabetes, and then all mental health, issues: anxiety, depression, substance, certain personality disorders. So we know that these things happen early on in utero if women are not getting proper prenatal care, if they themselves are experiencing stress, trauma, substance abuse, domestic violence. So really what we're talking about is changing an entire mental health landscape, a whole system, a whole way of thinking. And I think that you guys are way ahead of the game in many ways, in terms of like a sort of, I know this is controversial, but giving healthcare, like these are certain basic things that I think as successful as we are in so many ways as a nation, and progressive and wealthy, this is what we're missing. Is this
right? Well, I mean, you're talking to a Canadian, so I don't think universal access to healthcare is really that controversial. It seems like a no-brainer.
Well, for us, if you talk about Obamacare or whatever it is, it's always been. But it's lucky.
I mean, though, even in Canada, and this is, I think, indicative of or an example of the historical stigma that's existed. We have a universal medical care system in Canada, but generally there's no fully funded psychotherapy in any province. And many antidepressants, even just basic antidepressants, don't pass government approval for funding on the list of things that they'll pay for. So there's still very real issues with mental health care in particular versus the rest of the Now,
Yeah, and
do you still see this in the States too, where there's a division within healthcare? The
Yes.
different color forms, the different hospitals, the different ways of handling people.
Yes, and even with insurance companies, and actually the American Psychiatric Association had a couple of class action suits, and they won with one major insurance company where they were having issues of parity, and they were saying that behavioral health was a separate system, and that there was a cap in terms of how many visits you could have per year, and that the reimbursement was a lot lower. And a lot of my patients will tell you that they're jumping through hoops to get reimbursed, that there are a lot of arbitrary rules, and not just rules, but you'll call somebody and 6 months later, a claim for one of your visits has not been reimbursed. And if an average person who might have a job, who might have a life, who's busy, has a hard enough time calling and staying on the phone for an hour or 2 hours at a time, let alone somebody who's depressed. So I feel like there are a lot of barriers to care, and some of them is just accessibility and affordability. Then there's stigma, then there's being able to put the pieces together to get the care. But then once you do, things are not made easy. And I not to go into conspiracy theories, but I wonder why it's so hard to get reimbursed for certain health claims. And
well, I think when you put if you take healthcare out of the hands of being a universal human right that you need to be healthy, and put it into the hands of corporations, then of course they're going to have a vested interest. They have a responsibility to their shareholders. That's why that model, I think, doesn't really work in people's interest. But I don't want to put you on the spot, because I know that. but that said, though, as a psychiatrist, I mean, there's I don't think as much a division in psychiatry as people think there is. But do you tend more toward the biological determinants of health, more the mental illness as a brain-based disease? In other words, nurture or nature rather, or more on the nurture side, because you've mentioned adverse childhood events as well.
Yeah, I think it's a combination, and it's this idea of like epigenetics, where they were talking about adverse childhood events like affecting a woman. So if you think about it, girls are born with all the eggs that they will ever release in their life, right? And so those eggs that a 9 or 10-year-old girl who's a victim of abuse, we're talking about genetic modifications basically well before she's in her reproductive years and reproducing. So it's very hard at that point to separate the nature of the nurture, because the nurture is influencing the nature, right? So like as we're talking about generation, or with Holocaust survivors, like, multi-generational trauma. So it's really hard to tease it apart. And I think it's so closely embedded, where if you're born into a home where there's a lot of conflict and strife, and part of it might be because there's untreated mental illness in the family, then you're dealing with nature and nurture at the same time, right? So like in terms of, I think parenting is hard enough, but then if you add in mental illness, and I think a lot of children that I see, or young adults or adults, will talk about, frustrations from their childhood and unmet needs. I think that goes across the board, whether your parent had mental illness or not. But a lot of people are talking about how there was untreated mental illness in the home. So not only do you have a biological predisposition to getting mental illness because a parent or family member had suffered themselves, but then also because of the home environment that was perhaps created as a result.
And that seems to me to be a bit of a tough nut to crack, because if you try to intervene from a public health perspective or as a professional, parents understandably feel defensive. Are you saying that my depression caused my kids' depression? Well, no, nobody's saying that. That I'm reminded of this idea in dialectical behavior therapy of acceptance and change. That when you're depressed, you might be more withdrawn, and you might not be as emotionally expressive with your kids. Absolutely. Just accept that as a fact without judgment, and now we can change it. There's no judgment there.
Yes, I love that. And I'm so glad that you referenced DBT, because I'm such a huge fan of it. And I'm such a huge fan of, basically psychotherapy, and this also the psychological aspect of it. So I feel like you can't like they all work together to inform a person. So, anytime you would take a history, you would do a biopsychosocial, legal, medical history. And that's what I love about being a psychiatrist, is that I'm just as concerned about a person's inflammation in their body in the form of elevated cholesterol or diabetes and thinking about their arteries. And I'm thinking about their arteries because of, for example, vascular dementia, which a lot of people end up having these symptoms, but they're not having cognitive symptoms, so nobody picks it up. So if somebody is telling me that I've untreated hypertension, I'm concerned about it. I also
thyroid, diabetes, asthma, I think has a connection.
Exactly. Asthma has connection with anxiety and COPD. So all of these things, they sort of go hand in hand. So, telling somebody, okay, let's get some of the tests. Have you seen a primary care doctor? And then also being able to offer psychotherapy. That whole idea of like, if all you have is a hammer, everything is a nail. So like there are some doctors that are only writing prescriptions and they're not necessarily thinking, well, there's some people who wouldn't necessarily think, oh, this person could benefit from medication. Can I send them out, for psychopharm? So I feel blessed to sort of be able to integrate or have the tools and then also know when I don't know the answer and be able to feel comfortable to send someone to a second opinion if needed.
So the last thing I'll ask you, because I told you I wouldn't keep you too long, and I said this to every guest so far because I'm just so fascinated by everybody. But anyway,
thank you. Great chatting with you.
The last thing that I'll ask you about is, lots of people have negative experiences with the formal mental health system, whether it's through hospitalization or disorganized systems of care where they don't know what door to go in to, or professionals who maybe aren't as empathetic as they could be. Sometimes I've heard it as a community level advocate so many times, people will try once or twice or even 6 times and then give up because they feel like the system isn't designed to help them and they lose faith. So what would you tell as sounds like a well-rounded physician in a lot of respects, what would you tell those people who have had negative interactions with the system but still need help?
Yeah. So I would say, listen, like just the way you were saying about acceptance and also change at the same time is accept that maybe you need to take a minute to breathe, because a lot of people will say, I'm so tired of struggling. And then that's where I would say, ask for help. Ask for help from a family member to say, could you refer me to somebody that's good? And this is where the whole stigma component comes in that why are we more likely to share the name of a restaurant to a friend, or a manicurist, rather than I had an amazing experience with a therapist. If and when you ever want to talk to somebody, please talk to this person. Because I think so much of it is finding the right connection. I think that when it comes to major life decisions, I want people to think of finding the right therapist as almost finding the right partner in life, right? So I want people to feel empowered. Practical advice that I would give in terms of finding a warm, empathic, supportive therapist that will also push you to change is you can interview them. So many people think of this as sort of a passive approach that I'm at the mercy of the therapist and the doctor, and then they stay just the way you would stay in a dead-end relationship with a partner. They end up staying in dead-end relationships with therapists because they don't want to hurt the feeling of the therapist. So, we could do a whole talk on how to find a good therapist, how to know it's a good fit,
how to break up with your therapist. That'd be a good one.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we don't have time to go into all those fascinating issues, but I'd love to have you back sometime. Dr. Sue Varma, where can people find you in the fabulous work you're doing?
Oh, thank you so much. So I'm on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, LinkedIn, and look for me, drsuevarma.com. And I'd love for you to follow me at Dr. Sue Varma, Twitter, any of the social media channels, and please follow, and we can continue the conversation on stigma. Thank you so much, Mark, for having me.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, Rudy, let's bring you back in here. Hope you're ready. Oh, put you back on.
Yes. Hi.
So we did 2 big ones back to back right there. Sheila Rogers, a famous Canadian radio host, and Dr. Sue Varma, who had really wonderful, I think, context and insight on some of the things that we were talking about just before we went into that interview around psychotherapy and access to treatment and things of that nature. So interested in hearing your reactions to both of those interviews that we had.
Oh, was I supposed to be watching?
Oh, be quiet.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. No, seriously, she's awesome. I'm glad you had another American on. In case you're wondering why I look kind of weird, I was messing with my webcam settings and it did more harm than good. So
I keep for that. With my lights here because I'm all dramatically lit on this side. So I closed the curtain, but then I got my other light. Anyway.
I know, like I usually have a more pro setup, but that's for my own show. Like I'm slumming it right here.
Now you're slumming it with Mark Henick. That should be the name of our show today. Slumming it.
There we go. Can you phrase that in a question form? Sorry.
So our last 2 interviews. Well, let's start with Sheila Rogers. I don't know if you actually did. I think you did have to step away for a few minutes, but if you caught any of her conversation around, her work, especially with Indigenous communities, or with, you could broaden that out to marginalized communities in general, I think, because there's few communities, certainly in Canada, that are quite as marginalized intergenerationally as Indigenous ones. But then also around college age populations and young people as well, the generational divide. So, did you have any thoughts on either marginalized communities or young people, as we talked about with Sheila?
It's funny because, like, no matter what country it is around the world, white people just love killing indigenous people. Why is that?
Really, I know, and I wish we don't have anybody on the lineup today who can speak to these issues, because we could have done the whole day on just mental health in the Indigenous community and the traumas that they face.
Hey, cheap plug here. I'm actually talking about that very issue on SPSM chat on Sunday.
Perfect. So
So
so go on.
Facebook.com/SPSM chat, Twitter.com/SPSM chat, YouTube.com/SPSM chat. Go check that out. This Sunday, 6 p.m. Pacific, I'll be having a guest on, Shelby Rowe, who is an amazing person and really a big believer in the indigenous resistance, which hopefully more people start talking about, and how and this is related. This is not just a cheap plug, about how I guess us Americans, us oppressors, the Canadians too, no matter what the country is,
Oh yeah,
that
we have a long history of oppression too.
but we insist on indigenous peoples to conforming our ways, whether it's how they dress, how they eat, and all these things. And we do this with other groups as well, other marginalized groups, especially with autistic people. And that contributes to the mental health issues. That contributes to suicide. Just this idea of having to conform, having to mask who we really are. Yeah, that's really what it's at. Is so many people, they're struggling, they're hurting because they feel like they can't be themselves. I think that's a lot of, especially with me. I can't speak for every person who's bipolar, but this idea of we want to we want to be the person that we are when we're manic, of course, without any of the negative side effects. But since society crushes us back in, we get depressed, and it's this vicious cycle. But I love a lot of the qualities about me, the ambition, the confidence, the wanting to try new things, the creativity when I'm manic. But this world is just not built for manic people. Well, I mean, I don't even that word shouldn't that word manic has a negative connotation.
Yeah.
But the positive qualities about that, I feel like society doesn't really appreciate that unless you're like some huge celebrity, and then it's just eccentricities and quirks.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, I think
have you ever seen the movie Speed?
which one? Haven't there been several? Like the original?
The first one where can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the bad guy, he says, "Poor people are crazy. I'm eccentric."
Jeez. Actually, you do raise a really important point on that, the idea of socioeconomic status, and we see this all the time. Where I was just recently reading a study about how people who had a diagnosis of a mental illness of some kind, whatever the diagnosis was, when they talked to their doctor or often anybody else, it didn't matter what they said they were experiencing. The doctor would ascribe those experiences to the illness as symptoms of the illness, even though they might have been just, if you're in a psych hospital and somebody's been screaming at you and you're scared, and you go tell your doctor that you're scared, you probably don't need to write down they're fearful because of their symptoms or because of their illness. No, I'm fearful because somebody's screaming at me, right? So why I bring that up is that we misappropriate otherwise benign experiences based on what we think about that person. That, by definition, is the discrimination part of stigma, or the behavior of stigma is discrimination.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Karen brings up a good comment. Where was it? No, it was Allie's. Like, what do you say? What do you say to a person like me who don't believe in therapists? And again, we often see psychiatrists as being a part of the problem, or law enforcement, other mental health professionals, but definitely therapists can be a part of the problem as well. Especially when you have a therapist who doesn't have your own background. That's why there's this growing trend, a good one, of, say, black people. They only want to see black therapists. They don't want a white therapist. Same thing with indigenous people, other marginalized groups, because that person just doesn't get it. No matter how hard they try, no matter how woke they try to be, it's just sometimes it's just necessary to have a therapist who looks like you, uses the same
Yeah.
language as you, has been through the same type of discriminations and traumas as you. And again, we don't have enough of that.
Yeah.
Cost too much money. We can be too spread out as a people. So if I'm indigenous, but I had to move or was moved to a non-indigenous area, then I probably can't see an indigenous therapist, and that sucks.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got a long way to go, certainly in terms of the structure of the system and the types of diverse issues that we raise attention to. That we can't just keep talking about the same old stuff. We got to be challenging, and I think that's why people like you, Rudy, are so necessary.
Thank you.
I'm going to
Well,
run. So it's about lunchtime. We've got a couple of pre-recorded interviews that I'd like to pull in. Do you want to cue those up, or do you want me to do it?
yeah, Mark's gonna go have a hoagie.
I am pretty
Can you?
hungry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Can you just bring it up? I'll control it, but it'll take too
sure.
much time for me to pull it up and all that stuff. And
So I'm
so,
going to switch over to solo on your screen if you want to give us a little performance while I while I get that video ready.
sure. Let's see if we have any more comments. Thank you, Karen. You are the MVP, and definitely I'm posting links in the comments. So if you want to know more about the guests, Dr. Sue Varma, she's got a video where she's talking about the loneliness epidemic and how it affects your mental health. And you can also go to drsuevarma.com, easy as that, and you can learn all about her and get all kinds of links to her work. Um, and good. Thank you, Jane. I appreciate you as well. In case you're just joining us and you're wondering who's this guy, I'm Rudy Caceres. I'm also a mental health advocate. I also host a live stream on my own channels called SPSM Chat, Suicide Prevention Social Media. So I'm just helping out Mark run the live stream. I'm in the background as well when he's talking to guests, putting up all the graphics and posting links in the comments. So if you see all that, I'm the guy behind that. So if I screw up, blame me. Don't blame Mark. Are we ready to play the video?
There. Put my mic back on. Yes, we
Yeah,
are.
our names are
Our names
switched
are
again.
reversed,
So,
but that's
but
fine.
we'll let's just put the video on. We'll take that off.
Okay, so here's a conversation that I had with the writer Neil Pasricha. We recorded it last night because unfortunately Neil wasn't available today. So although this is Mental Health Live on Bell Let's Talk Day, it's kind of live to tape for the next 20 minutes or so. You'll notice that the lower third on the screen, I think for this recorded video, does still say live, just because I forgot to change it. That's the only reason. So you might know Neil as the massively successful best-selling author. His most recent book is "You Are Awesome." There we go. He sold 1 million copies of his original book of Awesome, 1 million plus now. New York Times best-selling author. So we had a conversation about resilience, about life, and just about how awesome a guy Neil Pasricha is. So I'm going to play that for you. We're going to come back briefly after it, and I think we'll finish out the lunch hour with a conversation that I had with Andre Picard as well, another pre-recorded one. So that way, Rudy and I can pee, and we can eat, and then come back and chat after lunch. All right, Rudy?
Cool.
All right, let's fire this bad boy up. How do we do this?
Just press play.
Just press play. Okay.
Make sure the
and
sound
mute
is
our
on.
mics, right? Okay. Here's me and Neil Pasricha.
The sound is not on, Mark.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Working on it.
Yeah. Cool. So while Mark is working on that, let's just keep playing for time. So yeah, you know how to do the sound thing, right, Mark?
Yep, I do.
Yeah, just click that setting. No worries. Yeah, I think you have to do that each time. So are we good now?
Okay, good now.
Cool. All right. See you soon.
See you soon. Neil Pasricha, thank you so much for joining me.
You're welcome, Mark Henick. Do you refer to everybody by first and last name?
Usually at the top and at the bottom. People always know who you are, but of course, why wouldn't they know who you are? Because you're currently, You Are Awesome is your most recent, signed by you, of course.
You're sweet.
But
how did that turn out? How was I able to see that and the letters weren't backwards?
I don't know. Some of them do it, but I guess this one just, I'll hold it up there again so that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it reverses it. Which is
I was actually impressed with the name call out because no one can pronounce my last name. So I was like, wow, he's just going to throw it out there and get it right. Like that's a double. That
well, I
was
had
what
a
I was
bit of a
impressed
chance
with. I was actually impressed with your pronunciation, not your formality.
See, that part just came naturally.
I know you're just totally uncouth.
I am.
You
I'm
can't convince me otherwise.
Well, I'm a mess most of the time.
To prove that you aren't a mess, not only are you connected to Bell Let's Talk in such a deeply involved way, which I also look up to, but you also have like a fancy microphone. I'm now I'm just like amazed. What is this? This is like you're like a Madonna.
So this is actually because I'm neurotic. When I go to speaking events, you and I both, you speak a lot more than I do, but I like a very particular microphone. It's a comfort thing. It's a reliability thing, I guess. So eventually I just went out and bought the one that I really liked. It was just easier than being a diva and telling everybody all these.
That's true, because a real diva brings his own mic.
Exactly. Let's talk more about enough about me. Let's talk more about you.
Okay, I'm ready. I know. I'm just you know what? I'm all yours. What would you how would you like to talk? I'll talk about whatever you'd like to talk about.
Well, so Bill Let's Talk this year, of course, is as it is every year, is an incredible opportunity to raise awareness of mental health and mental illness too, of course. But I think we miss the mental health part a lot in these kinds of conversations. It's important and it's good to talk about everything that can go wrong, or at least everything that goes sideways for people. But I think it's also equally important to talk about things like resilience and recovery and the things that protect us and steel us again, or weather us against the storms. So you've been talking a lot about resilience, especially with your new book out. And I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about what you discovered in writing this book about resilience.
Sure. I have a side question for you, which we can park, but is the term mental illness still like the term? Because I've just have found that I have been told lately by a couple people, hey, you should say mental health challenges, and I'm like, oh, did not know that. So anyway, that's like a thing I'm curious about, and you're my expert, so I'm going to ask you.
Well, I think it's actually a contentious issue. There's a large group of people who very much identify with the illness label, but it's a brain disease. I tend to be somewhere in the middle, probably more so leaning on the social progressive side, I guess, if that's what you call it. Where, yes, there are many severe and persistent mental illnesses that can be properly characterized as so. But I actually get really uncomfortable when people use the term, and I even do it myself, mental illness in the singular, as though all mental illnesses are the same, from everything from situational depression through severe and persistent schizophrenia. There's actually a lot of diversity within that term, and I think that's where the mental health problems, mental health challenges piece comes in.
So you would say mental illness is?
I try to, as much as possible.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. My awareness keeps expanding, and that's why I asked you, because I didn't have a good answer. For me, on resilience, let's go on a little rant. So resilience is super low right now. We are paper thin. We are feeling fragile. Okay. Anxiety rates are spiking. Depression rates are up. Loneliness rates are up, and mental illnesses are up, plural. And so for me, I wrote this book, You Are Awesome, to try to go on a personal journey of discovery on what are some things we could do to, I like that phrase you use, steel ourselves, to ready ourselves to become internally a bit stronger. And you won't be surprised to hear that a lot of what I sort of poo-poo in the book are just things like like our connection and our addiction and our always onness to our technology and our cell phones and our social media and I know people are watching this on social media. I'm not trying to say you throw the baby out with the bathwater and get rid of all connectivity and go live in the fort. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that so much of the systems that we are now using in our day-to-day lives, like how we wake up and how we go to bed and like what we do in the middle of the night, they're actually making us feel on a whole like this higher level order of unsettled at all times, and you don't even notice it because you're always feeling that, and it's like everyone is, and we're all in this together. For example, what I always say to people is, and you mentioned speeches, so lately at my speeches I've been saying to people, so hey, everybody in the room, put your hand up if you sleep within 10 feet of your cell phone. And guess, pardon?
What's the response to that question usually?
It's like 95%, put their hand up. And then and there's a murmur. Like there's like, oh, we are, they kind of get it right away with the hands, right? Like, and then I'm like, oh, and keep your hand up if the last thing you do before you go to bed is check your cell phone, right? And of course, everyone keeps their hand up because it's like, of course, I either turn on airplane mode or I like set my alarm or I like, see if there's any last minute emails from my boss or like there's a kind of there's like a closing up, right? Then I say, which is pretty obvious, I'm like, and who checks it when you wake up? And it's like, freaking everyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then I say, and by the way, never come see me speak because I'm giving away my bit here. And then I say, what would we call you if you drank a bottle of wine before bed every night, slept within 10 feet of a bottle of wine, and drank a bottle of wine when you woke up every morning? Like would have no problem openly labeling you some form of alcoholic.
Sure.
Yet we're all phoneaholics now, and we have not labeled that addiction. We all think it's normal because everyone's doing it. And
why do you think that is? Why is everybody doing it? Is it to escape?
So I read a book called Irresistible by Adam Alter, a New York NYU professor, and he shows how a lot of big technology has naturally created hardware and software that is more and more and more addictive over time. And you can argue whether that's malicious or whether that's just like, science and like progress and like this worked. So they made Instagram auto scrolling or they made Netflix auto playing and YouTube auto play because then people watched more stuff. And then, so this stuff, now there's like arguments about whether or not our human cognitive defenses can actually handle things that permanently scroll and things that autoplay, and so that's a separate argument on the ethics side. But like for now, it's like this stuff's really addictive.
Right. There was somebody who released a book not too long ago. I can't recall his name. Maybe you do, but there was somebody previously involved with Google who said that the delay before your email pops up is intentional. That's not a system lag. That it gives your brain a dopamine hit when you're waiting just that half a second and then it pops up.
Yeah, that would probably Tristan Harris, the founder of Center for Humane Technology, whose work I love and recommend, and I've been trying to connect with him for a while because I'm a big proponent of his stuff. So Center for Humane Technology is great. So then the answer, by the way, so then get back into like the sort of how do we build a little bit of mental resilience here, and so I always tell people first off, your cell phone should not be in your bedroom.
Sure. Yeah.
So first things first, our cell phones do not live in our bedroom, and the best way to do that is to move your charger. You move your charger to your basement or somewhere far, far, far away from you. Move your charger because that's where you'll have to go to plug the thing in.
Yeah.
Actually, these sort of permanently charged things or like charging pads, that kind of stuff kind of scares me. So
it's also so funny, I find, because when I suggest this to people, sometimes they say, but my alarm is on. Well, buy an alarm clock. It hasn't been that long since we used an alarm clock.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I said this the other day to Dave Asprey. He hosts a big podcast called Bulletproof Radio.
Yeah.
And founder of Bulletproof Coffee, etc. And he said, Neil, my cell phone is my like sleep circadian rhythm detector and my like, you know what I mean? Like he had all these other reasons. And it was interesting that he said that because I was like, oh, he like his phone is like on at night, not on it's in airplane mode, but it's like it's part of his kind of technological monitoring. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, that's interesting. And then I talked to a journalist, and I won't name the journalist, although he's a prominent journalist who's interviewed me for an interview for a newspaper. And I said this to him, and he's like, yeah, that's what I do at night. I was like, yeah. And so obviously your phone's in airplane mode. He's like, no, it's not. I was like, what do you mean it's not? He's like, I get texts all night, and then I like wake up and I answer them. Wow. So I'm like, the thing in the bedroom is bad, but there's extremes in the bedroom. Like Dave Asprey is in airplane mode and like doing other stuff. So I'm saying this guy's like woken up because he's checking text. Either way, it shouldn't be there. And either way, yes, their alarm clocks are $10 at Walmart. So just go buy one, and get it out of your bedroom. Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is, as you probably know, looking at bright screens an hour before bedtime reduces your melatonin production, so you're not having as deep or restful sleep. I actually think that sleep hygiene is a big thing that we need to start talking about. And for Leslie and I, my wife's name is Leslie. For Leslie and I, like, I don't know what happened, but in the last 6 to 12 months, suddenly we're both like eye patch people. You know, we both like got the big, thick eye patches now. We're like, we say our goodnight kiss, and like we're both blind. Like we're both like,
Yeah, I
Where are
just
ya?
got new ones myself. Actually, they're really
yeah. What do
good.
you do?
The manta sleep. I don't know if you've ever heard of
Yes,
that.
that's the same.
Yeah,
The one
This
with
is not a
two big
sponsor.
eyes.
This is not an ad, but they're super comfortable.
Yeah. I'm working on. I'm trying to find the one that works for me, and I travel with one, and then I always have like a big hoodie, so that like literally I always wear a big hoodie, so that like on airplanes I can just go like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like that's like literally built in for that reason. Anyway, so a couple things there. Move yourself from the basement. Have better sleep hygiene. No screens an hour before bedtime. Okay, that's another thing. And then in the morning, what I advocate is when you wake up, don't jump out of bed. Don't scream towards your alarm clock and rush to grab a coffee and run out the door. Don't do that. Just take 2 minutes. 2 minutes to answer a 3-prompt framework to strengthen and level set your mind for the day. And the 3 prompts are: I will let go of, I am grateful for, and I'm trying to do my finger across the screen. I'm very bad at it. Okay. And the third one is I will focus on. I will let go of, I am grateful for, I will focus on. I will let go of helps us crystallize and eject a little anxiety. Dr. Jean Twenge at San Diego University says that anxiety rates have spiked over 30% over the past 5 years. By the way, baked into that white paper is the phrase due to the ascendance of the smartphone.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So get rid of your anxiety, because you're not going to the Catholic confession chamber. And that's how people used to do it. And the secularism is rising. No religion is rising. And not just Catholicism, but Buddhism, Mormonism, Judaism, Islam all have a form of confession built into the religion. If you no longer have a confession practice built into your religious practice, depending who you are, where you live, what you do, you need one.
And psychologically, it serves that cathartic function.
Exactly. And so you and me, you probably go to therapy. I go to therapy. But what I've learned about therapy is, and I know this already, is it's super inaccessible.
Yeah.
Meaning that you either are in a public system in a super, super long waiting list, or you have to shell out like $200 an hour. And maybe you happen to have an employee benefits coverage plan, and maybe that covers 5 sessions or something.
Yeah. And most people hardly even have that.
Right. So, and by the way, side note, for anyone who's in Toronto watching this or listening to this, I'm a huge advocate of a place on Bloor Street West called Hard Feelings. I don't know if you know this, Mark.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. This is amazing. You should look into this. This is run by Kate Cowan. Kate is a therapist, and she has started an accessible therapy practice with a storefront, a retail storefront that sells mental health books, and therapy is offered by like 20 plus licensed therapists at far below market prices, at like something like $50 an hour. There's a huge waiting list, but they're serving the community with accessible therapy between the public and private systems. Anyway, it's amazing.
I've never heard of it before, but it sounds like a great resource.
You got to know. I just interviewed Kate for 3 books for my podcast, so I'm going to be talking about her on my podcast very soon. Anyway, I will let go of helps you crystallize and inject. I will let go of comparing myself to Tim Ferriss. I will let go of the 5 pounds I gained over Christmas. I will let go of the fact that I yelled at my kids last night. Like, what was I doing? I'm a terrible dad. Let go of it. Write it down. Get rid of it. Then I am grateful for. I don't probably need to go into the research here, but there's so much research on just writing down a few meaningful, specific gratitudes a day. Makes you healthier, makes you mentally stronger, makes you happier over time. And they got to be specific. So you can't just write down my husband, my kid, and my dog. You have to write when my husband, Antonio, puts the toilet seat down, when my 3-year-old gave me a painting from school, when my dog learned how to shake a pot. Got to be specific stuff. And then the last one,
relive the memory and make it more real for you.
Exactly. In your brain, you've got a visual cortex. Inside that, you've got area 17. That area lights up when Trooper shakes a paw, and when you write about it, area 17 in your visual cortex lights up again. Yeah. So you were just for lack of better words, you're just deepening that neural pathway towards the positive. Yeah. And then, and by the way, and we know this, our brains naturally want to focus on the negative, right? Our brains naturally want fight or flight, amygdala. We want to rubberneck on the highway. We want to look at bad news in the newspaper. We naturally want to do that. So you have to practice the other way.
And Martin Seligman, that famous psychologist at Penn, who pioneered the idea of learned helplessness, he pivoted.
My goal is to be like this by the end, by the way. Yes.
You what, sorry?
My goal is to be like right, my eyes right here by the end, like the manta.
Interviewing your pupil.
Yeah, Martin Seligman.
Seligman he pivoted in his career several years ago. I mean, he pioneered this idea of learned helplessness, that we learn how to be helplessness based on the same process, repetition, really. But he pivoted into learned optimism, that it goes the other way too.
Yeah.
That we learn how to be positive, and it's the same neural process.
Right. Beautiful. I love that.
So we've got letting go. We've got gratitude.
And the last one is I will focus on, because here's the other thing we all feel these days: overwhelmed. We have too much stuff to do. Are you one of those people, like I am, like most people are, who just like at the end of the day when you're feeling anxious or stressed, or at the beginning of the day, you make a list of everything you have to do, and then you feel overwhelmed by the size of your list because it covers like both sides of a cue card or an entire file and notes in your iPhone or whatever. So I will focus on is a way to carve away, husk away the endless could do and should do, and write down simply one thing you will do. And that process often takes you 30 seconds of deep thought. You're like, what is the one thing I need or want and will be happy if I get done today? You don't give yourself that 30 seconds, so you don't do it.
I cheat on my to-do list sometimes, actually all the time, and I write on things that I've already done, so that way I can cross them off.
Yeah. Buy a sexy microphone. Check.
Which of this, and I'm keeping you way too long here, so I'm going to let you go, but I'm interested in knowing which of those three things is the most difficult for you, and which has become the easiest for you over time with practice.
Okay, so the easiest over time with practice is probably the gratitudes, because I wrote a blog for 4 years called 1000awesomethings.com. That was the precursor to my very first book called The Book of Awesome. So in a sense, from 2008 to 2012, I had a really ugly, atrophied, rusty muscle. And over those 4 years, that became like a svelte machine to the point now where today I do that all the time. So I'm really good at finding
something. John talks about the positive psychologist, how you train your brain to scan the world for the positive after that, because you have homework to do for it later.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, I'm in the process of signing a book deal for another Book of Awesome like that. And to be honest with you, one of the reasons I want to sign that book deal is so that I then have another year or two of forcing myself to look for and write them down. I just will bake that in because I'll be conscripting myself to do it. And on my blog,
on that too, I'm sure people will be looking forward to it.
Thanks, but my point there was thank you, and I appreciate that. I don't want to rush through that, but I'm because I know as I do that, people are like, no, thank you, so great, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm not. Wait, thank you, and then, but what I want to say is, for anyone, the goal there is to make it public. So if you make it on a public blog, if you do it on Twitter, if you do it at your family dinner, you can play Rose, Rose, Thorn, Bud. You go around the dinner table, everyone says a rose from their day, then another rose from the day, rose is a gratitude or a positive thing. I got this knock your practice. My boss gave me a compliment, whatever. Then a thorn, something that didn't go well, and a bud is something you're looking forward to, BUD. Then just, again, make it public. Put it in a system. Put it in a dinner. Put it in a tweet. Put it in an email you always send to like your parents every day, whatever. Just make it something you have to do. Okay, so that one's the easiest to answer your question. The hardest one is always the first one. I will let go of. Because it means that I have to be really honest with something that I'm feeling anxious or worried or stressed about. And when I'm not honest, I say, oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Like that's the instinct. I'll be like, oh, nothing's bothering me today. And then I'm like, oh, then I'll notice at the end of the day, I've just had something kind of dull dripping in the back of my brain. And it was this nasty email I got last night when someone canceled something on me. And I was like, oh, I told myself that didn't bug me. But it sat there. So then the next morning I need to just journal it out. And then it literally is gone. And there's research around this. The Catholic Confession Chamber works. So you got to just journal it and then it's gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Neil, this is all great advice, and I don't want to keep you longer than I promised, since I already have. But as you just said, the hardest part is letting go. And unfortunately, I have to let you go now.
Yes, it is hard. Mark, thanks for the chat. Thanks for all the work you're doing on mental health and mental illnesses. And I love talking to you as always.
Thank you. And I'm gonna soak in that gratitude, because I do the same thing. I just pass it off. But thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing that next book, Neil.
Thanks, Mark. Talk to you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Alrighty, there's my conversation with Neil Pasricha. His book, You Are Awesome, is awesome. Go get it. And look, he signed it. He signs a lot of books, and he has the coolest way in the world of signing his books because he does like the usual inside thing, but there's also some highlighter in there and some little balloons. But then he signs that part too. The cover says it all. That's pretty cool. You are awesome. So when my book comes out, I just recently found out actually at the end of 2020, I have learned a few things. And there's also somebody else that I've learned a whole lot from. Rudy, I'm going to keep you in the background for a few minutes if you don't mind. I'm going to come back to you because I want to pull in Dr. Brian Goldman. Dr. Brian Goldman, where'd I put his book? I just had it a second ago. Oh, there it is. Dr. Brian Goldman's newest book is The Power of Kindness. He's been on my podcast. My light is kind of, there we go. There he is. Why empathy is essential in everyday life. There. So, Dr. Brian Goldman, come on into
Hey, Mark, you are such a pessimist.
How? Me, a pessimist? How?
Yeah. You thought, well, Brian's not going to be on my show today on Bell Let's Talk. When I said that I might be able to do it at 12, I'm in a parking lot outside the main hospital in Sherbrooke, Quebec, where I did some research for a show. I did some interviews for a show that we're going to do on something called motivational intervention. Basically, it means if you want to talk to somebody who's vaccine hesitant, instead of browbeating them like doctors like to do and say, no, you shouldn't do that. You're wrong. There's no connection between measles, mumps, rubella vaccine and autism. Instead, you begin the conversation by saying, you want to protect your child. I see that you want to protect your child. You try to make an ally out of them.
And is there good research to suggest that starting the conversation there has measurably different effects?
Absolutely. In fact, this program has been tested. It's called Promovac. It was tested in Quebec. And what they found is that vaccine hesitancy dropped by 15% after a 10 to 20 minute conversation with a vaccination counselor. And the long-term benefits, that the child is 7% more likely to be vaccinated and something like 30% more likely to complete their vaccination series. The program has been scaled up. There was research in 4 centers in Canada, so Quebec, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and British Columbia. And the next stage is to test it out in an international study where obviously the stakes are higher because there's countries where there are thousands of children and adults who are being diagnosed with measles. So it's a huge problem. Anything that can be done to try to get those vaccine hesitation rates down is going to be a good thing. So here I am doing this. I'm in my car. And the second pessimistic thing you said was, well, I don't know if I can do this on a smartphone. Well, here I am.
I was pretty sure you couldn't do it on a smartphone. And actually, I think I told several other potential guests that they couldn't come on the show because they only had smartphone.
Well, Mark, hint, it's Bell. It's a phone company. So if they can't do this, then nobody can.
Fair enough. So I like first of all, I want to talk a little bit about how what you just said in terms of approach to anti-vax can transfer over into the mental health space in terms of mental health care. But before we do that, because we have some viewers from the US and elsewhere, although I don't know why anybody would not know who you are, hosting White Coat Black Art on CBC Radio for as long as you have. Can you tell us a little bit more about your background and some of the things you've written about?
So first of all, I'm an emergency physician at Mount Sinai Hospital. I've been there since the mid-1980s, so I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran of SARS, so we're starting to get really vigilant about coronavirus. Mm-hmm. And in parallel with my emergency career, I've had a journalist career. Working in all kinds of media, TV, radio, magazines, newspapers. I started doing radio documentaries in the late 1980s. And back in 2007, I launched White Coat Black Art, which is a show that basically talks about the patient experience and the culture of modern medicine. So it's all about pulling back the curtain and revealing what really goes on in doctors' offices and clinics. And, I talk not just to physicians, but all kinds of allied health professionals. We've talked about edgy subjects such as queue jumping. We were probably right at the forefront of talking about medical aid in dying before the legislation was passed federally. And we're continuing that process right now, with a story about vaccine hesitancy. We've talked a lot about that.
Yeah. Now, this idea of talking about it from the patient's perspective, though, especially you as a physician, as a veteran physician, I think that's still not the perspective that you hear all the time, especially in professional care systems. What does the patient think?
Yeah, exactly. And there is certainly a more than a whiff of paternalism in modern healthcare. The assumption that if the physician has gone to school for many years to become an expert, that their knowledge always trumps the patient's experience. And certainly what we've learned is that that attitude tends to leave patients with the feeling that their opinions aren't important when they are important, that their views aren't important, and that their decision making should always be superseded by what the doctor thinks is best. That's paternalistic, and it doesn't work. It doesn't motivate people. And physicians need to be, certainly all health professionals, but in particular physicians need to be aware that we need to be thinking more about the things we say to patients, what works and what doesn't work. And fortunately, in the last few years, we've certainly seen a movement, a patient experience movement, a patient engagement movement, where what we see are patients having a more formal role in commenting on hospital care, whether it's hiring a new nurse or a new physician, or changing the procedures for taking care of a certain kind of problem in the hospital. Some say that it's lip service. They're a bit cynical. Others, though, and I certainly would agree, I certainly think that it's really important that we get much more of a consumer experience perspective into what we do, because a lot of what we do it's just stupid. The way we organize waiting lists and the way we organize, we've been so slow to change our communications. We had an idea for a long time that patients shouldn't read their own records, and now we have MyChart. I did
that. So when I wrote my book, as you're well aware of my book by this stage, it feels like I feel like a long-suffering writer.
And a great book, and I can't wait to read it, to have it in my hot little hands.
Anyway, I pulled my medical records in order to inform, because while yes, I wanted to tell the emotional truth of my own story, not just what was in my memory, because memory can be a funny thing, but I wanted to back it up with some facts too. And it was such a surreal experience reading the notes and looking at the handwriting that the triage nurse was writing about me as I was in the worst moment of my life after having had to kill myself. It was just such an unusual experience.
And I'm sure, and I know what you found out, what a lot of patients find out, is just how often we just get it completely wrong. We get facts wrong, we get perspectives wrong, we impute what people are thinking when they come to the emergency department or anywhere in the healthcare system. And why wouldn't we want to be able to confirm, like, this is what I got from you? Am I right? And, a very astute colleague of mine taught me to summarize what I think I've heard at the end of an encounter in the emergency department, and then ask the question, have I got it right? Is there anything you'd like to correct, or is there anything else you'd like to add? And it's so helpful.
Your TEDx Toronto talk was one that I watched on loop when I was preparing for my own. It was incredibly influential for me, because the vulnerability that you expressed just on that point of being able to, as a healthcare professional, not assume that you know everything about what you're seeing in front of you at that time, and being willing to bring in other perspectives, and that you are a human being too. Shocker, that you're a human being too, and you make mistakes. When you did that talk, presumably you'd been sharing stories like that already, and certainly on White Coat Black Art. Did you experience any resistance from your peers from within the medical community that you're telling our secrets?
Absolutely. I experienced a lot of resistance. I would say that a good, not everyone, but a good percentage of health professionals are extremely uncomfortable with that kind of an approach. They wish, they shift in their seats. They wish you didn't talk about it. And there are, I know a colleague referred to what I was doing as doing Oprah. That I was doing Oprah.
You're the Oprah of emergency room physicians, are you?
Or today Ellen DeGeneres might be a little bit more contemporary example, but yeah, they are. But if that led me further down the path of why, and I think the main reason why is this pervasive, and this is just my belief. It's my opinion. I can't prove it yet, but I think that there is a pervasive shame proneness in healthcare among healthcare professionals, and I think that's why a lot of healthcare professionals go into the helping professions, because they want to assuage that sense of shame by being the nicest person, the kindest person they can, by doing the most societal good, working in a field in which I'm saving lives, I'm helping patients. I can't possibly ever do anything that's wrong. And so the first indication you have, if you're a patient, family member who confronts a physician or another healthcare provider, your first indication that they're shame prone is this wall of defensiveness that they meet you with. How dare you say that? My work was the very best possible. So what they're saying is that just the concept of being criticized for anything from a medical error, a grievous medical error, on down to a faux pas, just a simple faux pas, that it's not that they've been corrected, it's that they're ashamed, that they should feel ashamed of themselves. And
I don't know if this is actually a thing or just something that I noticed because I've been both treated by and sat on so many committees with psychiatrists in particular. But is there a difference between medical professions that you've noticed in terms of that shame proneness? Like, my experience has been, again, maybe just my own projection, that many psychiatrists, or at least the ones who aren't aware of it, seem to have an almost inferiority complex, that they have one of the longest residencies, but they're often one of the lowest paid, and they're often the least respected too.
Well, that's an interesting concept, and certainly, the casual jokes that are made by colleagues. How do you distinguish a psychiatrist from everybody else in the room? They're the best dressed. They're the sharpest dressed. I
quite like that.
Well, and so they may have an inferiority complex. I've certainly heard non-psychiatrists say that psychiatrists don't practice real medicine, and quote unquote real medicine, but it's interesting that you say, I would think that psychiatrists might be more grounded in their own personal shame, because a lot of them go to therapy themselves. Analysts, psychoanalysts were analysts at one point, and I would think that they would be curious about that kind of stuff. They certainly have a better, and this may be surprising, I think they actually have a superior capacity for understanding the perspective of their patients, because they're supposed to. That's their job. They're supposed to understand what might motivate or demotivate a patient. But what you just said about inferiority is an interesting thing. I need to think about that one some more.
Yeah, well, we'll have you back on again another time to talk about that. I do have our next guest waiting in the wings here, but thank you for dropping in so quickly to have a chat. I've been wanting to talk to you again since you were on the podcast for a while, and it was a pleasant surprise that you were able to join us again today.
And it was a great pleasure listening to Neil because it reminded me to let go of some stuff. I'm going to let go of some stuff right now, and I'm going to practice some gratitude.
Well, hopefully you don't let go of this interview. Hopefully you carry it with you as a point of joy through your day.
I will.
Thanks, Brian. Take care.
Bye now.
All right. That's my conversation with Brian Goldman, Dr. Brian Goldman, of course. His newest book, he has several, but his newest is The Power of Kindness: Why Empathy is Essential in Everyday Life by Dr. Brian Goldman. He hasn't signed this one for me yet like Neil did, so I'm going to have to track him down. I'll go down to his hospital without an emergency, just to get him to sign my book. Anyway, Rudy, I'm going to get you to keep waiting in the wings there for me too, because our next guest, Ann Douglas, is on deck right now. So, Ann, let's pull you in here too. There you are.
Hello there.
Hi, Ann. How are you?
Good. It's one of those days where it's like chaos all around me. The microwave packed it in, so we ripped apart the kitchen. So I had to like carefully frame the shot so I didn't traumatize people with like, it looks like a natural disaster has hit the room.
Yeah, well, speaking of a disaster, I'm kind of a disaster myself in that, I mean, just that's a general statement. But but I left your book right over there on my bookshelf, and it wouldn't be very graceful if I were to clamber out of my chair right now to go get it because I'm attached. So
Exactly.
I am gonna tweet it out later. I'll send up all the
Sure.
pictures, and I'll put it in on the video as well. But your newest book, tell us about, well, actually, no, first, before we get to your newest book, tell us about yourself, what it is you're passionate about and what you do.
Sure. I am a mother of four who's sort of spent, I guess, the last 2 decades writing about pregnancy and parenting and so on. And, over the course of my life as a parent, I think I had some, a mix of garden variety struggles and like really tough stuff. And so I wanted to write parenting books that really reflected the whole idea that you can be a really committed and passionate parent and still have a child who's struggling in some way. So I do that. I am the weekend parenting columnist for CBC Radio, which means I go in studio about once every 6 weeks and do interviews with different radio stations across the country. And I speak at a lot of health, parenting, and education conferences. But most often I try to sort of just, balance my own issues. I have bipolar disorder, and I also have this balance and dizziness disorder called Meniere's disease. So I have to work really hard to do the self-care thing. I mean, it's not optional for me at this point. It's mandatory. So about an hour ago, I was like walking on the treadmill because I knew I had a half an hour block of time before we did this. I think I forgot to comb my hair afterwards. So you get to see the spillover for my commitment to self-care.
Well, I'm sure glad that you do have that commitment to self-care, because not enough people do, especially parents, when it's so hard to find the time to
like
do
5 minutes. Yeah, exactly.
But even still, 5 minutes when you're exhausted and have had kids screaming at you all day. I've got kids. I know how it
Yeah,
is.
it's really hard. And I
It is.
think that there's so much guilt about self-care. That's the thing that amazes me because, this is something I talk to parents about all the time. And some people, like you say the word self-care and you can almost see them backing up out of the room or just wanting to hide because they feel guilty because they haven't been able to take good care of themselves. But I get it. I mean, for an entire decade of my life, I was basically the poster child for self-neglect because all of my kids were struggling in some way. So I was struggling big time. So I think what I figured out along the way is that if you can just figure out some tiny little thing that you could do, and maybe this is self-care that happens in your own head, that as you're going to sleep at night, you're just thinking something kind and comforting, that could be all the self-care you're capable of. It does not mean you have to get up and do yoga on a mountaintop
Right.
for an hour at dawn every single day of your life. Like I've never done that in my whole 56 years of living. So
Nor
here
should
I am. I'm still here.
Yeah. Well, so what I like about the work that you've done, and how many books have you written so far?
Approximately 30.
You're ridiculous.
It's the only thing I'm good at. So,
Well, so I tell people this all the time. I have no other transferable skills other than depression, so I've really tried to capitalize on it.
Why not?
Why not? If you got it, flaunt it. Anyway, so you've written more than 30 books, all within the parenting vein.
About 2/3 of them are by or for parents or children. So then I have some outlier books that will only confuse people. So if they really want to know, they can go to my website and then go, what?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So in the writing of your books, as I just mentioned to Brian, the process itself is so deep. Although I assume you've probably got it down to a pretty good science by now. What have you?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, okay. So we'll come back to that in a second. But what have you learned through the course of writing all these books about parenting? I mean, to go from a struggling parent yourself to writing 30 books mostly on parenting, surely there must have been some important lessons along the way.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing I learned is that most people, I would say everybody, but pretty much everybody finds parenting hard. Anybody who sort of tells you it's a cakewalk or, whatever, they've either been extraordinarily lucky or maybe they're oblivious or in denial. I don't know. But I don't know a lot of people who talk that way about parenting. And so, depending on your circumstances, it could be like a garden variety parenting challenge where your child won't sleep, or it could be something so much more like serious and worrisome in the moment as you try to get a diagnosis for some issue that you don't even really know what your child is dealing with yet. So
yeah. So assume somebody's child is dealing with something, and maybe you can speak to your own personal experience with this. What do you suggest is the approach? Excuse me, the approach the parents should take to helping their kids?
I think a big thing is to get support in place for yourself, because like all 4 of my kids had a number of different struggles. All of them have been diagnosed with ADHD, and my daughter had some pretty significant mood disorders and eating disorders when she was a teenager, and my youngest is on the autism spectrum, and one of the other guys has a learning disability. So we had a lot of different things going on, but personally I found it so much easier once we knew what we were dealing with, because then we could start using parenting strategies that sort of brought out the best as opposed to the worst in the kids, and we could tap them into whatever supports they might be entitled to at school or in the mental health care system or in the community. Like suddenly there was something we could do, as opposed to just worrying and wondering and not being sure what it was we were supposed to be doing. That was the hardest time, I think. And of course, after you get a diagnosis, your head is spinning for a little while. I've been watching, I'm probably the last person to discover this TV show, but that's the case with me all the time. But I've been watching reruns of Parenthood on one of the servers. I can't remember which one of the streaming shows. And they have a young kid who has Asperger's syndrome. And that's the diagnosis that my youngest has now, of course, just called an autism spectrum disorder. But when they show the reactions of the parents, like the shock, the trying to process, what does this mean? And in last night's episode, I could feel my eyes tearing up at one point when the dad realized that this doesn't have to be like a life-limiting kind of thing. Like there's still so much possibility behind that. But until you talk to other parents and you find out that that's the case, you really can feel like it's the end of the world, when actually it's just a whole new beginning.
Right. How important of a role has that played, both in your own parenting and in the process of, I assume you do a lot of speaking engagements and book signings and hearing from parents who are affected by your stories. How important is that to them to hear another parent talk about their own struggles and to share stories?
Yeah, I think it's huge. And I think that's sort of what has made my book stand out a little bit in the marketplace over the years, is that when I go to write a book, the first thing I do is reach out to parents and ask, what would be helpful in a book like this? What would be harmful? And I usually end up interviewing anywhere between 50 and 100 parents for that book. So it's like a really research intensive kind of process. But I know how great it feels to look at a page in a book and see a parent express the very thing you were feeling, especially if it's something you weren't sure you were allowed to feel. Like, what if I feel like I want to run away from home? This isn't what I signed up for. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm sinking,
Yeah.
So many parents have felt that at different times. And then, you flip a few pages and here's a parent saying, I never thought it would get better, but then it did. Because I think that I always feel like it's so important to weave in messages of hope, not in a, cheerleading, all is wonderful in the world kind of way, because that wouldn't be real or authentic, but just in a way that acknowledges that, yes, things are really hard right now. And yes, there's the opportunity or the potential for them to get a lot better.
Have there been any stories, it's kind of putting you on the spot, so if you can't think of anything, don't worry about it, but have there been any stories that have really stood out for you over the years in this research process and all of the people you've talked to that really affected you?
Well, I can tell you about one time that I actually started crying at a trade show, because
Please do.
it was sort of like a real kind of touching moment. Many years ago, like probably 20 years ago now, I wrote a book called Trying Again. And it was about parenting or pursuing another pregnancy after you'd had a loss. And we had been through the stillbirth of a baby, and that's sort of what inspired me to want to write that book. And this one time I was at one of these baby shows that I've done so many of over the years, and this couple came up to talk to me, and they said, we read one of your earlier books. And they had this look on their face, and the moment they looked at me, I knew what it was. I knew they had read Trying Again. So we started talking, and they told me that reading that book is what gave them the courage to try again when they felt like their hearts had been irreparably broken and shattered. And so hearing that, they started to cry, I started to cry, and I thought, like, when I think back over my career, like that is the moment that immediately comes to mind, knowing I made a real difference for a family on a day when they really needed a little bit of hope.
And you can always tell when they come up to you too, can't you? Like I
Yes.
get this after talks, especially with parents, actually, since we're talking about parenting. And as soon as they walk up to me, I guess it's just because I've done it so many times before. I can see it in their eyes. This person
Yes.
has a kid that they've either lost to suicide or is currently struggling,
Yes.
and they don't know what to do about it. So, I think that we need people like you telling them that even though they're lost, they're not alone.
Exactly. And I think that's how the whole title, sort of Parenting Through the Storm, came together, because it was about sort of sharing that umbrella and being together as a community of parents who get it and who won't judge you for any emotion on any day that you might be feeling.
So, speaking of parenting through the storm, when I put you on full screen there, I surreptitiously went over and got Parenting Through the Storm by
That
Anna.
was pretty sneaky and
Right?
very skilled. I
So-
just thought you were trying to get all my hair in one frame. So
Well, I wanted people to also experience the full Anne Douglas.
yes.
I'm so grateful that you came on to chat with me today. Where can people find out, other than your most recent book, Parenting Through the Storm, which I think we're the same publisher, aren't we? Yeah.
The most recent one was Happy Parents, Happy Kids, but that's
yes, I'm sorry, yes.
that's the younger brother of the other book.
Right.
but
The one with the ducks is Happy Parents, Happy Kids.
Exactly. And you can just go to annedouglas.net and you'll find more than you'd ever want to know about what I do.
There's never enough to know about Anne Douglas. And thank you so much for joining me in the live cast today. And thank you so much for the work that you do every day.
It was my pleasure. Thanks so much, Mark. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. All right. There's the fabulous, wonderful Anne Douglas. She's just such a really lovely person. So I'm so grateful that she came on. She was on my So-Called Normal podcast as well. Make sure you listen to that episode. Many of our guests so far have been too. I'll mention that. So while the podcast is ending today, it has its first 2 parts out now of a 4-part finale special for Bell Let's Talk, my conversation with the stranger in the light brown jacket who saved my life. You can listen to the first 2 parts now. You can still go back, and I've been sharing them on Twitter all last night and all morning, and I'll share some more later this afternoon, of past episodes and conversations that I had. One of them was with Anne Douglas, certainly with Paul Nadeau, who we had on a little bit earlier today. Who else do we have? Brian Goldman, of course, who I just talked to before Anne. He was on the show. So we've had quite a few on so far, and you can really get some more in-depth meat of our conversations. So let's bring Rudy back in here. You ready, Rudy? Here we go. Right out, here you come.
Hi, good. I'm on the right side.
You're on the right side this time.
I've been allowed back on the show miraculously.
Yeah, it's like Ricky Gervais at every award show. He comes out for the monologue and then just disappears. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice already. We've been talking now for several hours, so
I know. Like we still got like 5 interviews left with like 51 minutes.
Not that many, not 5 interviews, I think. But we do actually. We didn't get a chance to air yet the interview that I pre-recorded with Andre Picard, health columnist for the Globe and Mail, longtime health columnist. So we're going to put that up after the next one.
Got Bran.
Possibly. What's that?
We've got Bran in the studio.
Okay, good. I think that's supposed to be Brian. I think you had a.
Oh, okay.
I think he had a typo, but that's okay. So we're gonna bring Brian on in a second. But before that, Rudy, any thoughts from our last 2 guests? Because we had a quick cut between the other Brian, Dr. Brian Goldman, that we had on from CBC's White Coat Blackguard, and the author of more than 30 books on parenting, Anne Douglas. Any thoughts on some of the ideas that they brought forward to us?
How does someone write 30 books on anything?
I know. It's taken me 3 damn years to get through my 1 book.
Yeah. No, I'm glad that Dr. Goldman did talk about vaccines, because That's very important. There's so much misinformation, especially about autism. A lot of just phony baloney BS. So great to have him on. You would think that this is common sense type information, but there's so many people who are against that, who are on the wrong side of science. So good, 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 good. Glad you mentioned that. And Douglas as well. She seems like a very nice person. So it's always interesting hearing a parent's perspective because in many ways I'm anti-parents because I'm anti-paternalism, and so I often
That's a bit of a projection, Rudy.
yeah, it is. It is. Well, I feel like parents get to control a narrative too much about their son or daughter or whatever. So oftentimes you hear the parent's perspective, especially after a suicide. So everything is filtered to that, even if that person who died by suicide didn't even get along with their parents. So
And that's especially true in terms of involuntary care. I want to come back and talk to you
Yeah.
more about this idea that a kid who is, legal age, whatever that is in your jurisdiction, often it's 16, that they have a right to privacy, and that parents often get very upset that their 16-year-old can invoke their right to privacy and not have their medical records disclosed. Let's come back to that after our next guest, because I think that's a really interesting issue. Next guest,
Definitely.
Brian Balthazar. I'm going to get him to tell us more about himself. Rudy, I'm going to turn you off for a second. There we go. So I can bring Brian in.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So this is the first time we're getting a chance to actually talk in person. I've followed you. We followed each other on social media for quite some time, but we've got some viewers on both sides of the border. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you've done in your career so far?
Sure. So I have worked in front of or behind the camera in television production, both live and scripted and unscripted for, do we have to say how many years? A long time. A long time. And so, so I've worked behind the scenes on long form shows, reality shows, live talk shows. Sometimes I go on as a guest, and sometimes I'm behind the scenes kind of helping with the production elements. So that's where I come from. I'm here in New York City, actually.
I'm muted. There we go. So now you are credited, I believe, with creating the Today Show Hour with Kathy Lee Gifford and Hoda, right?
Yeah, well, I will say I like to be humble about that because the chemistry of Kathy Lee and Hoda speaks for itself. So I was fortunate enough to be running that show when that magic took place. So yes, that's definitely on my resume. But I will say, it's really about the magic of those two people together, and I think it does tie along to like personalities, and big personalities on TV is a recurring theme of the success of so many shows and how big personalities manifest themselves.
Sure.
Can come in a variety of different ways. And so that was a magical part of my career. I'm so grateful to have been a part of with two wonderful women.
Now, speaking of big personalities, you were also co-executive producer on The View.
I was, yes. I wasn't for very long, I'll be honest. I didn't stay very long. But yeah, that is a show. It's a great example of filling a table full of people with very different opinions, different points of view, hence the name, and personalities. And fireworks often ensue on screen.
I had Rosie O'Donnell on my podcast a while ago now.
Yeah.
She's been a great supporter of things like that, but of course, no stranger to controversy.
Right. Yeah.
Especially when she was on The View.
Right. And I was there during part of that time. Rosie had been there before, and then there was the incident on screen that unfolded on live television with Elizabeth Hasselbeck. And then she took a break from The View, and then I came on around the same time. And actually, we both left on the same day as well. So, yeah. So, and she's a big advocate for mental health causes and has talked about that openly on the show and off. So I understand why she'd be a guest on your show for sure.
Yeah. Now, just like getting lots of different views around a table, or at least 5 different powerful views around a table. We were talking a little bit offline before you came on about getting lots of different, often conflicting views and personalities into a house together, or on an island together, or wherever it is in terms of reality television, right?
Yeah. There's been a lot in the news lately, and I should probably disclaim that I am not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, and I haven't worked on a dating or love-based show. But there have been a lot of headlines, and you sent one of them to me, about some of the folks that have been around the world. I think the number is nearing 40 of suicides. And while I can't speak to what leads someone individually to make that decision,
Sure.
The common thread here was that they were on reality television shows, and so one of the things we talking about is how do these shows get cast, how much of a presence of counseling on the psychological or psychiatric field is present, and I think it's an important one, and I think it's becoming ever more important as we see stories like this, because they're devastating, and there really is a conversation to be had there about what's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah. So as a show creator, as somebody who's been behind the scenes for not that long, what do you do in creating and casting these shows to protect the talent? I guess, if you can call them
Right.
that, but in reality, it's I mean, they're still the talent in many ways. So what do you do to help?
I think I think one of the differentiators here that I think is worth addressing is a certain genre of reality television, which is competitive or circumstances, vying for love, vying for fulfillment, is really one of them that seems to keep coming up. And I think the question that all of us as producers and people that are going on reality shows, and the families of those of us who choose to go on a show where you're going to be vying for someone's love, and I'm not speaking about any one show in particular, but some experts in the field have said you really want to step back and look at, like, what is it you're hoping to gain? What is your goal in this? Is it to find love? Is it to feel seen? Because being seen by friends and family is a far different thing than being seen in the realm of a television show. As we all know, the internet can be really tough, and reactions can be swift and not always well informed from, I say, fans of a particular show, and that can be really hard.
Well, and do you think that, I guess, on that idea of being seen, in the psychological sense too, of feeling seen, of feeling validated, it almost seems cliche. I don't know, maybe it's a stupid question, but do you think that television that you've been involved with and otherwise attracts people who really have a deep desire to be seen, that need validating that way?
I do, absolutely. Because in many ways we see, show business, we see a glamorized version of what we can believe to be the perfect life that could be very fulfilling. Worldwide acceptance and admiration is a very seductive prospect. And so, the truth is, we do see many people who go on these shows that go on to what appear to be incredibly glamorous, exciting, unique lives. And so the truth is, though, we see just as many, if not more, that the struggle is that it's very difficult for anyone in these situations to maintain that level of popularity. Even, think back 6 series, who was the star of that show, of any given show? It's tough for anyone, whether it's reality or otherwise. And the other thing to keep in mind is these are shows often that the circumstances are very unique. There's long production schedules. You're living in a house. You're not interacting with your family. You are in the presence of alcohol, and so in many cases. And so there are a lot of circumstances that can trigger some of our weaknesses and our reactions to conflict, because a TV show and a movie is about conflict. Whether it's a scripted or an unscripted show, the premise of what people find entertaining is, what is the conflict? And then when you take people from all over the country or the world, and place them in a situation where there's conflict, you don't always know how they're going to react. I will say, by and large now, most shows do have counselors at the ready, especially when there's an elimination. They may not be there every day, but they're on call. And when there's an elimination, being rejected is hard. I always say you don't really know a person until you've rejected them, or you don't always know yourself until they've rejected you sometimes, because dealing with that, especially in a public forum, I can't imagine it myself. And I work on television.
Yeah, and it's such a cutthroat business too, right? That people only remember you as recently as, which hour you've been on television last.
Yeah.
You must see that, especially too, people transitioning out, whether it's reality or not, or any of the other shows you've worked on. It's hard to go home again once you're off TV, or once you're even just a hiatus or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, and I think there's a perception that no one leaves show business voluntarily. It leaves you, and sometimes that is the case. Sometimes the world breaks up with you as a TV star. You're not interested. But that's a very difficult thing to deal with. And there's also the add on top of that, and taking the reality television out of this, whether you're an entertainer, an actor, a performer, or a reality star. You may consciously say this isn't for me and leave, and yet people, social media society, won't believe it that was a choice you made for your own happiness. And sometimes that is a choice, and sometimes it's absolutely the right choice. And so there's a perception that the business is perfect, in the same way that they have these great websites that show you like Instagram versus real life, and they show someone's legs on the beach and it looks all perfect, and then they take the wider shot, and it's not what it seems to be. Right. That's where social media kind of can also support this illusion of a perfect job.
Do you think that again, whether it's reality TV or how conflict and messages about emotional health are communicated in television in general, pop television, has that been a net positive or negative effect on people's mental health and emotional well-being? I think you work in the field, so I guess I'm asking you.
The short answer is, I think, one of the reasons that a day like today is so important is because we aren't doing enough and we aren't recognizing enough. So whether that's a net negative or a net positive, I think that more absolutely needs to be done as a whole about how we address our own mental health. We talk about taking a day of beauty more than we talk about a day of mental health. Like, I think employers around the world need to recognize that sometimes, like we talk about, I'm taking a spa day today, and everyone like, oh, have a great time. But we often there's still a culture of raising an eyebrow at taking a mental health day, and that needs to change. So the fact that this is still a very necessary conversation evolution that we need to see. I think every day we're taking some strides, and conversations like this hopefully are a big part of it. Yeah. But there's definitely more we can do.
So what kinds of skills have you seen in your career so far, under very unnatural circumstances in television often? What kind of resilience or character traits, or, your Kathy Lees or your Hodas, what do they actually do that helps them stay so grounded and helps them stay well that other people might be able to use as well?
I will use a comic that I have come to know, and she speaks very publicly about it. Her name is Nikki Glazer, and she does the Comedy Central roasts, and she talks on her radio show You Up on Sirius XM about meditation has changed her life. I generally don't like to speak on someone else's behalf, but the fact that she talks about it so freely and is such a proponent of meditation, and that it has made such a difference in her life, it speaks volumes, because she's a really great ambassador for that. And she's in a really tough business. Stand-up comedy, you only feel as good as your last performance. Literally, you can see right in front of you, someone will heckle you. When's the last time your dentist got heckled? Like, you don't think about the people in their day-to-day lives. It's one of those where someone in the audience can shout at you and tell you, she doesn't bomb, but there are comics out there that maybe don't do so well. And the audience will,
especially as a woman in comedy too, it's a whole different thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a really unique line of work, and I used to do comedy a lot. And it's not that I didn't love it; I just didn't like the hours. I don't want to be working at 10 o'clock.
Makes you all puffy,
right? But it's one of the few jobs, right? It's one of the few jobs where someone will shout at you that you're terrible. I don't know of another job like that where you're literally in person having someone heckle you. I've never had it happen, but I've seen, we've all seen it online. I've never, because I'm hilarious. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Brian, I don't want to keep you too long on here, so I'm going to let you go on with your day. But I want to thank you so much for coming on and taking the time to talk with me about this important conversation.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you too. Take care. All right, that's Brian Balthazar. He is the former co-executive producer on The View. He is credited as being the creator of the, I think it's the 4th hour, sorry, I might get that wrong, correct me later, of the Today Show with Kathy Lee Gifford and Hoda Kotb. Thanks, Brian, for coming on and chatting about the realities of mental health in the reality show world. Rudy, bringing you back in.
Hello.
Good. I'm going to Please go ahead. What are your thoughts on Brian? I'm going to switch you over to solo for just a second, but tell.
I was disappointed. You got me? I wait. Hold on, Mark. You're. Are we good, right? Okay, I got you. Okay, so hey, I guess Mark is taking a break and he's put me in the hot seat. So, um, again, I'm Rudy Caceres, and this is Mark's show, but I'm gonna try to kind of explain what we got going on here. Today is, of course, Bell Let's Talk Day in Canada. So if you want to support, I guess, mental health awareness, make sure to use the hashtag Bell Let's Talk. I have no clue where that money is. Um, Actually, Mark, if we got a little bit of time, I want to go to the Bell Let's Talk website. So
There you go. Good idea.
there we go. So, because I know so little, first off the bat, it says on the top, if you are in crisis, please go to your local hospital or call 911 immediately.
So this is one
that's
of those areas I know that we disagree on. But here, click this. What's I think important about Bell Let's Talk that everybody needs to constantly remind themselves. Click on the results and impact tab.
there we go. That picture looks so sad.
Kind of does. It's a bit downbeat, isn't it? Scroll
Yeah.
down a bit.
Okay, here we go. All right, this is
There
good.
we go. $100 million committed to mental health initiatives. I think that's extraordinary. And there will be lots of critics out there that say, oh, the government should give that money and more. And private donors should give that money and more. I don't disagree with that. I do agree with that. But they're not. And shit's got to get done. So we got to get that money somewhere. And I think it's important for initiatives like this to raise money and to donate. I think it's key.
Yeah, I mean, I do want a little bit more information about these mental health organizations they collaborate with. I mean, I know it says over 1,000, but
Yep.
when
They,
like, it
they
says,
do have a whole list of them in there. If you get a little bit more in depth,
okay, cool.
it's under that where the funds go tab. But anyway, I would
'Cause
encourage.
if it's giving to like jack.org, then that's a waste of money.
Well, hold on. Okay, pump the brakes. I like Jack.org as an organization, and they might be watching. If not now, then
Hey, Jack.
Anyway, that's Bell Let's Talk. I always
Okay, here
reiterate,
we go.
although, that I don't work for Bell, that I appear on CTV stations a lot, and Bell owns CTV, of course. But I don't work.
Do you even
for
have Bell as your carrier?
I do, yeah, on everything.
Okay.
But even still, that's just for convenience more than anything. But I have zero commitment, zero conflict of interest in that regard. But I am and continue to be a big supporter of the event. I think that we need to continue raising awareness. We need to act. We need to make meaningful social change. No question on that. And I work on that every day. But I think it is a key piece in the puzzle as well. So let's see here. I think we should queue up my conversation with Andre Picard. Or unless, Rudy, before we do that, are there any comments that stood out to you as interesting that you wanted to pull in here?
Okay, let's see, because I posted like a shit ton of links to our guests' work, which is important because I'm sure there are people who want to know more. Karen says, I find that we as mental health, let me get closer to the mic, that we as mental health care professionals don't view patients as consumers. We tend to be opinionated more than validate the patient's concerns.
Yeah.
Joelle had a question. Motivational inquiry, was that the name? Do you remember? I think that was Dr. Goldman.
I'm not sure, and I can double check with Brian later. But I think he might have been referring to motivational interviewing, because that's a whole other thing, or maybe not actually, because the way that he set the context, it was a way of asking questions.
Yeah, we got a Manon Charbonten. You are great doing this, Mark. You have all my support, and I miss working with you.
Merci, Madame Charbonneau.
There we go.
She was a wonderful, wonderful lady.
So thank you. I like. Can you pronounce that again? I really like that.
Manon Charbonneau. I think.
Ooh, okay.
Manon, if you want to correct me on that, then go ahead.
I mean, even if it's wrong, I just like that.
You got to sell it. That's the key. You just got to have confidence. Anyway, I want to play my conversation that I had with Andre Picard because we have another interview coming up with Timothy Caulfield at 1:50. So I want to make sure that we have enough time to get Andre's conversation in as well.
Yeah. All right.
Rudy, do you want to chat for a bit while I pull this up?
Sure. So again, this is our 3.5 hour. We've been going for 3.5 hours so far.
It doesn't feel that way though, does it? Or maybe it does. I don't know.
No, I mean, I've been awake since 5:45 a.m. and I kept waking up throughout the night because I was really worried that I would be late for this because I got to run the back end, put up all the graphics, and make sure everything is running smooth, which makes Mark's job easier. He can just focus on interviewing, which is important. Like when I do my live show, I have a producer too, but when it was just me, it was just so much going on that you can't really have a solid conversation with the person. It's just like you forget what the person said in the beginning of the response to the question by the time it's already over because you're focused on like making sure that the stream is still up first of all. So
well, and I'm the type of person too that I noticed that I only learned this about myself through writing is that it takes very little to break me out of my stream of focus, and that when I lose that focus, I can't get back down to the same depth very easily. So if I'm always being distracted by little things, checking the chat or checking the feed or whatever it is, then I can't get back down to where I want to be, and then I get frustrated because I feel like I have mushy brains.
Yes, and your guest always knows too.
Always, yeah.
Yeah, they see right through it. So we got the video good to go?
So I've got my conversation with Andre Picard picked up. Just a little bit of context for setup. Andre is a health columnist, longtime health columnist for the Globe and Mail, which is regarded as kind of Canada's New York Times, Canada's paper of record. I'm sure all the National Post people are just going to, that's the other big paper. Anyway, it's a whole thing. No, it's not. I don't know.
The National Post is the jack.org of Canadian newspapers.
You leave jack.org alone. They're an incredible organization that does extraordinary work. What are you doing?
We're just being provocative.
I see that, but you're being needlessly provocative, and we talked about that.
I know, but this is going into the 4th hour, so I'm running on fumes. I got to keep myself entertained somehow.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here's my conversation with Andre Picard. It is an audio-only conversation, so similar like the one I had with Sheila Rogers earlier in our feed. We'll just have a headshot up on there. And we did record this one earlier, and I did remember to change the lower third. But it's a great conversation. So here it is, and we'll be back live in 15, 20 minutes or so. All right? Here we go. Wait, hold on. I did it again, Rudy.
No, that's totally fine. So as you're doing this, can you remind people who else we have lined up for the rest of this live stream?
Yeah, sure. So actually, we're pretty close to the end. We've got Andre right now. I recorded a conversation that I think is going to be really interesting for a lot of people, potentially challenging for some people, with a political strategist here in Canada named Warren Kinsella. He opened up really beautifully and authentically to me, and I think it's important to share that conversation. So I actually have it live. It's posted to YouTube right now, if anybody wants to look that up, Mark Henick and Warren Kinsella, because I don't know if we're going to have time to get it into the feed. But we'll try our best, and go from there. So it's really just Andre, Timothy Caulfield after this, who's known for debunking wellness trends, and then we'll try to get Warren as well. And I want to talk more to you.
And these interviews will be broken up and posted separately, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's something that I'd love to be able to do, and we will do. We're going to break them up, and ideally even reshare some of them again today. I think that would be
awesome.
Okay, so I think I'm ready again. I keep forgetting to turn the sound on, but I got it this time. Here's my conversation with health columnist for the Globe and Mail, Andre Picard. All right. We're all set to go. Thanks for joining me again, Andre. We're live here, or at least live tonight, the night before Bell Let's Talk Day, when you're joining me.
Hi.
So the countdown is on. Bell Let's Talk starts at 10:30 p.m. In Newfoundland. And of course, you write for a Bell-owned property, the Globe and Mail. What have you guys been doing, especially on the health beat, to cover mental health lately? Any stories that people might have heard of?
Well, we've been, first, just to correct, Bell doesn't own us anymore. They used to, but they got rid of that didn't really work out. Their whole convergence business didn't work out. So,
well, so this shows how up to date I am on the moving and shaking in the journalism world.
Nobody knows who owns media properties anymore. We're not sure, but owned by the lovely Thompson family.
Okay, so I assume this was probably several years ago, and I just completely missed it.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, but the Thompsons owned it, sold a chunk to Bell, then bought it back. So,
complicated. Well, in any event, you're still you're still one of the preeminent health journalists in Canada. I don't think many people would disagree with that. So, tell me about the health-related stories you're working on outside of the Bell atmosphere that people might have recognized.
Yeah, so in the mental health field these days, I think we've been doing some work on psychiatrists and the lack of access to psychiatry. My colleague Aaron Anderson has been doing some wonderful pieces about that. We've been looking into this long-standing problem of not having access to psychologists. So there's a lot of attention being paid to, it's really hard to get help, especially for young people. And we know how important it is to get people treated quickly. If you let mental illness linger, it just gets worse. It gets harder to treat. So there's a lot of focus on that. Why aren't we doing more for young people? Because we know mental illness begins in a young age for most people. So why don't we nip this in the bud? Why don't we, all this prevention talk we talk about, why don't we apply that to mental health as well?
Yeah, so I want to pick up on a number of the points that you just made, but especially on the one around access to psychology. And I know Aaron Anderson, as you mentioned, has done some really in-depth, great work on this. But a lot of people don't realize that many Canadians sort of have universal access to psychiatry, and most antidepressants are prescribed by family docs anyway. But we know that psychology, that psychotherapy, and that may or may not actually be delivered by a psychologist, but structured psychotherapy works just as well as many medications do, and often has longer term impacts. So if you're aware, I know this was more, Aaron's been delving into this quite a lot more, but has there been any progress in actually getting better access to publicly funded psychotherapy anywhere in Canada?
I'd say there's been baby steps. So Ontario stepped up the number of hours you can get for some people. A lot of private employers, most people depend on their private insurance for psychology. Right. It's very much like drugs in Canada. Drugs aren't covered for many people publicly. They're covered privately. Some private employers have stepped up because they're recognizing the importance of doing this. But it's really, there hasn't been a big movement. I think, to be fair, the fear of governments is that this will just, there's so much pent up demand. They're just afraid it will cost a lot. So that's troublesome, but it's understandable from a fiscal point of view, if not a policy point of view.
Right. Well, I think it's understandable from a short-term, 4-year increments kind of view, because really, if you invest in this now, it almost seems cliche to make this argument, but it's going to save a hell of a lot of money down the road in long-term disability.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that mental illness is the number one cause of short-term and long-term disability in Canada by far, but governments unfortunately don't tend to think long-term. They tend to think in the short term. I think the other thing to me that's really interesting about mental health is the history. Why do we have this quirkiness, right? And there's a very weird history that when we began Medicare, psychiatric hospitals were sort of carved off. They decided those aren't going to be covered. That's part of the penal system. It's not part of the health system. And I think this attitude sort of lingers to this day. Mental health is different. And as you and I have talked about on many occasions, we have to get over that, this artificial distinction between physical and mental health. They're connected. It's brain disease. We like to use the terminology brain disease now for that reason.
So this is something that I think the movement is necessary from, as they say in the UK, the perspective of parity of esteem. But there are, I think, legitimate differences between mental illnesses and physical illnesses. While, of course, we know that the social determinants of health impact all aspects of our health, that seems particularly relevant when it comes to mental health problems and illnesses. Depression. There hasn't been a depression gene identified. There hasn't been one finite area of the brain implicated in depression. So it's also not quite the same. And I think that there's a danger in reducing the conversation of mental illness too far down into this idea of that it's a degenerative disease, because that can lead, I think, to really problematic places.
Yeah, sure, there are differences, but the point I just try to make when I talk to people about this is, imagine if we said we covered the liver, but we didn't cover the heart. It doesn't make sense, and that's kind of the way we treat mental illness. But of course, there's many other social factors that come into play with mental illness the way they don't with other parts of the body, other organs, except maybe liver disease. We kind of be very assume that everybody has liver disease, drinks too much alcohol. So there are different stigmas with different illnesses.
Absolutely. Now, you were heavily involved in the tainted blood scandal, of course. You reported on the AIDS crisis as well, I believe. We had talked about.
Yeah, AIDS has sort of been the arc of my career. That's what I started with in the early 80s, and I'm still at it. Yeah.
Do you notice any commonalities between how we talk about mental health and mental illness? Maybe less so depression and anxiety, but more stigmatized illnesses like schizophrenia, for example, personality disorders, bipolar disorders. Is any of that reminiscent to how reticent people were to talk about AIDS at the time?
Yeah, it's funny. I was just having this conversation with a group of students recently because I've been at this about 40 years. I was telling them one of the things that always surprises me is how these same trends come around, the stigmatization, then sort of we have this awakening. Oh, I guess these people aren't so bad. And then we start dealing with them as normal. And I saw it with AIDS. I saw it with cancers. There was a time where nobody talked about their cancer because that was shameful. Then mental illness, we started talking more openly about it. Today, a really good example is transgender young people. Oh my God, we can't have that. We can't accept that. The way you're born is the way you are. And this sort of a lot of the language I hear is exactly what I heard people saying about AIDS, or what I heard about people saying with schizophrenia in the 90s. It all comes around. It's the same basic arguments. People are afraid, so then they put people in a box and say, "Oh, you're too scary. We can't do that." And then so they realize, "Oh, well, my son or my neighbor's kid had that, so I guess it is normal people that are affected by whatever it is, whether it's AIDS or whether it's schizophrenia or whether it's being transgender." So I think when people get exposed to these issues and see see people and conditions as a human reality, then we change our views. And I think that's why the media is important. Actually, we sort of normalize people for the public that's scared of things they don't understand.
Right. Now, it seems that Bell Let's Talk, more so than prior years, I mean, they've always shared personal stories in different ways or another, but that seems to be a real focus of the campaign this year. I've noticed a lot of their own talent, of course, but really sharing often intimate, unpolished, uncelebrity-like stories in a very unguarded way. And I think it does seem to be making a difference.
Yeah, and I think that's they're doing that in part because it's easier to do now. 20 years ago, it was really hard to get people to talk about mental illness openly. They were afraid of the feedback or the blowback they would get. That's become easier over the years because of media coverage, in part because of Bell Let's Talk. So there's just sort of a snowball effect. So now there's not near the stigma or the shame to talk about it. Right. But the argument I've always made, I'm a fan of Bell Let's Talk. I think they've contributed a lot of money. I think they've done a lot of good, just normalizing mental illness, saying, people with mental illness have illness like anyone else. The downside of it is I think there's a lot of hypocrisy where people support it, say this is great. But to me, when you tell people that it's okay to tell your story, that there shouldn't be stigma, I think there's an implied contract there that, hey, we're going to help you if you tell your story. Right. And I think we're failing on that part of it. So I think the initiative's great, but it's not good enough. It's leaving a lot of people hanging. So it sends a message, tell your story and we're going to love you.
Yeah.
We don't love you. We sort of just don't treat you. We forget you.
Something that I've noticed as well, tell your story, but not like that. Tell it the way that we want you to tell it, because it's more.
Yeah, tell it in a way that doesn't make us too uncomfortable, or we want it to be a happy story. Every story has to have a happy ending, right? And a lot of mental illness stories don't have a happy ending, unfortunately.
No, they don't. Now, that said, I will say, part of the way I think that we break down stigma is sharing more of the stories of recovery. Because recovery, just speaking about the data, recovery is more common than it isn't. And whenever I say that, people never believe that. But the fact of the matter is that when people actually get the help they need, which is, of course, all too rare, but when they get the help they need, the help often works in the large majority of cases. And very often people just figure it out on their own. That's the worst way in the world to figure out, major depressive disorder, is just slogging through it. But it does happen, and not all that uncommonly. Yet I think those are the stories that you don't really hear much of, are the messy ones. And that's partly what I've been trying to do with my podcast as well, is to show that there's lots of different routes to recovery, that recovery looks different for everybody. It's not always just take your meds and hallelujah, you're all better.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think we in the mainstream media do a poor job of that, of covering recovery, other than black and white. And it's rarely black and white. Like, people get a little better, they have relapses, they get a little more better. And I think we pay far too much attention to sort of mild cases that do resolve on their own. And, I had depression and I got better magically. And I think that we need to focus a lot more attention on people with very severe mental illness. They're the ones that suffer the most, and it's a real tragedy. You look on our streets, you look at the number of homeless people. Almost all of them have severe mental illness, and it's untreated, and that makes us uncomfortable. Well, that's homelessness. That's not mental illness, right? And I think we have to get into that messy stuff and recognize that some people don't get better, just like some people don't get better from cancer or heart disease.
So there's so much political stuff packed into a number of points that you just said.
You're welcome.
But I think this is a tension that I often feel. That I think it's incredibly necessary to normalize discussions of mental health problems and illnesses. And one of my worries about only focusing on the 1%, or which in these terms are the most severe and persistent, often the people who are suffering the most, whose human rights are violated the most acutely, most routinely. That said, I think the counter argument to that is, if you only focus on the most extreme cases, there's a risk that it could actually stigmatize mental illness more. Because depression, people don't know the difference. People don't have a lot of sensitivity and specificity between diagnoses. And you hear all the time, even in media, mental illness referred to in the singular. There's hundreds of diagnoses of different mental health problems and illnesses, depending on which manual you're using. So is somebody with social anxiety disorder or depression supposed to be as stigmatized as somebody who is homeless, potentially dealing with a substance use issue, potentially in prison, because of the ways that the system failed them? I think that's, I'm rambling now. This is my worry is that unless we better discriminate in a scientific sense, not in a bad sense, between illnesses, everybody just gets lumped into the same pot, and I'm not sure that's helpful.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I'm not saying we should only focus on the severe mental illness, but I'm saying we shouldn't give them 1% of the coverage either. I think it's much more, needs a lot more attention, because it's a lot more complex. And just somebody who's sad. I think too often we're pathologizing normal emotions. That's my worry, that some of our coverage goes that way. It's just like, I was sad, therefore I'm depressed. I'm nervous about my exam. That's not anxiety. And I think we harm people with mental illness when we do that, when we just take normal emotions and make them illnesses.
I think that's true. And I think that happens. That used to be the domain, I think, of medicine in some ways, that you'd have to worry about telling your doctor that you were sad because you would get diagnosed with depression. But now I think it's almost coming from the other direction, in that self-identify as having depression when it might be just sadness, and they don't they don't know that, or chronic stress because they're going into a really stressful job and they're worried they're going to lose their job. Sure, that might result in an anxiety disorder, but that stressful situation itself isn't necessarily an anxiety disorder.
Yeah, we have to find the right balance there, and I don't think we've found it.
No, and this is where, I'm going to let you go because I don't want to keep you all night, but this is where I think we still need to do more of the talk piece. Every single year, I've been active during the Bell Let's Talk campaigns for all 10 of the years so far, and it usually takes a grand total of about 15 minutes into the campaign before somebody says, "Bell, let's act. No more talk. Let's have action." We can all agree that we need more meaningful action on mental health in Canada. There's no question of that. But if we act without thinking, if we act without talking things through, and especially if we act without breaking down the stigma, then there is a chance that our actions might be stigmatizing, that they might not be the actions that people actually need and that are most evidence informed and helpful. So these are the types of things that I think we need to continue to talk about, are these types of issues that you've raised.
Yeah, fully agree. We need to keep talking, but not just talking. So there needs to be some talk. There needs to be some action. There needs to be more destigmatization. We have to just plug away at this stuff. But again, as I said, I'm a fan of Bell Let's Talk, and I just hope we can do more than that.
Yeah. Now, how can journalists, and we'll end on this one. I keep thinking of new things to ask you, but you were deeply involved, of course, in the journalism guidelines in Canada that provided recommendations for journalists on how to do that, how to talk in a better, more progressive, more sensitive and empathetic way. What are some recommendations you can give to people for how, the armchair journalist can do that too?
Yes, I think we've made big progress in the media with our language. People-centered language, I think, is really important. Recognition that these are illnesses, not moral failings. So a lot of this stuff has changed dramatically in the last few years, and that's great. I think it's important to talk to people with mental illness, not to just talk about them. That's sometimes hard, especially when you're writing about severe mental illness. It gets tricky, but I think we have to keep making those efforts. Patient-centered care is a hot topic these days, and I think it's more important in the mental health field than elsewhere, I think, because it's more about people. As you know, mental illness doesn't just affect a person, it affects their families, their workplace, their community. So it's a far-reaching illnesses that we talk about.
Yeah. Well, Andre Picard, health columnist for the non-Bell-owned Globe and Mail, the Thomson Reuters-owned Globe and Mail. Thank you so much for having this chat with me. We're gonna, I think, try to put it up tonight online, and then we're gonna play it throughout Bell Let's Talk Day tomorrow, since there are so many people having those kinds of conversations. Thank you so much for joining me.
Okay, always pleasure to chat, and do your exercises. Get the fingers limber for tweeting all day tomorrow.
Likewise. Thanks, Andre.
Okay, take care, Mark.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rudy was just furiously waving to me from the dashboard on the bottom that my mic was muted. So let's try that again live. This is live, right? Thank you, Andre Picard, health columnist for the Globe and Mail. I can't believe that I thought that the Globe and Mail was still owned by Bell. You would think I would have done my research, but if you thought that, then you don't know me. Speaking of research, we're gonna, Rudy, keep you in the sidelines, keep you in the wings, because we got our next guest right up front. Timothy Caulfield is a professor of law at the University of Alberta. He is research director of its Health Law Institute and current Canada Research Chair in Health Law and Policy. Timothy, welcome.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Do you prefer Timothy or Tim?
Whatever works for you guys.
Whatever works. Okay. I wanted to talk to you, so thank you for indulging me in this, because you are probably you and Dr. Jen Gunter, two of the most vocal critics of bunk, of wellness industry bunk. So can you tell me a bit more about yourself, what you do, what you write about, what you're passionate about?
Yeah, sure. Over the last decade or so, a lot of my research and my public writing has been focused on the spread of health misinformation. We really live in the era of misinformation, and I think particularly in the context of health. So, we do a lot of research on that. We get a sense of how health and science issues are represented in the public sphere, and whether you're talking about news media, whether you're talking about social media, but we also do a lot of research on exactly the kind of things you're talking about today, about the spread of misinformation about health, but also unproven therapies, right? Things that work and things that don't work, and look, this has a real impact. It's funny, when I first started doing this research, it was kind of seen, I won't say it's trivial, but maybe as, oh, it's interesting research, but it's not really core to the health concerns that we have today. Man, that has changed. People absolutely recognize that the spread of misinformation is a problem. And the other thing I think is very relevant to what we're talking about today is the wellness industry has exploded, man. It's exploded. It is now...
Especially as it concerns mental health, where people are vulnerable and desperate often for answers and solutions anyway, are often being sold snake oil.
That's for sure. And I was just going to say, it's an industry that is worth over $5 trillion, right? This is a massive industry. And in the mental health space, you're seeing a lot of things, right? Supplements, big one, right? This idea that somehow you can take supplements to deal with either mild or even severe mental health issues. Things like IV vitamin therapy, energy therapy. All of these things are being pushed, and some people say, "Oh, a lot of them are harmless, and it makes them feel better. What's the problem?" Well, there's a lot of issues there.
Well, so let's unpack some of those issues, because I always like when some random friend on the internet likes a tweet from a long time ago or retweets a tweet from a long time ago. And one of them was a response that I had forgotten that I had made to you a while ago, several months or maybe even years ago, about the placebo effect. And if the patient is informed about the placebo effect, which is that something works but doesn't really work, well, but maybe it actually does really work, and maybe it is beneficial, even if it doesn't work the way in which the doctor thought it was supposed to work. So your response is that there's some research on that placebo could potentially still work, even if the patient is informed.
Yeah, so the placebo effect, I hear this all the time. As you can imagine, people, I'll complain about, let's say, homeopathy, and so say, oh, but the placebo effect is beneficial. So I'm not, look, the placebo effect is real, right? And there's no doubt about that, but I think it's often overstated. The power of the placebo effect is overstated. Often what's going on is perhaps a fluctuation in your symptoms, or regression to the mean. You would have gotten better anyway, and you're attributing it to whatever the product is. So I think we need to be careful not to overstate the power of the placebo effect, even though it's real. There's some interesting research, and I'm actually skeptical of how robust this data is, that says that even if you tell someone that it's a placebo, you can still have a placebo effect. And the reason that is getting so much play, that kind of research is getting so much play, is because if that was true, then it deals with one of the big ethical legal dilemmas with the placebo effect. You cannot deceive a patient or the public. It's not ethical to do that, even if it's for their benefit, right? It infringes ideas of informed consent and best interest of the patient and fiduciary obligations. So you can't, and at some level, unless you believe this research, at some level, the placebo effect requires deception, right? It's a placebo theater. So, I think there's a lot of problems with saying, okay, well, this stuff is unproven, but we have the placebo effect. I think there's a lot of problems with that.
So now the idea of supplements, of whether it's energy, healing, or you're a big fan of Goop and Gwyneth Paltrow. Anybody who follows you on Twitter knows that. But you very vocally, of course, point to these things as just her recent media appearances, of course, about her vagina-scented candle for some reason, all designed to take money from people, not necessarily to make them better, right?
That's right. I mean, it's interesting because alternative approaches are often given a pass when it comes to conflicts of interest, and we can't forget that this is a huge, like the supplement industry, massive multi-billion-dollar industry, which, by the way, to a large degree, is owned by the pharmaceutical industry, which is kind of interesting. The paradox. So it's a huge industry. It's there, to make money. There are the profound conflicts everywhere. Conventional system too. Absolutely, we've got to be aware of them. But look, the goop stuff. People will say, "Oh, you're picking on her." Look, it's a little thing. I get it, but it's a wonderful opportunity to explore the broader phenomenon. Like
Right.
Gwyneth is a great example of the broader phenomenon. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of watching the show, and I'm not endorsing it.
No, I haven't.
But she has like her energy therapy thing. It's a really good example for today, because a lot of the people on her show that are getting energy therapy have a mental health issue that they're struggling with. And it's portrayed as if this works. Same with the psychedelic episode, which is the first episode, right? They go and they try mushrooms and stuff, and the message that is received is that at some level this works, right? And I think that's really problematic.
Well, so this raises an interesting question then. I think there's a difference between, and this is something that's actually bothered me about the debunking movement in a way. So I think I'd like to ask you about this. There's a big difference between saying that something doesn't work versus saying something has no evidence or not enough evidence. And sometimes I find myself getting frustrated when I hear really credible, smart scientists and scholars such as yourself say, people shouldn't do that thing because there's no evidence of it. I'm more on a little bit more on the end of, no, if something is harmful, or if we have evidence that it doesn't work, but if we're saying there's no evidence, then go study it. Go find out if there's evidence, and then prove it either way. Can't we do that?
Well, there's a couple reasons I have a problem with that. Number one, and as you can imagine, you hear this all the time. Number one, a lot of the things that are being sold, we do have evidence. There's mountains of evidence, right? It's not like, oh, we don't know about this, and it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work, right?
And that's where I think we very much need to say, no, like, we have a lot of evidence that vaccines work and that they don't cause autism.
Right,
yes,
right.
Obviously we need to spread that.
But we have like homeopathy, for example.
Right.
Lots of evidence it does not work. Number two, it's not scientifically plausible.
Right.
So there is, this is why I'm more of a science-based person as opposed to evidence-based. I like that terminology a little bit better because it goes to also scientific plausibility. Like energy therapy is a good example of that. And we have studies on energy therapy too. Does not work, also not scientifically plausible. So it's not like there's no evidence base there to draw on. And the other interesting thing is that it's often portrayed. I think it's really important to remember, this is not portrayed by a lot of these providers as if this is speculative, this is a different worldview. It's portrayed as if it works, and
legally they're required to say, this may help your depression.
Well, they do say that, but often they don't, right? And sometimes they'll say they'll try to give it a veneer of scientific legitimacy. They'll say it's about the microbiome or about regenerative medicine or about quantum physics. That's how they justify energy healing. And as soon as you do that, as soon as you sort of say this works in a measurable way, and I'm justifying it based on science, I think it's entirely legitimate to critique it based on science. And many of the debunkers, and Jen and I both try to do this, is we really focus on the providers. If I do not blame someone who wants to try something. That's their decision, right? I'm more focused on the providers and the spreading of misinformation. And I think Jen is mostly like that too. I agree with you, actually. I won't say which family member because I have 4 kids, and she would kill me if I said which one. But hey, she loves this stuff, right? And she knows what her dad does, and for whatever reason, she enjoys the things that surround it, the cultural aspects of it too. Totally get that.
Well, I think the reason why I bring up that discomfort that I feel, I guess, is that we agree on almost everything here. But it's where it comes into things that, vitamin D therapy, for example, for depression. That's been kind of bandied around for a long time. But when you actually do a bit of research, it shows that there's just not really a lot of evidence to show either way. Or relatively recently, I think there were some studies that show that it doesn't really work. But that's the type of thing where it's easily testable. Why doesn't somebody just do an RTC with a proper control group, see if vitamin D makes a difference in depression? Like, so for me, it's not a criticism to say something it doesn't debunk something enough for me. Maybe that's what it is, to say that there's no evidence. Well, let's find out for sure. Let's prove it or disprove it. Uncertainty isn't enough for me.
Yeah, but you have to remember the onus, and I get this almost daily. The onus isn't on the patient or the debunker, right? The onus is on the person who's offering this as a therapy, right? They're the one, whether they're a naturopath or a holistic healer, they're the one who's offering the service. The onus is on them, right, to say whether the evidence is there to back it up, right?
Well, so actually, then on that point, I mean, there's many traditional.
Absolutely, I'm just going to go there.
Yeah. So tell me, like antidepressants generally sometimes don't even work better than chance sometimes.
Absolutely, and that's the other thing that I often get and others often get, and there's a real sort of personal irony to this, because actually most of my academic work is focused on conventional practice, right? On overdiagnosis, on the marketing of unproven, for example, stem cell therapy or genetic tests. So that's actually where we do most of our academic work. So absolutely, there are real problems with the conventional system. In addition to that, and I know you know this well, people are frustrated with the conventional system. They feel like they haven't been listened to. They feel like they're not taken seriously, particularly in the mental health space, right? Those are real problems. And I completely understand why people might be drawn to these alternative practices given that, right? So we have to listen and we have to fix that. That's one of the big messages today. Let's listen, right? And let's fix those problems. The other point I want to make in this space is, look, I've been very lucky in my career and the opportunities I've had, and I've actually got to try so many alternative practices. Like you name it, I've probably tried it, and sometimes I've tried it in amazing locations and in incredible context, and almost without exception, it's been a positive experience, right? I feel like I've been listened to, I've been touched, I've been taken seriously, and I get it, right? And then you go to a conventional system, and the atmosphere is completely different. So I just need to learn from that.
I don't want to keep you too long here, but there are three kind of trendy developments in the mental health space, since this is Bell Let's Talk. Specifically around, of course, magic mushrooms get a lot of press. Ketamine gets a lot of press. It was labeled as a breakthrough treatment by the FDA. And transcranial magnetic stimulation, RTMS, is becoming very popular as well. Evidence on all three is mixed. I was wondering if you've had an opportunity to look at the evidence on any of these, or have any thoughts on any of them.
So I haven't looked at all of them. I've looked at psychedelics and mushrooms, and it is, this is a really good example, I think, of where there's exciting research going on, right? And we need to follow that research and not let ourselves get ahead of it. As they did on the Goop show. Sorry to go back to Gwyneth. I think we need to follow the research. And when it is developed, it's going to, I suspect it's going to be applied in a very targeted manner, right? It's not going to be this miracle drug, which, often, I don't know if you noticed this, when the research starts, it's portrayed as if it's going to have this broad application. I suspect we're going to have these targeted uses for them. And I'm optimistic. I thought the other one you were going to list there, I was going to guess the third one was CBD. Right, because that's the other one.
You know what? You're right. So 4 trends, because that's very, very trendy, and that's another one where the evidence is weak at best. And in fact, in cases of anxiety disorder and psychosis, it can be really quite problematic on how it's administered.
Yeah, that's right. There's so much CBD cannabis hype right now, and my message is always wait for the evidence, wait for the good clinical trials, because to date the evidence isn't really there.
Timothy Caulfield, thank you so much for joining me today. We're going to put this video up later and share it throughout the night, but I really respect the work that you do. I think it's so critical, especially for helping to protect vulnerable people who rely on science to help them recover. So the work that you and others like you are doing is really key. So thank you so much for coming on and telling us more about it.
Well, thanks so much. I really appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for everything that you guys are doing, especially today.
Thanks, Timothy. All right, that's my conversation with Timothy Caulfield. Let's bring Rudy back into our chat here. Oh, you're not Timothy Caulfield.
I sure am not. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
what do you think of that? You've been offline here now. I had you off during Timothy or Tim. He didn't tell me which one. I don't like when people do that. Tim. If you're still watching,
I know.
Just tell me.
He has like a middle name on Wikipedia too.
Right?
He's gone. He's gone.
Just tell me what to call you. Anyway. So you were off for Timothy, for Andre. Did we chat after Brian? Anyway, tell me your thoughts on the last few, because I turned off my light. We're over 2 o'clock now, so we're into overtime with Mark and Rudy.
I know. I'll probably have to bill you extra.
Right? What are you doing?
Oh, no, I'm just getting some water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, Timothy, great guy. I love the name of his book. Where is it in the comments? I put it in the
Oh, we
comments.
didn't even plug his book or his Netflix
Is
series.
Gwyneth Paltrow? I don't know if this is his most recent, but this is the first thing that popped up on Google. Is Gwyneth Paltrow wrong about everything?
Yeah, so he certainly got quite a lot of notoriety for that one. He has a new book coming out as well that's based along a similar line of thinking. So he's a really interesting guy, and like I say, I remember watching, geez, at least 10 years ago. No, probably a lot longer than that. Penn and Teller doing their show Bullshit. Do you remember? Did you ever see that? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I've pretty much seen the entire thing. I
Right.
love their episode on recycling.
Because they did they did something very similar, but way before it was cool, I guess, where they're taking these ideas like psychic healing or even getting into organic food and things like that, and actually doing little on the ground tests to see if they actually do what they say or not. And generally speaking, as the title of the show implies, I found their opinion was that it was bullshit.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than trying to argue with someone who believes in fake things.
Yeah. So I would recommend that people pick up Timothy's book, just to give him the plug that we didn't do in the interview, and watch his Netflix series too, A User's Guide to Cheating Death. It's been on Netflix for a while now.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it digs into some of these issues more seriously. Is there? What do you want to do here? Let's. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to run the interview that we did with Warren Kinsella. And then I'd like to come back and wrap up. Does that sound okay to you?
Yes, there's no more on-air guests.
Nope, that's the last of our on-air guests. And like I say, we're 15 minutes over time now, so it's actually going to put us to about 2:30. Do I still got you, or do you have to leave?
Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. Thank God Facebook recently doubled their time limit. Otherwise, we just would have got caught off.
I can't believe that we did this, that we actually accomplished this.
Yes, this is definitely the longest live stream that I've ever been a part of. But I thank you, Mark, for putting up with me.
Well, thank you. I mean, I've been the one here drawing on your wealth of wisdom and expertise. So let's put up that interview, then come back and have a few closing thoughts and comments. If you can chat for a second, like with the others, while I get it queued up, that'd be good.
Yeah, so that Andre Picard guy, fuck that guy, man. He's not just.
Rudy.
Oh man, I really had to hold back on that one.
Why?
Because I hate people who push this false dichotomy of the seriously mentally ill versus the worried well. It's just it's a false dichotomy because anyone can be quote unquote seriously mentally ill. It's just I guess it's more about. I agree with him that we shouldn't pathologize normal emotions.
Right.
And we should give help to the people who have the most needs. But it shouldn't be about the seriously mentally ill versus the worried well. Because just because someone is not like talking to themselves on the street or like smells like shit all the time, it doesn't mean that they're not seriously struggling. If what they're struggling with ends in suicide, that's pretty damn serious to me.
Great comments. I agree, and I do tend to take more of that view as well. And I raised some of that with Andre, maybe without as much swearing, but that's okay. I'm going to bring in my interview with Warren, so we don't keep people too long here. Really listen to this one. If you know who Warren Kinsella is, I wanted to do this because he is a controversial figure in Canada, but he, in my personal experience, is a really nice guy too, and he opened up really vulnerably about some hard times that he's gone through. And I don't think he's done that. He wrote a blog post about it. He did it, chatted a bit about it on his own podcast a little while ago. But I think this is the first time that certainly he and I have talked publicly about it. We've talked privately too, and the first time he's airing it in quite this way. So I'm going to put this up now, and then we're going to come back and chat some more.
Cool. I edited this video, so hopefully it doesn't come out wrong.
You edit? Oh well, you didn't really edit it, did you?
Hold on, I hope just play the video. Play the video.
Just play the video.
Just play it.
Okay, well hold on, because I almost did the exact same thing again because I forgot to share the audio. But there we go. I got it now. All right. Here's my conversation that I pre-recorded last night with Warren Kinsella. Well, Warren, as you know, it's Bell Let's Talk Day coming up. It starts out on at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, because it starts at midnight on the East Coast in Newfoundland. And I wanted to chat with you because, as I mentioned in my message to you, you opened up pretty publicly not too long ago about how you've been feeling.
Yeah, I did. I had a not terrific year in 2019, and you know, I don't know if it led to me being depressed or it reminded me that I was depressed. But I took it seriously and sought help. I actually benefited from the help from the guy I'm talking to right now, and other people, and it did help, and it did change things and made things better, and so it really worked for me.
So you said that you're not sure if it reminded you that you were depressed, or if some of the challenges, the environmental stressors and other things that were happening were the cause of it. Can you say a bit more about that? Do you think that there was something happening in the background even before the past several months?
Yeah, well, you and I have talked about this. You know, my background, I come from the punk scene. And going back to when I was 15 years old, I've been in punk bands with names like the Social Blemishes and the Hot Nasties, and my current band, Shit from Hell. And in the punk rock scene, you know, whether it manifests itself in a band or in art or in poetry or, you know, performance or design or whatever, a big part of punk culture is doing it yourself, but it's also characterized by anger. And, you know, to the extent that one of the books that I wrote about punk rock is called Fury's Hour. It's taken from a lyric from The Clash, from their song Clampdown, which I'm sure everybody's heard, which is "Let Fury have the hour, anger can be power." You know, and Johnny Rotten sang in Rise, "Anger is an energy." Like, this is an article of faith in the punk movement. And, you know, I celebrated it. I embraced it for most of my life, all of my life, that anger was power. Anger was this purifying force in the universe, and it was something to be embraced. And then I think what I discovered in 2019, you know, when my marriage broke up and had all kinds of other difficulties in my life, that, you know, that statement that is attributed to Freud, that you would know more than me, you know, that anger is depression turned inward. You know, when I heard that, it was like, holy shit, is that ever true? Certainly true in my case.
Yeah.
And I
And
really
think
need
that's
to
true for a lot
assess.
that's true for a lot of men in particular, I think, who manifest their depression, their sadness as anger, irritability, you know, all these outward kind of signs, because I think that men aren't really taught how to deal with their emotions in any kind of healthier way.
No, and, you know, my folks, I was talking to my therapist this morning about it. You know, my parents were married for 50 years, had a happy marriage. My brothers and I grew up in a happy family and so on. And my dad was a physician. And it wasn't like he ever sat at the end of the kitchen table and said, "I don't want you guys to show your emotions." My mom was an artist, and still an artist. But, you know, you are socialized when you're a man of a certain age, and I guess I am, to, you know, suppress some emotions and not admit weakness, or what is perceived as weakness. And, you know, I was, even though I thought I was kind of liberated and you know, with it, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, I wasn't. And so, you know, when I encountered the realization that all of this anger that I'd been embracing over the years may not have been such a good thing, it really hit hard. It was like a tidal wave.
Yeah. Well, and last year, you know, especially during the election, the federal election campaign, I don't think I'm telling you anything that you don't know here, but your name has a certain connotation to it, right? And especially over the election campaign, you got called a lot of things online, especially. Does that have any impact on you? That kind of, I think in your Twitter bio, you used to have likes a good scrap, and I've noticed that you've since taken it out. But does that scrap?
I changed it to not profound.
Not profound.
Yeah, that's.
But I think you know what I'm getting at, right? You're a controversial,
yeah, I do.
Right?
Yeah, and I mean, but see, I embrace that too. You know, my book, you know, that most people cite all the time, the one that more people read than they read Fury's Hour, is The War Room. And that's what my website is called. And that's my firm, the Daisy Group. That's what we are. We're a war room on wheels, right? If you want a bunch of warriors to assist your union or your association or your company or whatever, you hire us and we're fighters for you. So, you know, not only did I kind of embrace it and celebrate it in my personal life, I also did it in my professional life. You know, I ran war rooms that did okay for Mr. Chrétien and all three of his campaigns, where he won majorities. I did them for McGuinty. So, you know, the anger, the fury, the controlled fury that is associated with war rooms was something that people paid me to do. So I was never dissuaded to move off of that. So during the campaign, what happened was we were hired by the Green Party. One of my guys ran the Green Party war room. But we were also hired by another political party. I'm not at liberty to describe, but I think people can figure out who it is, who was interested in us shining a light on the obvious and provable cases of racism within the People's Party. And we were happy to do that. The irony is we probably would have done that for free. And, you know, that became known. So I'm proud of fighting racism. I'm known for that, as I think you know. But what happened was, you know, people saw a chink in my armor. It's like, let's go get the war room guy. He dishes it out to other people, so let's dish it out to him. And that's fair. Like, I get that. You know, they want to get back, or they want to take a swing at somebody and bring him down to size. That's cool, and I understand that. But you know, in that period where all kinds of stuff was happening, I decided to step off of social media. It's where you and I met. And, you know, I didn't step back onto it until I had spoken to you and some other people about doing it in a way that was not harmful to me, but also not harmful to other people. So that's what I tried to do.
Do you think that any of the anger that you were experiencing, whether it's, you know, professional anger or coming from a different place, if there is any difference actually, was that getting channeled into your social media presence as well, and how you would respond to people and how you would interact?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, you know, it's the thing I would counsel people to remember who get upset, you know, when somebody goes after them on Twitter. You know, a significant percentage of the time, you know, if it's from John 2967, you know, and his profile pictures of a Viking, you know, the chances are excellent you're not dealing with a real human being. Right. So, you know, as upsetting as it is, my advice to you is don't let it get under your skin. That's what they're trying to do. It could just be a bot run out of St. Petersburg. They just don't let that get to you. Do what I used to actually represent Twitter, and you know what I learned from working for them is block early and block often. Right? It's just not worth spending time on that stuff, because it can be. I'm used to it, and I'm used to the give and take. But if it's really upsetting, you got to move off. And for women on social media, because they're subject to a different form of abuse than you and I are subject to. You know, I encourage them, if something is threatening or ominous, to get in touch with the police or get in touch with Twitter. Twitter's gotten better, and because there's no reason why you should be obliged to listen to that kind of crap. Facebook, same thing, but slightly different. You will get people who will try and strike out at you and hurt you and make you feel sad and make you feel depressed. And that just means changing your settings so they can't, you know, get into you and get into your stuff. But you know, life is too short to let social media shorten it even more. So my advice is, you know, take steps to protect your emotional health as well as your well-being.
Yeah. Do you think that, and certainly you must have even used this in your rough and tumble political days, not to say that they're over, but it's not the old school liberal party anymore. But do you think that anonymity and being able to imagine what somebody is like, in your case, I think other people imagining you as this um, political operator in the shadows or something like that. Um, have you used that against people yourself, the thing that has been used against you?
I'm always been, well, firstly, the one thing, another free piece of advice I give to people which is worth what you pay for it, is like, nothing's anonymous, guys. Right. People like me, there's guys like me who run firms, and I've got people outside my office door, which is shut at the moment, who have the ability to find out who you are. So if you are anonymous and you say something that is threatening, or you're threatening a crime against a prime minister or the woman down the street, we will find you and we'll find out who you are. And we will identify you to the authorities. So there is no anonymity. So in my case, what I've always done, I always put my name on it. Partly that's because I was trained as a journalist. If you've got a criticism to make, you need to put your name on it and not be a coward. Cowards are the ones who strike out at other people using fake names and fake identities. And I think we would have a much better social media experience, and all of us would have better mental health if people did put their names on things. But unfortunately, Twitter and Facebook let them get away with not doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's where I'm going with this, with the mental health, and specifically the Bell Let's Talk connection, is that social media, of course, and it's not a revelation, can be a tool for great good in terms of connecting people, and we've seen that through Bell Let's Talk. But it also allows people to more easily objectify and other people and treat them as caricatures. And they have to realize, I think, that there's a real person behind that keyboard, behind that picture as well.
And everybody's got an issue, right? Everybody's got some invisible burden that you don't know about, like the cliche says. So what happened with me in the fall of 2019, when all of this stuff was happening, my marriage broken up, and people coming after us because of the election. I found it ironic that the self-same people who had been attacking the People's Party for being racist were going after us for going after the People's Party for being racist. But anyway, what happened was there were certainly people, as you described a few minutes ago, who came after me. Let's take Kinsella down to size. Let's knock him down a few pegs. And I got all of that. There was something wonderful that happened, though, because I was depressed and it was, kind of bringing me down, is there were a whole ton of people out there who I'd never even met, who I never even knew, who reached out to me and connected with me and saying, how can I help? I've had invitations of dinners. I've had, let's get together for a drink. I don't drink or take drugs. I'm a straight edge punk, and, I encourage everybody to be the same way. And like, some people were just wonderful. And I've acquired in that dark period some great friends. So social media can be a force for good sometimes. And it certainly was in my case.
Yeah, certainly in how you use it. That's really beautiful. And you referenced some of the people that have been coming at you, and of course the Elections Canada has looked into and cleared any wrongdoing there. Now, of course.
Yeah, we invited them to investigate us, and they completely exonerated us and said the case is closed. So that took care of that. And I'm proud of, me, I'm proud of fighting racism and anti-Semitism and misogyny. I'm never going to apologize for that. But during election campaigns, things get pretty heated, and we became one of the chew toys, right, in the national media. And that's just the way it is. And you just got to wait till that kind of dies off a bit and start fighting back. And that's what I did. And that helped too, along with talking to you and talking to experts, is fighting back is sometimes a good thing to do.
Well, and I think sometimes, especially when you get depressed, your will to fight gets compromised, but you've still got some fights left in front of you. You're being sued, of course, by Maxime Bernier. How do you plan on?
Yeah, he hasn't served us yet. Well, I mean, I don't want to give away our legal strategy. Right. And
no, but actually, just in terms of your personal well-being, not everybody gets sued by a political leader every day. But I guess given the work you're in, that happens.
Yeah, sure. No, and you get lawsuits and stuff like that. Nobody's ever sued me successfully for anything. And, you know, a lot of it's just silliness, and things get heated in election campaigns. You can see that happening right now with the federal conservative leadership thing. Is, you know, people who are usually friends during, you know, other types of campaigns are now kind of picking up arms against each other. And so I'm kind of watching that with interest. And without question, it's going to spiral into lawsuits and threats and all that kind of stuff. That, unfortunately, that is a characteristic of politics in the social media age. It's so easy to reach out and lash out at someone. And, you know, some people see it successful. Donald Trump is the embodiment of ugliness on the internet. He is the ultimate internet troll, and he became the most powerful person on earth, in part because he understood how to use and abuse the internet better than his opponents did. So it's incumbent upon guys like you and me and people who believe in tolerance and decency to also figure out how to use the internet. Don't just turn it off, but, you know, figure out ways to fight back against somebody like Donald Trump, who's just really good at making people feel lousy. I was listening to one woman who worked, I believe she worked in the Justice Department, and Trump went after her personally in just a vicious and terrible way. And she described how helpless and depressed it made her feel. You know, I felt like reaching out to her and saying, "Hey, sister, I know where you've been." And then she said, you know, I decided I'm going to start fighting back, and I'm going to push back. And that she was doing a media tour and kind of presenting her side of the story. And that's what you got to do is, you know, my view is, as I've told you, is, you know, when you're sad, when you're depressed, you got to take care of that. You got to pay attention to it. You got to seek help. You got to do those things, but don't give up the fight. You know, fighting racism or fighting somebody like Donald Trump is a good thing. And you got to get better and get back into the fight because we need you.
Yeah, I've certainly found that in my own advocacy work as well. As I don't, as much as I like to help people understand what things like depression and suicidality and anxiety are like on the inside, a big part of me does it for me as well. That I'm always learning something about myself, about the field. You know, I need this, I think, as much as the field needs more voices. And I'm glad that you have opened up about your own experiences as well, especially in the work that you do.
Well, you know, I did hear from people. You were one, but I heard from others saying, you know, it's important when somebody who's known, you know, so-called public figure in quotation marks, says, yeah, I've been experiencing depression. And I just got some wonderful messages from people, which I took to be genuine, saying, you know, it helped me that you admitted to these things, or you confessed to these things, or said them, because it made it easier for me to confront it and deal with it too. So, you know, even one of those is worth everything that I went through. So that made me feel a lot better.
You know, I find it's a good barometer of how much of a dent we've made in stigma reduction over, you know, the last 10 years of Bell Let's Talk in particular, judging by how people respond to situations and people with whom they're uncomfortable or disagree or anything of that nature. So in your case, you know, I noticed this too in terms of people who commented online when you did disclose that you'd been struggling, very understandably given some of the things that have been happening in your life. And there's still those usual trolls, maybe they're bots, whatever, who suggest that you're faking it or that it's not genuine or not authentic in some way. And for me, that's
or
just
they
good.
mock it.
What's that?
You know, they even mock it. There's one guy who I will not name because he doesn't deserve it. He worked for Paul Martin, and he called me an unhinged asshole. And you know, I could have focused on and he appears on a Bell Media station all the time, and I could have focused on the asshole part, and maybe there's some truth in it. But you know, I said, you know, if you really believe in the message of Bell Let's Talk, and you're a Bell Let's Talk person who's paid to appear on their stations, you shouldn't be calling people you know to have mental, you know, illness challenges and struggles unhinged. Like, that's not cool. That's not appropriate. Anyway, I didn't hear from anything from that guy after
that. Well, let's. I don't want to keep you too long because I know you're a busy guy. But can you tell me what you would suggest to other people, both in terms of standing by what they believe when it's hard, but then also in terms of dealing with the hard part of that as you have. when you're getting all this kind of public feedback about what you're most passionate about?
I can give no better advice than what I followed myself. So what I did is, for the first time in my life, I sought out professional help, people who, talking to your friends, dealing with depression and anxiety and all of those things. The one thing I've learned is you can't do that on your own. Like the magnitude of the enormity of them, you have to take them seriously. So you have to seek out help, and it's good to talk to your friends. It's good to talk to family. But I had family members who I love very much saying to me, "Well, just get over it." And I got kind of irritated with them. Well, that's not sufficient. It's actually way bigger than that. So you got to get professional help. Second thing I did that really helped me, that you and I talked about, was transcendental meditation. Meditation really helps me kind of live in the moment. It's a calming influence. It's reflective. It's forcing you to be reflective and thoughtful and meditative, literally. And that really helped me out a lot. I stepped away from, harmful influences. So where I felt social media was getting to be a bit much, you can only be called an asshole so many times in a day. So I turned off Twitter for a few weeks. I just turned it off, turned off Facebook, stepped away from all of that. And what was interesting is I heard from, like, no exaggeration, hundreds of people who would send me emails saying, "We want you back. We miss your voice. We need your voice. I don't agree with you, Warren, all the time, or I frequently disagree with you, but we need your voice." So that made me feel better.
Yeah.
And
the
and you were one of the, and we didn't even know each other, right? And
No, I may
kind
not
of saw the
agree.
signs.
Yeah, I may not agree with everything you say or your approach on every issue, but we have more in common than we don't, namely and especially our humanity. That if somebody else is struggling, it doesn't matter what their political beliefs are or what their approach is or how they present as a rough and tumble political tough guy or not, they still deserve empathy and respect. So I'm glad that we were able to make that connection.
And you did. I think you saw just a snippet of something that I'd written on my website, and you reached out to me and said, "How bad is it?" And I said, "Pretty bad." And so we resolved to get together after that, and I'll always be grateful for that. The fourth thing that I did, and I'm going to sound like everybody's mom here, but like, too bad, folks. Like, it's true. Like, watching what you eat, exercising, and avoiding drugs and booze and all that stuff. It's true. Like, you really need to do that if you're taking your depression and your anxiety and all of those issues seriously. You have to step away from that stuff because it makes it worse. So those are things that work for me: professional help, meditation, exercise, eating properly, all that kind of good stuff, and stepping away from the stuff that was hurting the most, which is, people trying to hurt me. So it all worked, and I feel really good now. And I feel like I'm on the other side of it a bit. And to the extent that I now feel it's okay for me to reach out to others and say, "Look, if I can help in some way, I'd like to do that." And so I periodically say that now on social media. If you're sad, like at the holidays or whatever, give me a shout, and I'll help out to the extent that I can.
And I hope that certainly with campaigns like Bell Let's Talk, but more than just on this one day, every day, more and more people do exactly that. Reach out to others, share their stories, and build these meaningful connections. It really does make a difference.
It did for me, and so it's no PR, it's no spin, it's no political spin, folks. Like, it really does make a difference. So hats off to you, Mark, and to the Bell people for doing this. It's really important, and it does make a difference.
Well, thank you so much, Warren Kinsella. It's been a real pleasure to chat with you about this.
Thanks, my friend.
Take care. Wait, there we go. Okay.
And we are back.
We are back. Here we are. Rudy, we have passed the 4.5 hour mark of continuous live streaming with one or two or maybe three, I don't even remember, pre-recorded messages so that way we could go to the bathroom, And I ate a cookie on that last one, so that was nice. I enjoyed that. How are you?
I I mean I'm tired.
I am
Not as
too.
tired as I thought I would be,
And I just
but
realized that how tired I am. Actually, I don't think I realized all along.
yeah. I mean, but you still got like your kid and everything, so
I have to go to a talk. I have to drive 2 hours to go to a talk. Yeah,
oh man.
and dump myself out all on stage over again.
Yes, poor you.
Poor me. Anyway, I don't want to keep you or our viewers any longer. Although I'm sure we could keep doing this forever. Um, I've said it several times already, especially right at the top. But I want to say again, since we're wrapping it up, you were a champ, Rudy. You were awesome. Thanks for your help.
Well, thank you. Hopefully, I didn't lose you any followers, so I
If
appreciate
anything,
it.
if anything, you gained me followers.
Oh, there we go. And I this will not be the last time that you and
Oh, I hope
I.
not. I mean, I don't think we're going to be doing any more 4.5 hour marathons in the near future. But it wasn't so bad.
No, it was fine. I mean, it kept moving. And we were always constantly putting something out there. We had a lot of engagement in the comments across Facebook and YouTube and Periscope. So just so everyone knows, this will be able to watch anytime, anywhere on these platforms, and we will be breaking them up into little snackable sections as well as individual videos. So be on the lookout for that. If there was a specific person you only wanted to see talk, good good news.
Rudy,
You can
if
do
you
that.
only want to see the parts with Rudy, maybe we can do a supercut of all the times that you spoke. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I'll let you handle that.
Okay,
that
Rudy.
is that is a lot of work. But
Let's
yes,
get out of here.
thank you.
Why don't you plug your stuff again too, so that way people know? Because I've been doing so much talking here. Where can people find out more about you and some of the things you're working on?
Yes, my website is jack.org, and
Leave Jack.org alone. They're wonderful people. They do important work. Holy heck.
yes, I'm also available at wearyourlabel.com.
Seriously, I think you need to be able to. Anybody who's watching, if you're in the LA area, but you don't even just do it in LA, you travel and you speak at events all over the country that you've spoken at events. So if you get a chance to see Rudy at a live event, I'd really highly suggest.
Yeah, I mean, in all serious though, go to spsmchat.com. That stands for Suicide Prevention Social Media. We stream on Twitter, on Facebook, and YouTube every Sunday evening at 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central Time. And we are at SPSM Chat on Twitter. That is our home base, so please go check that out. And all episodes are archived at spsmchat.com, our YouTube channel as well. So we talk to awesome people like Mark Henick about controversial subjects like the right to suicide. We'll be talking about the indigenous resistance with an awesome person, Shelby Rowe, this Sunday. So we do not play it safe on SPSM Chat. All things suicide, the conversations that need to be happening no matter how uncomfortable it makes people. Thank you so much, Mark. I can't wait to work with you again, just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Yes. Yeah. So until then,
that's my solo part of the performance.
Yes, and I'm also on the Mighty. So every month I do a Facebook Live interview in person at the Mighty's office. So that's usually the second Thursday of the month. So at 12 p.m. Pacific time. So go like that page, Mental Health on the Mighty. There's a lot of great stories there, a lot of first person stories. So which is important because people need to be empowered to tell their own stories.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again, Rudy. I'm going to bump you off here and just bump you off. I sound like the mafia. I'm going to take you off the screen for a moment so I can do, I guess, maybe, I don't know. So I can just do some final thoughts, but I'll
As
be
you
in touch
should.
with you again afterward. All right. Back over to just me. So I want to thank you all one more time. The depth of my gratitude is so great. Today, Bell Let's Talk Day, something that I've participated in for, in some capacity or another, all 10 years that the campaign has been running. I wanted to do something a bit different this year, so I did, my usual tweet storm through the evening and then through the first part of the day today. But then I wanted to do this live cast as a completely new thing. So now we've live cast for 4 hours and 41 minutes. So we'll round it out at about 4:45, which is extraordinary. And the guests that we've had, I need to thank Dr. Brian Goldman, who came kind of pinched in at the last minute. He's just a wonderful guy. Jeremy Saunders, right at the morning. Paul Nadeau, J. Paul Nadeau. Warren Kinsella, you saw the video from. Sheila Rogers, Sue Varma, Neil Pasricha, Rudy, of course. I mean, Rudy was amazing. Ann Douglas, Brian Balthazar, Andre Picard, another video that we had come in, and Timothy Caulfield. Just such a really amazing range of people who all had different perspectives on mental health. And that's been the entire project of my so-called normal podcast over the last year as well, is to bring in some of the people that you do hear from, but the majority of whom that you don't hear from normally in the mental health type of conversation. So that's what I wanted to offer here to you today too, to have a diversity of views, not always just everybody agreeing about the same thing, something to draw out the nuance of mental health and the complexity of it, and to hear interesting different perspectives. So I hope that we've done that today. I launched the first 2 parts of the 4-part finale of my podcast, so-called Normal. While through the other 60 plus episodes, it was all about talking about other people. In this last episode, all 4 parts of this last episode, it's sharing my own story and telling the story of the stranger in the light brown jacket who saved my life, Mike Ritchie. It's the first time that I've had an in-depth conversation with him since we were reconnected 5 years ago with the help of social media. So you'll definitely want to check that out. Both the first 2 parts are up now. The 3rd part of it is going up a little bit later this afternoon, and then the 4th part will be out tomorrow. I want to thank everybody who made that podcast possible. Entertainment One, Rosie O'Donnell, Glenn Close, all of the guests that we've had over the last year really helped to bring it to the next level. And me just figuring it out as I was going too, not really knowing what the heck I was doing. I remember sitting at one of the very first interviews I recorded was with Hollywood legend Glenn Close, and I've told this story before. I set up my equipment in the little park outside her Manhattan apartment, having never really used recording equipment before, and then running 4 separate mics, I guess, including my own, around Glenn Close's kitchen table, recording the conversation with her sister Jessie and with her nephew Kalen. So, trial by fire. This is how I figure things out. So I'm grateful to her and to everybody else who made that project possible. What's next for me? I've started a new master's degree at King's College London in neuroscience, so I'm partly focusing on that. I'm wrapping up my book. The deadline is actually this week to finish my last revision of it. So I don't have an exact date yet for the release, but my understanding, I've just learned as recently as yesterday, is that it's going to be likely Christmas of this year. So the end of this year. Look forward to my book. You're going to be hearing lots more from me about that. And hopefully, if you like this live cast, like I say, like Rudy said, we're going to break it up into the individual interviews and put those videos out separately. And maybe we'll do this again sometime. If there's anybody that you want to hear from, let me know. You can send me messages on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, wherever else. I'm pretty much everywhere at Mark Henick, most places. That's at MarkHenick. So that's 1 N. On most places. And my website is markhenick.com. It has a contact form on there if you want to send me any messages. Thanks to my publisher, HarperCollins, for bringing the book together. I forgot to mention them, so let's do that. Thanks to my speaking agency, Speaker Spotlight. If you want to have me come out to speak at your event, get in touch with Speaker Spotlight. That's speakers.ca, and then search my name on there. It might be speakers.ca/Mark Henick. I'm not sure. Anyway, whatever. Go to Speaker Spotlight. Book me to speak at your event. I'd love to come out and share some more stories. And I got to go right now because I got to get on the highway to drive 2 hours to do exactly one of those talks on a college campus. I might live stream after it. We'll see how tired I am. It's been a long day. Thank you all. Please go listen to my podcast. I'm Mark Henick. It's been a pleasure being live with you today. Take care.
All right.